We'll now call this Budget Committee of the Whole meeting to order. If I could have Councillors Hoyle and Bagu move the adoption of the agenda. Any questions on the agenda or changes? Anybody opposed to that? That's carried. Does anyone have any disclosures of interest? I assume not in the budget. Seeing none. Okay. Brian, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for reading so much material on this budget. So we'll go through the sections with respect to the capital budget first, and then we will take some pauses as we go through, ask some questions, have the opportunity to answer some questions, and we'll take it kind of bit by bit. So I think it's something like 60 pages, the presentation, so I'll try to be quick in areas that we can, and we'll slow down for questions as need be. So the 2023 capital and related project budget, my clicker is working. It shows up a little small there. Hopefully you can read it in front of you in your binders. The agenda, lots to cover tonight. With respect to the recommendation, the process is that this committee, if approves this document, will be forwarding it to council, and then council makes final approval at council meeting next Tuesday. So the recommendation is to forward this to council. There's also the recommendation, and we'll talk about this as we go through the presentation, to add funds to the reserves of the city to maintain some of the reserves in respects to the reserve policy. And then the next recommendation is to be able to move forward with some of these capital budgets. And something that we started a couple years ago at the city was receiving approval to move forward immediately. And in fact, there's one project that's in here, and staff may have gotten a little head start on it. They started digging a hole, I think, today for one of them in H.H. Knoll, and we can talk about that as we get there, and hopefully council is supportive of that project as we go forward. So I think before we get into the details of the capital budget, it's important to know just the bigger picture of where we sit as a city. The total budget between capital and the levy that we'll be proposing to council has a levy increase of 2.94% on the blended tax rate. The average house is $212,000 in the city. That works out to a $114 increase. I think staff is just wants to point out that 51% of that increase relates to the capital budget. And we'll talk about the infrastructure gap that we're trying to close over a period of time, and that is what this budget is doing. As of right now, we do have an estimate that our assessment growth would be 0.5. Assessment growth will likely be a little bit higher than that this year. The last 2 years were pretty big assessment growth years for us. We've only budgeted for the 0.5 here. We want to be conservative. But we certainly, at this point in time, believe that we will exceed the 0.5. So if anything, that 2.94 number would come down if assessment growth was higher than that. So in addition to the levy, there's also the rate budget and what are the implications. So when we get to the rate budget later tonight, we'll have a conversation. The water rate increase is projected to be 8%. There is no increase projected for wastewater. The blended of the two would equal a 2.92% increase, which would represent about $46 to the average household. Now, I will point out too, and we'll get into detail when we get to the rate budget, but we're making these estimates with respect to the rate increase based on information that the Niagara region did when they did their information session back in July. So I think on to the important part of the capital budget is looking at some of the highlights, and we'll go through each of the sections individually, but I'm going to read a couple of them because they're big dollars. Wastewater, one of the big projects is wastewater, $500,000 for lining some of the wastewater pipes. Stormwater, we're looking at backflow control. This is going to be along the canal and in other areas such as that, about $300,000. This would prevent water from moving back up when the lake rises, back up into the city, but at the same time allow water to leave the city. We're also continuing on. Council approved a significant project last year, and it's being funded over a number of years. It's a $5 million project to which 73% was grant funded. So we have a number of water main projects on the go. This budget increases the road budget by 20%, and after a lot of comments from different people across the city, it's proposing to increase the sidewalk budget by 100% to $300,000. There is a playground recommended in here with respect to Victoria Park. Fire engine 2 replacement, which council's had a lot of conversation with over the last year, is included in here. H.H. Knoll, there is a project with respect to event lighting, which is primarily funded by grants. That's the one where a couple holes started to be dug today in anticipation of this, recognizing that the winter's fast coming, and it is a grant-funded program. And another important, I think, highlight is this project doesn't propose, or this capital budget suggests no new debt at this point in time. If we continue on with our debt payments, our debt will be paid down to $26 million, and I'll have a couple more slides on that. My next slide really focuses on risks. I won't go over every risk in detail, but it's just a reminder that budgets are estimates, and we do at the city maintain an account for over and short. So when capital projects are under budget, we close the capital project out to that account, and when they're over budget, we have the funds there to be able to sufficiently fund that. Our next slide, I think, before we get into the capital budget in any more detail, is really, and maybe I'll stop after this slide just to ask for any questions, because there may be some questions on this. It's our progress in 2022, so I think it's important before we start approving any of our capital budgets for 2023, where have we landed on some of the projects this year? We actually started the year with 162 projects. In total, we added 27 more projects through the course of the year, and it really follows, I guess, prove out the fact that budgets aren't completely calendar-based. Things happen during the course of the year, and we approve things as needed. The city so far has completed 38 projects. We've gone through this in great detail, and I know I've talked to some councilors about this. We've recommended closing out a couple projects, either due to the budgetary inflation may have been larger, and we've noted that in our comments in this report, or the project no longer is needed. We've closed out 36. Staff across the city anticipate we'll close out another 35 before the end of the year, which will leave a total of 109 projects closed out and 80 in total carrying into the new year. So we started the year at 162, and staff anticipate we'll end the year with 80. So about half of the projects got completed. And I just want to point out, we didn't, with that 162 that we started the year on, those weren't all just approved, like on January 1 of 2022. Some of those were carryovers. So some progress is being made on getting these projects down and complete. When we did close out some of these projects, I just highlight in the slides there that we did put those funds into the over and short account, and some of those funds are recommended to be used to fund the capital budget this year. So I thought maybe I'll just pause there. Already a lot of information, but in case there's any questions, just on how we're doing in 2022.
Great, thanks. I'll start with Councillor Baggett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To you and Director Bowles, you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation, proposed levy budget, if approved, would be a blended tax increase for residential property valued at $212,000 would be 2.94% or $114. Like, a lot of people don't understand, is the average city property $212,000 in the city of Park Colborne?
Brian?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councilor, it's a good question. The reality is most people can probably sell their property for a lot more than that. But MPAC, which does the assessment, last valued properties in 2016. So the 212 figure comes from 2016. And that's where there sometimes is a disconnect. We understand that MPAC is planning to do a revaluation for 2024. Some individuals we've heard have already received some sort of notification with respect to their assessment values, potentially changing, some going up, some going down. But we don't have final confirmation that they're going to initiate that for 2024 yet. We do anticipate it, but we'll keep you posted on
that. Thank you. Through you to Mayor again, the new housing being built at this time, they are assessed by impact at the actual cost right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councilor, that is correct. When you build a house today, they take the value of it, but then MPAC is supposed to look at that as if it was being built back in 2016. So there is to be an adjustment to take you back to the 2016 period. And that is something that we do get phone calls from time to time by residents, and we have those conversations. Ultimately, we don't have any jurisdiction there, and we have to leave them with MPAC to have that conversation about what their assessed value is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good, thank you, Counselor. Counselor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship, through you to Mr. Bowles. Mr. Bowles, so just on your slide about the, again, the percentage increase. So based on, am I reading this right, that based on growth forecasts from MPAC and assessment, 0.5% of the, I guess I won't even say it's the tax increase, because if you take the 0.5% assessment growth and you added it to the 2.94, is it fair to say that really we need to round it out, we need basically 3.5% it would be what we actually increased revenue by. And then, of course, we don't need to increase taxes by the 0.5% because that fell into our hands as assessment growth. So really, is it fair to say we're 3.5% total increase on cost, of which 0.5% is absorbed by the assessment increase?
Brian?
Yeah, through the counselor to the counselor, I think what you're trying to explain there is correct. If you have higher assessment, you can eliminate your tax increase. It's a question of, does that assessment growth require additional resources? Do you have to add more plows? Do you have to add more individuals to maintain parks? So if you can do assessments in a smart way, assessment growth in a smart way where you don't have to necessarily increase your cost structure of your city, you can use that to help bring your levy down, reinvest in the capital infrastructure deficit, or any number of items.
I think it's an important point, and something I plan on bringing back all through these discussions and all through all 4 terms. Hopefully the number will change. But it's basically that I don't think you can, with what we learn later on about capital expenses and operations, that you can tax your way out of the infrastructure deficit. And so I think that if there's nothing more poignant to me than 1/7 of our new revenues coming from growth, and the other 6/7 we're having to bill back to the taxpayer. That says to me that growth ought to be high on our agenda for the next 4 years, because if you look at, and we're not the only one facing an infrastructure deficit, but certainly we can't catch up to that, and my worry is that we don't catch up to it and things decay to a point, particularly on the linear stuff, which is here tonight, without growth. And so I think growth, if this doesn't point it out, ought to be job 1 in mitigating taxes. And I'm probably getting ahead of myself, but one of the things I had found out in a discussion with Brian yesterday is, although we show this infrastructure deficit and what we have to do to catch up on it, that this infrastructure deficit, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding, Brian, does not yet, until 2 years from now, include all our buildings. So the deficit for infrastructure expenditure then isn't what is here. It's also to replace this building, arenas, community centers, all the things that are buildings that aren't even yet in this calculation. Is that fair to say, Mr. Bowles?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councilor and council, that is correct. And this budget does include some dollars to finish the workup, to be able to bring all of our recreational parks and our buildings in, but the infrastructure gap will grow once we bring those sets in. And the ministry has given us till, all municipalities, till I think it's June of 2024 to complete that. Staff hopes to get that done in advance of that.
So is there any rough estimate at what our buildings are worth? I know they're not, they're probably pale in respect to all the linear assets, but any guesstimate on that?
Yeah, so through the mayor to the councilor and council, so the linear assets, I think the presentation a couple months ago showed we're almost at $1 billion of linear assets if you were to replace everything. It wouldn't surprise me if we're north of $200 million on our facilities to be able to move forward when we bring that in. So the dollar figure combined is significant and something that we have to continue to plan for.
I think just lastly, if I could, Mr. Mayor, I guess while it's not growth at the expense of everything, but certainly it's what Mr. Long does in strategic initiatives and other government grants at all levels. It's thinking smarter, efficiencies, maybe some of the assets we have on there. The one I always look at is, and it's in this, is, you know, I don't know how many $1 million of sidewalks we have, but I know, unfortunately, when we did Erie Street, I had pointed out to the previous director, I mean, there's a couple sections there that are sidewalks to nowhere. They don't have adjoining sidewalks at the other end. So again, I don't know how much sidewalks we have, but it's an easy example of saying maybe some of the things are that in certain areas, right? Whether it's service levels or assets that we have on the books, that maybe we should be thinking smarter about how we go forward with them. And that so it's not all about having to catch this giant dollar figure. Some of it, it's about working smarter, doing what we did with Vail and others, you know, trying to get more upper level of government funding, thinking smarter, maybe investing in some economic development initiatives that bring back a city return. Because I think if you're our size with this deficit, you have to be even more and more nimble and smarter. So I'll just end my comments with it's pretty daunting, but I think we've made good headway. So not to put a negative spin on all of this, we've grown. I mean, we've covered half of that over the last number of years just with that quarter point. And I think, you know, it's a combination of a whole bunch of things, but certainly we've got a heady job ahead of us looking at Mr. Bowles' numbers. So thank you for now, Mr. Bowles.
Questions further? Ronnie, you're okay? Eric, you have a question? Okay, thank you. Just a little bit further to what Councilor Bruno was talking about, Brian. We've had a lot of homes, or a fair number of homes in Port Colborne sell over the last 4 to 5 years. You know, as you said, the MPAC is at a 2016 number. So, I mean, my son purchased a house, paid $430,000 for it. However, his assessment is $150,000. So, is MPAC going to start catching up with those in not till 2024, with regards to making things more realistic as far as how people are assessed and what their actual value of their house is?
Yeah, through yourself to yourself and council, that's correct. So when we get the tax roll, we'll get it in the new year. It will still be based on the 2016 assessments. There won't be a change in that until they update the whole system. And as of right now, we anticipate that that would be for the 2024 year. And if that changes, I'll be the first to tell council, although council may find out an email or something from MPAC before I do, but I'll be in front of you right away to talk about it.
So, because I received a letter from MPAC about a week and a half ago showing my new assessment, which is still way under the value of my house if I was to sell it. It's not much more than what I paid for it. So, and that was in 2003. and I mean, I know some people are concerned that all of a sudden if all their values go up compared to what they are today, and as Councillor Bagu asked with the average value of house, that's an average value of house on old stock. I mean, the unfortunate part about Port Colborne is we haven't had a great deal of development compared to Thorold, Welland, Pelham. I'll take those three communities, where their new stock is probably almost equal to their old stock. So it's actually helped them with regards to taxes. But we could, and I've spoken to you about this, and I spoke to Peter Senez when he was in your chair, in the days I was a councillor, and then my first year as mayor back in 2019. But we could bring everybody up to basically today's value of their house. So if they've got a house that's, I'll take my son's at 150,000 when it should be, 430 or 500 or 600,000 where he could sell it for today. If we brought everybody up to that level where they actually should be and make the city whole, it doesn't mean their taxes are going up, because we still need to collect the same pot of money. It's just how we collect it. So there are going to be those that'll be gainers and those that'll be losers in those things, but it actually could make us where we should be, as opposed to where people are so undervalued based on MPAC. Do you ever see a day that MPAC will actually give us those figures so that we can start taxing? I won't say taxing properly, but calculating our tax across the city properly, as opposed to a lot of homes undervalued, and then the new people that are being valued at, if they bought a new house in Westwood for 750, 800,000, Mr. CAO, their assessment's going to be a lot higher. Even though you say it's 2016, it's still a lot higher than somebody else in the city that has got a house built in the 80s that's similar square footage. And that person's got a $300,000 assessment, where somebody in that subdivision's got the $600,000 or $700,000 or $800,000. Because those people technically are subsidizing other people, right?
Yeah, to yourself, to council, there's been a lot of pushes and starts to looking at how the assessment plan works and when that timeline is going to be and when that's going to happen. I don't have a specific date, but I do think something that's very important, and you touched on it, that's important to say, is the tax rate's not fixed. Like sales tax is fixed, right? Your income tax rate is fixed within your range. But when it comes to a property tax, that rate gets adjusted every year, as you said, by the budget. And our budget isn't going to change because assessments changed. Our budget's going to change because of the needs of the city and what the city wants to do. So what that means is if every house, for example, went up the exact same amount, if every house appreciated 100%, the tax rate might come down, but the tax rate times your assessment will be the exact same as it was with a lower rate as it was with a higher rate. So just because your property might go up in value under a reevaluation, that does not mean your taxes will go up. Where your taxes may go up or down is because there could be, and if it was assessed, there was an equity issue potentially between how your property was valued before and time has passed, your neighborhood is worth more or worth less. You could have some changes in that respects, but for the most part, most people will generally, if they move up with the whole tide moves together, there's no change in what one pays for the property tax.
No.
And that's something that we're, as a city, going to have to spend some time. I know other cities have talked about this as well locally, that when we do get more information on the assessments, that it's going to be very important to communicate to our residents about how the property tax system works. There are a number of videos on it, but more probably can be done to make sure people understand and to alleviate some of the stress that might exist, because people, I think, often think higher assessments means higher property taxes, but that's not necessarily true under a reevaluation.
Yeah, and further, I know some councillors have had calls on this. They go on the Niagara Region website and they plug in their assessment and say, oh my God, at Niagara Lake, my house is way less in taxes. But people have to understand that that system is not apples to apples, it's apples to oranges, because I've got one person that was really going after me about the value. Their house was assessed at about $708,000. The same house with the same size of property on the water, which their house is around $2 million in Niagara Lake. So if you plug in a $2 million value, the taxes are higher than they are in Port Colborne at a $708,000 value. Although it's apples to apples as far as looking at the homes based on square footage, now there might be a difference in the year they were built, but based on lot size, waterfront, all that, you know, you can't just plug in your assessment number here in any other municipality. It doesn't work. You've got to go, and what I tell most of my people that call is, go to a real estate site, go to the Niagara Realtors, plug in a city and look at the houses that are similar to yours and what they're selling for, plug that value into that city, and what would you be paying in that city at the proper value. So we are so low in our values here because we have old stock, and it is frustrating when you're trying to answer these questions where, you know, that house, you know, I've got a friend that lives in Pelham, and if you look at his assessment, and then I would look at, let's say, Scott's new house, his is fairly similar, but his assessment's higher than what Scott's is, because Pelham has traditionally gotten more money per square foot than Port Colborne has on a sale or a new build. So, you know, because we know what Scott's house was built for, which is what they're going to be should be assessing it at. Yet he's paying cheaper taxes for the same size house in Port Colborne than a guy in Fawn Hill with a similar home and a similar lot, because their assessments are a lot higher, and they traditionally have been. So just food for thought for councilors, because I know some of you guys have had questions on that. And it's not an apples to apples system that the region has on there. They really should have a caveat at the bottom stating, you know, the value of what your house is in town A is not the same as town B. So anyways, any further questions? Brian, move ahead.
Okay. And we may end up talking about this again in about 10 slides, because I have another slide that leads into this a bit. I'll talk, there were maybe 2 more slides I should have touched on before I pause, but just with respect to 2022 and prior projects, I know a big project of this council, previous councils as well, is the downtown CIP. We did have a grant that we had that we can use for a number of different projects, and we were going to use it to do some engineering drawings for the downtown CIP. We've been doing a lot of work with the infrastructure needs study, with the asset management plan, and we do think a more phased approach may be a better approach to the downtown CIP, and for that reason, we're recommending we close that engineering study. We move forward with, and you'll see in this capital budget, staff, Gary Long, Manager of Strategic Initiatives, and team have done a great job securing almost $500,000 in grants to improve West Street. Darlene, our Manager of Water and Wastewater, is bringing forward the backflow project that will go along the canals for $300,000, and get down to projects that are really hitting the ground right now. In addition to, we're recommending that by enforcing the increase in the roads and the sidewalk budget, those too can be used to over time help improve, but putting the money into the actual project areas themselves. So it's not to say that the downtown CIP is not being worked on. That work is like there. We have some great ideas were put together. It's just that the direction to which we're approaching it is a little different. And I think Councillor Elliott, I put it in here, I didn't put his name beside it, but he said a great word when I was having a chat. He said he's really interested in evidence-based decision-making. And that's really what we want to get down to. And we have the INS work that we're hoping to have an information session in the new year with council to show you graphically where some of these pinch point problems are in the water wastewater system. Our Manager of Water Wastewater has 26.2 kilometers of video footage of all the pipes now, so she's able to walk us through and show where some of these are. So I think that's going to be the approach that we want to take, and that's why we've taken this approach right now in the budget to move forward with some other projects. On my next component is just about, there still is some projects related to 2022, so I know we still haven't got to the 2023 budget, but just to talk about 2022, we know we need to clear them out, and our Director of Public Works has taken some initiatives. He'll be hiring, provided the budget process gets approved. We'll be repurposing 2 positions and to create 2 new positions. So it's not new positions to the levy, it's just taking 2 that we have and changing the job descriptions in that. And we'll ultimately have 2 project managers The goal here really is to be able to manage all the projects. The city's had a lot of ambitious goals over the years, but we've never had the project management model where we had people full-time managing to get some of these projects done. I think this is going to take us to the next level. My role on finance and HR would definitely, and say to council, definitely support it and look forward to seeing what Steve can do on this going forward. So a couple other things just with respect to the environment that we're in. Always changing, but we looked at the industrial product price index. So when you compare these, the tax change that we're suggesting, we're looking at September, we were looking at a 9% increase, and that's basically all the inputs into a lot of your construction that's going on across cities in North America. Now, the consumer price index, which we're probably all a lot more familiar with, hit 6.9 in September. And as we've been building the budget, I think it's important to share with council basically our process. Normally, these dates all don't look the same. Normally, we're not talking about 3 budgets on the same day, but because of where the council election was, we're trying to get this done. I think council has expressed that it's very important to get budgets done before the new year starts, so that way everybody knows what's going on and what the plan is. When we've developed the budget, I think it's important for us just to highlight everything we've done and everything that staff has put forward is based on comments from citizens, it's based on from councilors, it's based on the strategic plan that's put together. I wear the lanyard around my neck just to remind in all the decision making we do in every room, and staff follow this, that our corporate values are followed in all that. And I know council knows our strategic pillars well, and with a new council, we're going to have the opportunity with our manager of strategic initiatives to talk about these pillars and massage them or continue to move them where needed for this council for the next 4 years. That's where I've identified in the top right-hand corner that I think they'll be revised in trimester 1. And then lastly, as we built the budget, we really did it with a number of themes, really looking to help the city prosper. Environmental sustainability is a big part of looking forward. In our purchasing policy, we do consider the environmental impacts moving forward. We want to make sure it's a welcoming and livable community. We have a strategic plan with respect to affordable housing. We want to increase the housing options. Competitive advantage in everything we do is very important. And going into next year, we're looking at service levels, our growth, and basically the impacts of how we can reduce the infrastructure deficit. So this next slide is an important slide because this is actually the slide I think we kind of were talking about earlier when we were talking about assessment. And I think it's important before we look at approving any capital budgets that we look about where we stand with the rest of the cities in the Niagara region. So there's a little, just to talk about the nuance there, there's a word standard and then there's a word all. So when I first got to the city, there used to be a long-standing process that we always compared the average assessment of a house, but we didn't include those that were living on the water. So we only included those that weren't on the water. And the analysis that happens at the regional level compared to everybody that's not on water, because not all the cities are on water. So for all intents and purposes, when we compare against the other municipalities, we have to compare against those that aren't on water, and that's the standard, the ones not on water. And then the all is when you take the whole city, and that's the one that on the earlier slide that I had, that's the one that I projected the tax increase on. But you can see that even if you include for our urban residents the storm sewer that are in the storm sewer urban boundary, our taxes in total are still lower than what others in the Niagara region would experience. Now, the next slide talks a little bit about comparison for property taxes. It's just, again, when we're jumping in here, and those that have read the presentations, I won't repeat these slides when I do the other presentations. We'll do them once here. The property taxes, it's unique just to point out to council that We're a little different in we get about double what most area municipalities do from an industrial. We have a very strong industrial base in the city of Port Colborne, just to know where our property taxes come from. And just to have some idea about where our revenues and our expenses go compared to the other. And as a reminder for anybody that might be watching, LAMs stand for local area municipalities. The next slide here talks a little bit about water and wastewater rates. As treasurer here, there's not a day that goes by that we don't spend time on water and wastewater rates. A lot of numbers up here. Ultimately, if you look really closely at the water side, our water rates are higher in average than the other local area municipalities, but the degree to which they're higher is not the same degree for the wastewater. When you look at the wastewater rates, we are significantly higher than our counterparts. And we've talked a lot about this before, and that's because, and we've talked about the wastewater budget, 70% of everything that we collect for wastewater, we have to send to the Niagara region because the Niagara region cleans our wastewater. And what we found interesting is 2.67, whether you say liters or M3s, which is the technical term, I guess, from Darlene's side, per one that we actually bill. So for every 2.67, I'll use it liters for everybody to follow, that we send to the wastewater plant, we're actually only billing people, like for using water, for 1 liter, which means somehow for every house that we bill you $1 for water that went to your house, we somehow created 2.67 times the wastewater and sent it to the wastewater plant. It speaks to the condition to the wastewater pipes, and it's why this budget talks about $500,000 to start relining a number of these pipes, and it's why the work has gone in to do camera actions to review every single pipe in the city to see what needs to be done to be able to correct this problem. The majority of this, and we've had presentations at council, this is 100% what they call inflow and infiltration. And that's what we have in the city, an enormous amount of inflow and infiltration, whether it be the lake or rainwater, etc. And when we get to the rate budget, Darlene has 5 slides that have all kinds of graphs that show how that works. Another couple things, just, I know we don't have any new debt, but just to keep everybody up to account, I guess, on where the debt positions are. We have identified, and we've done our initial calculations, our ARL, which is really our repayment limit. So this is how much money the ministry says you're going to roughly spend of your total budget on interest and principal repayments. We project at the end of 2023 we'll be down to 5.4%. We have a self-imposed limit of 15%, and the ARLs, if you look at other municipalities, is around 6.7. What that means is if the city needs to borrow, i.e. for wastewater, because as we identify the projects that need to be done, we can borrow for wastewater, we have the ability to do that within the ministry guidelines. And you can see over time how debt is right now scheduled to be repaid. And I have a couple of slides. So that one was total. The next slide, for anybody looking at detail, is the levy. The next one is we have debt issued on water, and the next one is stormwater. Council will just identify we have no debt issued on wastewater, which is another comment, I guess, from myself, that as we get ready, hopefully within the new year, and we have some information sessions with council about where wastewater issues are, we can have a conversation about potentially moving forward with some larger projects to stop some of the I&I going forward.
Brian, what is our debt between what we have on debt and what the province says we can take in debt? How many millions is it?
Okay, so if our debt is, just go back here, if our debt is projected to be at 26 roughly million, I think, so if we're at 5%, our own limit would let us go 3 times that. So we could easily, we could in theory hold over 50 million more at our own limit. And then the province limit is 10% above that. So the provincial limit could go all the way to 25. So you could almost go that'd be almost 100 million, I guess, doing some quick math. And forgive me if it's not perfect, but ballpark directionally, that would be where it is. So there's a significant ability for the city to borrow, should you need to, and should the projects warrant it. But that would be, I think, a discussion, the pros and cons and how that works once we identify the projects, and we can work with council on that.
And do we have any indication what interest rates are being charged through when we borrow through the group of the region?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So just a reminder to council, anybody watching. So because the city's relationship to the region is all of our debt gets issued through the Niagara region, they have different set times that they do that. So if we were to do a project, we'd want to align it with their debt program times. And right now, and I'm just also going based on what we saw when we were looking at investments recently, a 30-year a bond or whatever is going to probably be in the 4.5% to 5% borrowing rate, one would expect. As an interesting point of view, when we did the storm sewer project 3 years ago, roughly, we issued the debt, 2.5. I think that was issued for 30 years at 2.9-ish, 2.97. So rates are up. And I know we've heard a lot about rates going up, but that on the longer term debt, as of right now, it's not like it's a double. It's still within a range, and recognizing the amount of money that we do spend on cleaning rainwater and lake water and everything else, it still may be viable once we finish identifying some of these projects and work with council to take on debt to address some of these issues, even though the rate may be in the 4.5% or 5% rate today. And that just to council, please don't hold me to that, because that rate is changing regularly. And I think it changed today in the news too.
Yeah. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Bowles. I'm not saying we're going to do this at all, but what would be the total cost today if we had to fix all our wastewater piping within the municipality? It's sort of an unfair question to ask you, but just so the residents can understand how much our municipality and other municipalities are all in the same boat as us. We're no different from Long or Fort Erie or anybody else. They all have the same problem.
Yeah, sure. Through the mayor to yourself. If you gave me, if I had a minute or two, I could probably find the exact, but I do have something identified in the asset management plan, and I'd say it's not just wastewater, so I apologize for that. It's all the linear assets. If you were to do all the linear assets that we have as very poor, like they need addressing, we'd have to spend just over $74 million today to do the water, wastewater, storm, and roads. So if we did all the ones that were identified as very poor, we'd have to do $74 million today. The total of the projects that we're proposing today is only $8 million.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And sorry, if I could ask, I think Director Public Works might be giving me hand signals too. He might give us even more information. The current, the current valuation of all water, wastewater pipes is $250 million. So if you replaced all of them, it's 250. The 72 that I gave you, or 74, is just all the linear assets, water, wastewater, and storm and roads that are in the very poor condition, the ones that we have to do first. That's the 70. So this is where when staff put together the budget, it's a slim margin, but we still worked very hard to make sure that the majority of the budget adjustment, the budget increase, was going to capital, because that is where all eyes are, is to get this capital in order.
Okay, good. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bruno?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Brian, and this may be more Darlene and Steve. And if it's in your presentation, please answer it then. But I've been through 3 mayors and 4 engineers, and every one of them has told me their best estimate as to how to get a handle on water and wastewater. I think every one of them came to their conclusions honestly. I have a different view in terms of get moving and do the debt. Because, and I want to run a scenario by you, because we now have the film, the video, we now have more data than ever. We now have a very astute corporate service director that can do the numbers for us. And I think we have all the skill sets in place to have a read. But I want to throw a scenario by you that says, despite all that, there is nothing better than just getting on with the work. So we believe that we have, and we know we have these leaks, and we've identified them now in a better way than ever. And we're going to spend $500,000 to look after, hopefully, the low-hanging fruit that is wastewater and infiltration. At the same token, you or nobody else in this room can tell us if that project is successful, but because you have 70 kilometers or whatever the number is of wastewater pipe, and on the water side I would argue the same thing, that you fix one and another one just ages out. So you spend the $500,000 in lining and you expect to have a return on that investment. But what you don't know is if the one that's second on the list to be relined collapses earlier. My point is that no matter what engineer has been here, no matter what number, that we can't predict when a whole series of old pipe just get too old and they break down, and they break down at the wrong time, and they wash out your gain. And yes, we were further ahead, because had we not done anything, we'd have had the new break or the new breakdown added to the one you identified. Which I guess what, in the perfect world, I would love to have seen that there's a business case analysis of spending the money and doing the debt, how you would do it with anything else in business, that you're better off raising the money, paying the debt, because your leaking and costing is going up faster than the borrowing costs. But in this world of underground pipe, I don't know how you can make the case, and what's happened with the other 4 engineers is they may have been right, but it didn't prove right in the numbers at the end of the year, because the region put the water rates up. We had salary increases, right? Another pipe broke. In the middle of the winter, 4 broke, and how much water did we lose on the day? There is so many variables of how much can go wrong in a very, very old system, for the most of it, that, the numbers don't cross in year 1. The numbers don't cross when you fix Erie Street. The number don't cross with these $500,000, and I don't know what that buys us in terms of relining. But what is true at the end of the day is it's all aging, and if it's all aging faster than we can fix it, to me the only solution is to have some kind of a business plan that says we just have to get at it. And I wanted to get some numbers from Steve as to how many miles or kilometers of pipe we have. But, I look at Erie Street. I grew up in that neighborhood. When they put that sanitary in, money was plentiful and government funds were plentiful. They did that whole area I did, which was 10 streets, and we've just fixed 1. Not our fault. Nothing we can change about the fact that in 1960, they did King to Field and Kalali West to Main Street. But that is the reality. And so I just want to put forward that at the end of this exercise, can we not do a plan that starts us doing more than one street a year on each? And I can't see how you do that without borrowing. But if the borrowing pays off, if you have, and Councillor Baggy repeated a couple of weeks ago what I say, you never know when an infrastructure program is gonna come out. But governments do like the fact that you've got 3 or 5 in the queue and you're able to do them. I think they also don't like if they give you $3 or $4 million and you don't use it up and you apply for the project the next time. So something's got to give here if we're ever going to really be serious about tackling this. And I know Brian, and we've talked about things we could do with the region and the plant, but in the meantime, I just think we have to get on with it and we have to have a plan and what the plan's going to cost at the interest rate of the day and start going at it.
So Steve and Darlene, that's in your presentation or a route to get where Councillor Bruno's going? It's in your presentation? Not yet? Yeah, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Bagu. So love your enthusiasm on this, and we're looking in a very similar direction as well. Right now, we're currently finishing the infrastructure needs study, which will line us up to have that multi-year plan where we can tackle multiple projects, even yearly if we want. So we can have multiple projects per year. We're also realigning ourselves so that we're doing a number of studies that are going to have actual targets areas where we can actually go in and determine where there is inflow and infiltration, where we need storm sewers to take people off of the sanitary sewers for their sump pumps. And those will help mitigate the I&I that we're actually spending to the region right off the bat. So with both approaches coming together, us doing the studies to target specific areas, having the INS to flag what infrastructure needs to be replaced on a year-to-year basis, aligning those two is going to get us to that dream. That's going to be the goal at the end of the day. And if we can offset the borrowing cost with the I&I reduction, it's going to make absolute sense to move forward in those directions and hit those infrastructure projects right away and as fast as possible. So that is a plan, and we have 90,000 meters of sanitary sewer.
Go ahead.
Just very quickly, I guess that I believe.
Turn your microphone, please, Councilor.
Thank you. I believe that that's a great long-term plan, and you need all the data and do that. But like Erie Street, when we pushed it forward a year, what we do know is there still is some low-hanging fruit that we know is leaking badly now. And without the study, they're still going to be, with the study or without the study, they're that bad that we know they're at the top of the list. So I guess I don't want to lose a couple years waiting for the study, the drawings, the money, and the build. And so I think we need a plan A and a plan B. And some of it is, what are we going to do in the interim till we get there? And so, I mean, I would just argue that, and I've said this before, so, we pushed Erie Street forward a year, and so whatever we saved there, I think was a good spend, notwithstanding some of the issues that happened with a particular contractor doing it. So, at the end of the day, I know that we got money for Homewood and we got money for Davis Street. And by the look of the project, I mean, I don't know that Davis Street is going to be built in 2023, but I could be wrong. So I'll ask you the question, is it?
So I believe it is going to be designed in early next year and then built in late 2023.
Okay. So let me ask you, if we got the money from the feds, why don't we do Davis and Homewood? Since we have all this money from the federal government, is it because we can't design 2 streets in 1 year or have a third party design it? Or is it because we're waiting to have all the cash to marry up with the 70% of the federal money? Because I still think if that's the case, I still think it's upside down for us to say water, 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 and get to it as water, water, water.
Steve?
Through you, your worship. So it was through a phased plan, and yeah, Darlene comes. She's going to talk to a little bit. She was here with the inception of that plan.
Before we move further, is this under your, this is not part of your presentation? Okay. Because if it was, I would cut you off. Brian, go ahead.
Sorry, if I could jump in and just click the slide forward too, because this might help with your conversation, because as part of the capital budget, I also want to make sure people understand where some of the core reserves are. So since you're talking about wastewater reserves, this slide actually shows that, and we'll have a conversation about these reserves, but a lot has to go right. Like the surplus, the forecast has to go right. We have to approve the budgets and all this, but water would look to have about 1.2 million in 2023 available. Wastewater 2 and storm about 500,000. So those are things that as the year goes on and council says they want to move something forward, before you even debt finance, those funds are available. Now, having said all that, I don't know if that helped you or not helped you, our manager of water, wastewater, but I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bruno. The water main funding we received from the province and the feds, the 70%, we actually have 4 water mains that were going to be done as part of that project with the $5 million. Davis Street is the first one that's being designed. The reason it is the first one we're constructing and we're not doing other ones and talking with the manager of infrastructure is it's a very complicated water main to do because of the impact on valet. We have to be very cognizant of their operations, make sure we don't take them out of service. There's also a lot of contamination in that soil, historical contamination. So it is a very challenging one, so that's why that one is being focused on first. My understanding is that Homewood and Berkeley, and talking with the manager of infrastructure, those 2 are being designed next and will likely be done kind of back to back in 2024. And then the 4th water main is Sugarloaf from King Street to west and then south of west to the dead end. And my understanding is that is being done as part of the, I'm going to use the wrong phrase, my apologies, the Ship Welcome Center. There's some servicing for that. So again, we want to kind of get the best efficiency, is my understanding, in having it all done kind of as one project to do with the servicing for that facility as well. So hopefully that helps your questions. So.
Yeah, I guess, I'm fully cognizant. I'm fully cognizant that design and build are 2 different things, and one has to happen before the other. But I don't want to belabor this because we are. But why aren't we designing, which is a third party, in an office somewhere in Niagara or elsewhere? Why aren't we designing them at once?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruno, my understanding is the design is happening, like all of the background information. We've got economies of scale by doing all the background information for all 3 water mains at the same time that were tendered as one. And so they are working on those designs, but they're focusing on the Davis one because that one we know is going to have the biggest impact and be the most sensitive that we have to work with. So that's my understanding dealing with the manager of infrastructure.
Okay, I'm sure you'll be bringing us updates along the way. So I'm fine for now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Darlene. Steve.
Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Okay. So I skipped one slide just quickly just to talk about net debt. I know through other conversations I've had with councillors, this is kind of the one area that it's we just have to watch, that when you take on too much, if you take on too much debt but then don't have the growth within the city, your net debt, which is basically your cash and your receivables minus all the money that you might owe people and the debt, if it gets too large, the province will look at that and they may have some additional questions because it's an equation that really looks at financial sustainability. Now we've been really improving ours like considerably in the last number of years, and council knows that we're working on projects to bring this down further. But I just point this out that it is kind of the limiting factor that says you can't go all out on debt unless you have very good growth strategies to kind of bring you back in line over a period of time. And we have a goal in our policy to bring that back by 2040. This next slide, I mentioned it already, just reserve outlooks. The one I didn't mention too much is just the infrastructure forecast. So because of which is in the recommendation of the levy, you're going to see when we get to the levy presentation, there's a recommendation, a sale of a property got cleaned up, and there's a recommendation to move $2 million into a reserve. With respect to that, that'll make the infrastructure reserve $4.5 million. But when we get to the looking forward slide, there are a couple projects that may need to rely on that, and it's why that we would caution council to get too far ahead, or anybody that might be watching, to say that those funds are available for just any new project just yet. So a couple other things. I know it's a lot of slides before we even talk about the projects. I apologize for that, but this slide is right out of the asset management plan. We presented it, I think, back in June to council, and it really talks about the fact that there's multiple different scenarios, and basically we're going to have to see our roads, sidewalks, our water, wastewater budgets growing on the capital level by almost 20% a year until 2035, so for the next 12 years or so. And then we can bring it back down to a more, well, even 5%. I know that's not normalized historically. We like to think 2% is. We've really worked on that for the last several years as municipalities in the world. But it is kind of like a plan that brings us there. And when we talk about how do we fund the capital budget, this year we're recommending that we use 2% of the levy we put towards directly the capital levy, or directly to the capital budget. And to kind of move along with this, we'd have to kind of move to 2.5 next year, 2.5 the following year, 2.75, and that's kind of how you grow your capital budget over a period of time and take into account everything from inflation, as well as the expectation that when you replace an asset, it's very important to know that not too many assets get replaced and they look exactly the same. Normally, citizens will put up their hands and say, you know what, it'd be great if we didn't put this sidewalk here, or we did put a sidewalk here, or we put something else here. So what we've tried to do when we did these equations is to try to account for the fact that there will be most likely enhancements and maybe sometime divestitures, as well as the expectation that there is going to need to be that management of them going forward. But I do highlight that if you follow this, we're short almost $9 million, I think, in our planning right now. And our goal would be to grow in that, but you're going to grow into it right now over the next 22 years roughly, with the majority of it kind of up front in the next 12 years. And then I just want to highlight, I think it's important to know, and I don't know if, as time goes on, I'm sure there's going to be questions about this over a period of time, but does all of that go on the tax levy? And the reality is not necessarily, because if we grow smartly and we can grow in some areas where we don't have to add a lot of infrastructure, that, as we were talking about at the beginning of this budget discussion, can help reduce the tax levy. Can we find efficiencies? If we can issue debt to stop I&I, to not have to pay as much to clean lake water or to clean rainwater, then we can use those funds and we don't have to ask for new funds on rates. They can pay for themselves. And this is a tough one through my whole career. It's almost like you're nervous always as a treasurer to bring it up, but if you divest of some assets over time, you can also save yourself money because you just don't have to replace it. And that is something that I think council may want to look at over a period of time, or direct staff to do, to look at where we could divest some assets and reinvest in other assets. So that way sometimes you remove an asset and then you can help pay for another asset. So there are ways to not put it all on a tax base. Because these next couple slides, I promise we are going to get into the projects. These next couple slides really talk about what are the source of funds to fund it. We really have the levy where there's a tax. The capital budget gets funded because some of it comes from water, wastewater, or the storm sewer. Some comes from grants, some from user fees. Some of it's debt, but again, debt is funded from the rates and the levies, and development charges. And this is something that we are proposing that we still move forward with our, in this capital and related project budget, to update and do a new development charge study to bring in development charges. And we've had many conversations about this where some municipalities in the Niagara region have experienced significant development charges, and despite some of the growth that we've experienced in the last couple of years, we've been very, I think, moderate in our development charges compared to the infrastructure needs that may be needed going forward. So it is an area that we can look at to help fund new infrastructure to accommodate that growth. And then a couple other numbers, and I know it's in the report, but looks like my tabbing isn't perfect on this slide, but where does all the money come from? The levy produces 2.94 million, rate is 1.8. We have recurring grants, a number of them, whether it be from the federal government or the province. They've been tremendous partners in growing. And then we have debt, which is a combination of levy and rate. So in total, we're spending about 8.5, 8.6 million in all. And the consultants' reports, and this is where Councillor Bruno mentioned, that 16.2 doesn't include the facilities yet, and it doesn't include our parks yet. So we're still short 7.6 million in hitting that target. Now, I know it's not great news, but on an amortization basis, which is something the province does look at, we are funding more than amortization. And for anybody watching and for council, just a reminder, when we buy something and the budget we're going to talk about tonight, we always budget the cash to pay for it. But then we have to do a separate accounting to amortize it for our audited financial statements over the life of the asset. So if it's a building, it might be over 30 or 40 years. If it's a road, depending on how it's built in that, it could be, the base might be 40 years or something like that, and the surface, the top part, might be 15 years. So when you do take those assets and you say, okay, well, I'm going to kind of expense that portion every year, it would come to about 5.7 million, and our number that we're reinvesting is at least higher than that. So that's a real positive. And I know these are different numbers than what council's used to seeing, because council in the past has made great progress in bringing down the infrastructure deficit. Complexity is, inflation has really sped up, and we've had the complexity with respect to some of our infrastructure continues to deteriorate. So it's been it's a moving target. And this is where I think it's just in the top right-hand corner, it's very interesting because, like, for accounting purposes, when you buy something today, it's worth one price, but then when you go to replace it, it's another. I think our Director of Public Works said the replacement value of all the wastewater infrastructure is over $200 million. But the total value of all the assets we own that we've already paid for is only $133 million, because we bought some of these assets or built them 70 years ago, when I'm sure a water pipe might have cost what a house does in some respect, a much different cost. So it is interesting just to see how much the city has grown and how much work will need to be done to maintain the infrastructure. And I apologize if there's a lot of numbers on here, but this is just trying to reconcile between 2022 budget and that we apply the 2% factor. We bring in our inflation rate. We used 4.8. I know it's higher now, but when we did the budget allocations, it was 4.8. So I got a little nerdy on it, and I said that was the number when we started. Let's stay at the 4.8. And the grants, it was great to see the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. We were able to get additional dollars allocated to us from the province. They've been investing there. And then we ended up with our proposed 2023 balance. And you can see that when we do pay off debt, we kind of keep the envelope the same. So when we pay off debt, we recommend that those dollars be reinvested in the base capital budget. So if ever we went out and we said we're going to issue debt, we wouldn't come back to you and say, we need a new debt line on the budget. We would just use it out of this pot, and we would start paying it out of this pot. And maybe I'll just take a pause because now I'm at the projects. I apologize to council. I think we're already an hour in, and I finally got to the capital projects.
Questions? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this slide and the detail, and I know in these binders, and I know for anybody reading online, if you go to the council website, for the meeting, you're able to see Appendix B has information with respect to every single project. So I have a slide kind of in each of these groups, so maybe there's 10 or so slides that just highlights the projects there. And I was going to, this is a bit of the stop and start, where I'll put up the slide for facilities, and then if there's any questions, council can certainly ask questions on those facilities and give everybody an opportunity. So the first one is the facility slide. The City Hall roof is one of the projects that are in there. The Valley Health and Wellness thermal window work. City Hall Committee Room refurbishment 3, Committee Room 3, which is right out where we are today. And then the Valley Health and Wellness compressor. So that project, just to put in council's thing, was pre-approved. We had an issue with the compressor. We had to move forward. We took it to the last council, and we needed to move forward with the process right away. Now, as we look through these projects, just some stats: 42% of them, of the funding does come from government funded grant programs. And we just highlight that the Valley Health and Wellness roof, Public Works is going to have engineers here to do a presentation to council with options in that on the January 24th, 2023 meeting to be able to move forward with that. Realistically, no matter what option you pick today or you pick it in January, they because of the winter, they'll have enough time to get ready and get it started as it goes forward. But this will give council enough time, I think, to ask the Director of Public Works questions and prepare for that meeting. So, Mr. Mayor, I guess if there's any questions on facility projects.
Questions on this file, or this slide? Okay, move ahead.
Thank you. So the fleet and equipment section has 4 projects. The first is the fire engine 2 replacement. This project is our chief is here, has done an enormous amount of work, research, working with different groups, and have been able to bring that cost down considerably. So, I don't know, from my personal perspective, I think all the work that he's been doing there. We have a project for Harley Rake, a backhoe, water, wastewater, and I know there's a write-up with respect to that. And council may remember last year there was a very significant fleet replacement, and it was done over 2 years. Oh, sorry, it's not on the screen. It was done over 2 years. And this is the second year of that. Now, a lot of those vehicles still haven't been purchased because of the supply chain issues that our supervisor of facilities and fleet has been dealing with. So it hasn't created a funding issue by having to wait for this, but they continue to work on those purchases. All in all, the majority of fleet and equipment does get purchased because there's not a lot of grants for that out of the levy or reserve lines. And the water wastewater budgets contribute to that as well. So I don't know if there's any questions on fleet and equipment. Yeah.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Brian. Just one quick question on with regards to the engine replacement, fire engine replacement. The equipment lasts 20 years, I believe, is the upset limit on how long the trucks work. 20 years. And I see that the cost of it is on the levy. Is there a reason, and I'm sure there is, why we wouldn't debenture for that as opposed to putting it on the levy?
Yeah, through the mayor to council. Council can certainly say let's debenture, but I guess my recommendation is, given, I know from a staff perspective, every day we come into work, we know wastewater's the issue, and we're recommending that debt and the debt capacity of the city be used on the wastewater budget. And so ultimately, you're gonna, like, the city would have to pay for it over 20 years, over 10 years, or today. If you pay for it now without having to debenture it, we don't have to pay the 5% interest as well, so that's a little bit cheaper. But I don't know if that's the perfect answer, but it's staff's recommendation that we really try to avoid issuing debt on the levy and really save our debt capacity for the wastewater system. and bring the wastewater rates down in the city.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm good.
good?
It's just that we had, in previous terms of council, we had usually debentured because of if a piece of equipment was gonna last 20 years, it would be to stretch it out over the 20 years and have everybody pay a little bit that was gonna be the beneficiaries of the equipment that we were buying, so. But if we wanna keep our borrowing capacity for other issues, I'll go with that.
Thanks, Counselor. Anything further? Anybody? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So information technology is the next one. Information technology continues to grow significantly within the city as the departments are moving, the province is moving us to a modernization model. IT evergreening, just as a reminder to everybody, and I know it's in the detail, but that's where we're having to replace computers, speaker phones, a camera, a cell phone, a TV throughout the city. And yes, the IT is aware that the TVs during COVID, I guess, I don't know exactly what happened to the TVs at the Valley Health and Wellness Center, but they are going to be fixed, they are going to be up, and we are going to get them running again because a couple of them continue to stay blank. And so that is going to be part of this budget to get those fixed. There are meeting room technology upgrades, so we've slowly, over the holidays, we anticipate committee room 3, and then we'll move into the other committee rooms of the city, so that way, as we are today in a hybrid environment, we can move our committee rooms, so that way we don't have to have people that are doing business with the city necessarily have to come to the city, depending on that. So those upgrades will continue to happen. Security systems across the city are going to be upgraded. We've put forward our swipe cards are beyond life right now, and they need to be, the doors, swipe cards need to be replaced. Citywide, the planning module we're looking to bring in, which we think will have a huge impact for the planning department. Bylaw and enforcement, their system needs to be replaced, and I know we've talked to council before about some of the reasons why these need to be replaced going forward with respect to the old system that we had. Water, wastewater, going for digital compliance, as well as AMI meter readings, which I think is probably one of the most exciting things that you're going to see in IT here. We're looking at putting some towers up, and exactly, I don't know if that's the right word, our manager of water, wastewater, throughout the city. I think there's 3 in total, might be needed, two hopefully. And what it's going to allow us to do is change the way our meters read. So now our meters can read in real time. So ultimately, we anticipate we'll be able to, instead of like every month somebody drives around and gets the meter read, now we can do it in real time and we can identify if there's a leak. So now we can be a value added to our residents because we get calls once in a while and we have to deal with them where, you know, whether it be a hose be left on because somebody's on vacation or something breaks and they don't know about it. This will help us identify and be a better member of the community to communicate with people. So I think this is very exciting. A lot of municipalities have gone to this, so we're not breaking the mold here and trying to invent something. We're just putting in something that other municipalities have gone to. And then our last one is video surveillance. You know, I guess for the camera, the video surveillance of our buildings is strong, and we recommend to council that we do replace it though.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Brian. Just so that everybody knows about the meter reading, there was also a portion of it, the ability for residents to have access to real-time costs of how much water they're using. And I just wondered if you could just touch on that, because when I read about it, this is really cool stuff as far as meters go. But when we replaced the meters the last time and upgraded, that was real good technology. This really is an advancement in being able to track your water use. So if Darlene, could you or somebody just touch on that, because this is going to be another step in management and, like you said, leak detection.
Yeah,
if something's going on at their
manager of
homes.
water wastewater's come up. Let's let her respond.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Elliott. Yeah, AMI meter reading, we also have new software with that as well. We've already upgraded to the new software. So that is in the cloud, and our residents will have can have an app on their phone, and they can set alerts. I know, some people have like family members, they have like older parents. They can sign into their parents' account. It's all based on the meter number that's on the meter, and they can set up for alerts on their phone. So if there's unusual water usage, they can get an alert that something's happening and fix it right away. Like leaky toilets are the #1 cause of water bills, high water bills, and people don't know they've happened. So this way they'll know. They'll know what the normal is, and they'll get a little alert on their phone. They can see their trends, same as your hydro bill, but it's in real time. So yeah, it's very exciting. And yeah, and instead of driving around the city for a day and a half every month, the water clerk can hit a button and download. There'll still be a few because it's technology, it's radio frequencies. Things happen. You don't pick up everything every single time, but it may take staff a couple of hours to go out and pick up a few meters as opposed to a day and a half. So it's pretty exciting, the stuff we can do and track their information.
Good, thanks, Darlene. It's the little things that get me excited. When I read that, I thought I can actually take a look and see if a toilet's running or I've left the hose on, because when we switch meters, I remember coming in and the water clerk actually said to me, "There's an issue on your account because your usage went from this to this. Do you have any leaks?" If I hadn't come in, probably wouldn't have come to my attention, but this way you'll know in real time whether there is something going on. And like you say, leaky faucets and leaky toilets, add up after a while. So
They do.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great, thanks. Councillor Baggy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question regarding the water. For water, like Councillor mentioned about water leaks, his own thing. The onus is still on the resident to see if they do have a water leak, not necessarily on the city. Does this technology come into effect where this computer sees abnormal usage 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever? Or this just the onus is on the homeowner to see what their usage is? Still.
Darlene?
I would just ultimately say that I think as we roll it out and we communicate it, the city's not going to take on liability with respect to that if we don't find your leak, that we are responsible. I wouldn't recommend that. And this is supposed to be, for all intents and purposes, a mechanism that if we can add value and we do see it, we will let you know. But ultimately, our goal is to make sure that people can self-monitor their own stuff. And I don't know if you want to add to that or?
No, I think that,
Yeah.
Says it all? Good.
Yeah.
Councillor?
Thank you. So I have to get an app for my phone, I guess, See how much water my wife uses in the shower. I don't think she'll be impressed. The other question is the life of the water meters that are in residence right now. Is there some sort of reserve that we're saving money, or does that cost go right to each homeowner when we have to replace these existing water meters in our houses right now?
So right now, we don't set aside funds specifically for water, wastewater, or water meter replacement. When we sell a water meter, ultimately, it remains the property of the city, but it's charged 100% to the homeowner. I don't know if there's anything you want to add, Darlene, on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, our water meters were installed in 2016. We upgraded 95% of them in 2016. There's a few that are stragglers that we replace as we come across them. The expected lifespan is about 20 years for them. So that is something in future that we can definitely discuss moving forward, because they are part of our asset management plan. So they can be something that we look into moving forward. Because in about another 15 years, we'll probably want to look at replacing them again so they're more accurate.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Darlene. One quick question for Director Bowles. You mentioned the valet televisions are on the fritz. Do we need to come to budget to replace a TV or a couple of TVs in the valet center? Or why can't we just fix them when they break down? From my understanding, they've been broken for quite a while. And I'm hearing the first time tonight. Do we need a budget to buy a new TV or two?
Brian?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, I think there's, I can read that into multiple components, right? Like, I think the reality is what you're saying is, can you just fix the TVs? And the reality is, we are, the one component to that is the sign got put in at the Valley Health and Wellness Center without a control mechanism that allows us to easily adjust the messaging for what goes up there. So IT has gone through a process to do a public procurement to find a software company that we can use across the city for all of our TVs. And that's what held it up a little bit, because whatever we're going to put up there, we want to have it on one common platform across all the screens across the city. And my understanding is, talking to our manager of information technology, they've selected that vendor earlier last week. So I anticipate that you're going to have those TVs replaced pretty quickly now that we have like a content management system that's going to come in to be able to control the screens. Because historically what would happen is those screens may or may not reflect what communications wants to put up there at any point in time. So that was kind of the delay in that whole process. So we do apologize in the timing. It was more about getting the structure right, so that way the TV would have a consistent messaging there, as well as on the screen outside, and well as other TVs that may show up across the the city as they become available. Ultimately, the TVs, we will buy them out of the IT evergreening in the 2023 budget.
So, but Brian, really to answer his question, if the TV above your head in June breaks down, obviously,
We'll buy
you don't
them.
fix TVs, you just go and buy it, right?
Right, that is
Does
right.
that answer your question? Thanks.
Maybe I misinterpreted, but
Directly went the long way around, but
Well, I think you explained the reason why you have,
Yeah,
why
that's
they've
why-
been black, but it's not, I don't think it's because they're broken, it's because the information on them is not what we want to do, but.
Right,
But I
right.
think, in essence, if small items like that break, I mean, we don't fix TVs anymore, you
No.
you take them to the recycler and then you go buy a new one, so.
exactly.
Okay. Any other further questions on this one? Okay, move ahead.
So parks and cemetery, so this budget has a couple of components. One is, you'll notice there's a write-up about adding to our cemetery land acquisition budget. We've been working to try to expand the cemetery. I think from work we've done, it has less than or 10 or less years left with respect to the cemetery. There's about 20 sales or so a year, and then we'll be out of space, and we need to expand that. So there is some additional dollars just to allow our manager of strategic planning to work with us to hopefully negotiate some additional space there. Working with some groups within the city, the recommendation of Parks and the Recreation Group working together is that Victoria Park be the next playground to be added to do some replacements. There is issues specifically around the playground area with respect to the ground and if people fall in that. So that's to address there. Council did approve a project last year to start renewing all the signs in the parks, and this would be year 2 of 3 of that renewal. And HHO event lighting. So that's the one that, council told us to get projects done, and this project came up, and I think our staff went out there and started digging some holes today already to put the lights up. So I think staff here are really crossing our fingers that you might approve that one tonight too. And it's almost all funded from grants with respect to that project. And it will be to add a couple lights, so we don't have to rent lights or have gas machines like running lights if we have an event at HH Knoll going forward. So total about 75% grant funded. And I just want council to be aware that there's a lot of parks on the go. So when we talk about projects that are kind of behind, these are projects that are first and foremost. I know with Public Works, whether it be Lions Field, there's a big project to be able to, working with the Niagara region to enhance Lions Field. Lock 8, there's funds set aside for. Lockview Park, which is also a development area. We have a grant with Welland Street Trail, and the promenade with respect to the waterfront facility and all of that. So there's a lot of parks on the go in this city already as well. I don't know if there's any questions on parks.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Brian. Are we mandating that all park upgrades have an accessibility component to them so that the playground equipment is accessible to all kids? Yeah, okay, thank you.
And maybe just for the tape, yes, through the mayor. Director of Public Works agrees. That's part of all the planning.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Councillor Borgard.
Through your worship to Director Bowles, when regards to Lockview Park, so when Chestnut Park is no longer able to be used by residents and the equipment is gone, we'll have the funding already in place to improve Lockview Park and move forward with that? Would that be possible in 2023, 2024?
Brian.
Yeah, so I'll put it to council. The funding was actually approved in last year's budget from the Valley Community Improvement Fund. So that was a tremendous gift from the Valley Group. And I guess I'll identify that I know that council is working on, how that area looks, and we look forward to seeing what the future park designs look like. So as I know Public Works and Manager of Strategic Planning are working on those, and when they come back to council, we'll go from there. I think the budget right now is $350, but I would just caution, I guess, on that point, like that's the placeholder, depending on what council finally decides to make that park look like, and then we'll adjust the budget accordingly from there.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Brian.
Okay. The next area is planning. And I just need to stress out, like, this planning is very, like, broad, this word planning. It's not necessarily just planning a road or planning, like, for buildings. These are, like, just things that are going on where the city is planning things. The first item is to update the official plan. I know the region, thank you very much for that. The Niagara region, and with the changes that are going on at the provincial level with the Niagara region, we still have to look at our official plan. We learned a little bit about that, I think, in council orientation. The growth management study right now is ongoing, which will help us finalize the INS, and that'll show where the city is going to grow over the next 10 years. And then the development charge study is included in there. The next item is infrastructure needs study. This is the study that really takes us to look at all of our parks, to look at all of our facilities, and this is how we're going to add that to the current asset management plan. So we just talked about this earlier tonight. We have an asset management plan for roads and storm sewers, etc. This will be the asset managed plan to take us for all of the other facilities within the city. And then the last recommendation is, and this was a recommendation from the previous council, that this council should move forward with a review of the council composition, remuneration, and ward boundary review. So funds have been set aside for council and the clerk to move forward with that review as well. So I don't know if there's any questions on that.
Yeah, I got Councillor Beauregard first.
My hand, sorry, I should have took my hand down.
Oh, okay. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. Just thinking about the past term, ward boundaries came up. Clerk's office, the two councillors in Ward 1 were very helpful in moving that forward. We probably waited too long, notwithstanding there was COVID, to do that. We're 4 years out to an election, and I think that if we were wise to do this, we'd be not right up against the deadline of the next election. But certainly if we were 2 years out, we would have a better handle vis-a-vis whatever is happening with the province. We just done remuneration last year and reviewed it. And I'm wondering if this isn't something that we really need to do, but shouldn't be doing in 2023. I just think that, you want to be closer to the election, but not again right up to the wall. I prefer doing it. When's the next election? In 2026? To be doing it in 2024 or 25. Gives the clerk lots of time shakes out whatever might or might not happen with the province, with respect to municipalities. And certainly, I think it would be more, see what happens with any population changes, or where it is in the city. I just think those kind of reviews, not just this one, but all the time, should be a little closer to the election, but again, not right up against it. I don't know whether that requires an answer from somebody, Mr. Mayor, or a motion to change the timing of that expenditure.
So Madam Clerk, what is the cutoff date as far as changing council composition and ward boundaries prior to an election?
Yes, the ward boundary, through you, Mayor Steele, the ward boundary change would be required, I believe it is at the end of 2025 or early 2026. However, administration wouldn't recommend waiting that late. There's a lot of work that goes into a ward boundary change. If that was to be the recommendation of the consultant, I feel that 2024 would be acceptable and give the administration enough time to make any changes that were necessary.
Thank you. I'd like to move that, whether it's now or at a later date. Do we deal with this at the end, or Mr. Bowles or Madam Clerk?
Through you, Mayor Steele, as a committee of the whole, sitting this evening, the recommendation could be to remove this item from the budget, from the capital budget, and then the recommendation would go before council on December 13th with that change incorporated.
So you could move that if you're listening what
Yes.
the clerk's saying, we could move this from the 2023 to the 2024 year.
I'd like to move that.
Okay, can I have a second? Sorry, I'll go to the director first.
Just a comment, just for the councillor and for council to consider. Right now, this project doesn't have an impact on the 2023 capital levy. So if council could, and I defer to the clerk on this, could still approve the capital budget if they wanted to, because the funding would already be in place, and just say they'd like it to be, the work to be postponed for a year. So the fundings that will be in place, but just postpone doing the work for a year, because by removing it, there's actually no impact to the levy, because it's not funded on the 2023 levy dollars, just to make that clear. So if council wanted to still approve the project with the parameter that it's going to happen in a future date, you could, because the funding's there, and it doesn't increase or decrease your capital levy, like your taxes.
Councillor, is that fine?
Yes, but if I could just have a clarification on that. I think I do understand the fact that you're leaving the cash there, not spending it, but it will be approved, and then you're doing it. So the broad number in the cut, let's say this is $50,000, the broad number then next year still has the 50,000 in, but it doesn't have a home for that money for 2023.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, we'd set up the capital budget. The $50,000 will be there. And we'd put a bracket around it that says the project's not permitted to begin until 2024, so it's completed for MPAC's requirement at the end of 2025, so they can update all the rules.
I'm good with doing that, with the caveat that I guess we could always revisit this, that at the end of all the budgets, right? And we're trying to find this, or a project comes up that is more worthwhile, I suppose we could deal with it then, but I'm fine with moving it for action in 2024, but leaving the number.
You all right with that, Councillor?
Yes.
So I got a mover and a seconder. Questions to that? Online questions? I don't see anybody. Anyone opposed to that? There you go. Thanks, Councillor. Go ahead, Brian.
Probably the biggest area of the capital budget is our roads and related signage. So we have identified a number of projects here. There's a culvert design fire lane design that if there's any questions, I'm sure our directors can go into greater detail on the technicals. Road and gate access, Pleasant Beach and Wild Road. I think I noted before, annual sidewalk budget to go from 150,000 to spend on sidewalks annually to 300,000, which is going to have, I think, a significant impact on the city. And then the roads and surface budget to increase by 20% to 1.2, almost $1.3 million. There's a road pull-off box for a culvert on Snyder Road. Snyder Road pull-off box culvert. That's a mouthful of a project names, Public Works. And then Catherine Street, there's some rail rehabilitation. All in all, as a result, a lot of government funding comes in, really does support some of these larger projects, specifically around roads and that. And that's where about 72% of these projects ultimately are getting funded by government funding. I don't know if there's questions to that.
Councilor Bagu.
Thank you, Councilor Bruno. The G7 request on that one there, the Catherine Street Rail rehabilitation, I did talk to the director that they get bigger bang for a buck. Why not Elm Street being done first? It gets more traffic. Actually, they're working on it right yesterday. I guess it broke. So I think the consensus is this may speed up the rehabilitation of Elm Street rather than Catherine, in which it gets a lot less traffic, and I think we get more bang for less bang on people's arms falling off bicycles and that if we do Elm Street rather than Catherine first. So just a comment, I guess.
As our Director of
wants to
Public
talk.
Works is coming up to
Sure.
speak to that, I think we don't have anybody's arms falling off, correct? Okay, that was just a matter of speak. Okay, Director.
Steve?
Through you, your worship. Just for some clarification, so we did have a break at the Elm Street rail, which may expedite the actual replacement of it to 2023. The original plan was to do Catherine Street, but we do work with the operator of the rail, which is Geo Rail. So we do intertwine them. Right now we're working with Geo Rail to see if we can do both at the same time or if we can interchange the Elm Street with Catherine. So it's not definitive at this time, but more than likely the Elm Street will be completed first.
And Steve, just based on what you said in our partnership with GeoRail, we do have to follow what they say because they're under a safety program under the rail rules of Canada. So if they're saying that this one has to be done before the next one, that's because of their inspections and things that go on, correct?
Correct. There are
Just so
some
council knows that.
regulations. Yes.
However, we have moved ones ahead because things happen. King Street this past year had a break in the rail line, and it was moved ahead and repaired, so.
Exactly, that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, and just so for the new councillors, there is a rail fund that we keep in every year, so that in the cost sharing we do with GeoRail, we're able to do that. And I know with Brian in the past, if there's a year we haven't spent it all, it just moves forward so that we were able to do more work than we originally anticipated. So that is there to move forward. And we always know Brian has that magic reserve somewhere that if it is an emergency that needs to be done specifically for safety, no matter whether it's rail or road, sidewalk.
Your former treasurer left it for me.
Yeah, the drawer, the infamous drawer. No, but in all seriousness, that can be brought forward and council will be updated on that to state that we're bringing these projects forward because of the safety issues or a break or what. No different than a water line break. You gotta fix it right away. You can't leave it, so, just so you know. Councillor Bagan? You all set? Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to whatever staff could answer this, just so there's no confusion for anybody watching out there. The fire lane design, that I believe is on a city-owned fire lane. Can that just be confirmed?
Steve?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Bodnar, that is correct. It is for the handful of fire lanes that we do own right now, and it is for design standards to bring them up to a standard that would be able to accommodate fire and waste removal as well. So that's the main purpose of that project.
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Brian?
Thank you. As I go to the next slide, whenever you see the design component, it's always a phase one. And there'll be probably another staff report that will come back forward to once the design work gets done to talk about how that next phase will work. Stormwater, proposed project, stormwater outlet backflow control, which we've talked about as one of the more significant projects. There's also a recommendation that we do a stormwater inventory, cleaning and condition assessment. This is a big project, and we talked about mapping and moving into our GIS to be able to show where water flows, what happens with multi-year, flooding situations or all of this. These are required for grant requirements now going forward, and this is something that we need to do. We have tremendous footage of all of our wastewater, and we're now going forward, and we can actually look at flows in some of our waste water pipes now. The technology has gone a long way to give us that evidence to be able to know where to attack the problem. But on the stormwater side, there is significant work still to do to map some of that, and that is included in here, as well as some work with coastal engineering services. All in all, it is a significant budget increase with stormwater, but from a staff perspective, we do believe that this is the beginning of actually making things happen. I don't know if there's any questions on stormwater.
Councillor Bruno?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Brian. So if I'm to understand I know when they did Nickel Street in that whole area, a bunch of the annual revenue is carved out to pay the debenture back for that storm sewer work. So one of the things to alleviate the water wastewater rates that we've talked about earlier would be actually covered if we could build storm sewers that would accept water that is now going into the sanitary sewer. So am I to understand by this breakdown that that 850,000 that's going to be spent then basically obliterates the fund less the debenture payment and has to be re-upped next year? So does that take all the money out?
No, through the mayor to the councillor, even after spending these dollars between the current year and some in reserves, we still forecast to have about $500,000 in the stormwater reserve. So as this work gets completed and new projects become identified through the INS work, we'll be able to get council ready to move forward on new projects. These projects aren't going to delay. If anything, they're going to, as we do that inventory mapping of flow, we're going to get further along in identifying which projects should be moving forward first.
So just, if I could, Mr. Mayor, just on that then, how much gets net replenished every year? Do you know, Brian, or that's something you might have to get back to us?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I actually have like the greater detail in my rate budget slide.
Okay.
But on this slide, you can see a number of 435, and that's coming from the storm. There's greater detail in the other presentation, but that's coming from the storm sewer, like in year. That's the 2023 in year. So that's kind of your base to be able to do new things with every single year. And the goal will be that, either by way of growth, because we're growing and adding more people to the city that can contribute to it, or we look at fees, we will look to grow that to be able to actually build out the stormwater system over time.
So is there and maybe this is a Darlene question, but is there a plan that we know we've never built a new storm sewer in many years. Is there an overall plan here that says, you know what, if we put a storm sewer in on this street, I don't know, I don't think there was any combined sewers, but maybe, like we would be able to chip away at this water and wastewater fee to the extent that that money could not get paid to the region, could get plowed back into the ground. So stormwater, this entity, the Stormwater Reserve, has lots of potential to potentially reduce what we pay to the region and reparlay that. So is there a plan as to what road we would do first, or where are we in that process?
As our manager of water wastewater comes up, I'll just add, I think that's where maybe she'll agree with me, is this is where the stormwater inventory, cleaning and condition assessment, and the water flow is so important, because that's what builds the plan, just like we did with the asset management and the INS, and we plan to have the education sessions in the new year to show council that mapping for water wastewater. This is the same thing we have to do for stormwater to that same degree, but I'll let the manager of water wastewater agree or disagree with me.
I just sort if I could, Brian, I just thought when I saw the word inventory that was talking about, it's nice to know what lines we have and where, but I didn't know if there was somewhere we knew if we hive off that, hint, Bartok, Shamrock, all that area, we could kill two birds with one stone. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruno. Yeah, that's exactly the thing. Like right now, we don't have a very good picture of where our stormwater assets are. It's a very fragmented system. Only about a third of the stormwater in the city is actually engineered. Because back in the day, people would just roll a culvert into a ditch, fill it in, and call it a stormwater pipe. So it's not actually engineered, it's not actually designed, so we don't know what it can take, we don't know the condition. We really have very little information on our stormwater system. So by getting information about our stormwater system, we'll be able to overlay that with our I&I inflow and infiltration investigation studies, and with our wastewater inventory, and see where they overlap and where we can redirect private sump pump connections from the sanitary to the storm, or do we need to construct storm there so we can actually get their sump pump and roof leaders off of the sanitary to the storm. So it's basically going to give us the whole picture when we're looking underground, where the wastewater is, where the stormwater is, and with our I&I studies that we're doing, where we have the issues and what the options are. And then that'll give us a plan to come back to council and say, you know, we have this many sump pumps connected in this area to sanitary. It's costing us this much money every year. We're going to, this is what it would cost to put a stormwater system in, and this is what the payback is going to be. So that's kind of it's going to be the whole approach. We'll have the whole picture of what's going on.
So when would you expect to have the inventory and all that done?
I think we're hoping it would be done in 2024 by the end of the year. Is that what we're hoping, Steve, if I remember? 2023, sorry, yes, I forget what year I'm in. 2023.
Just avoided the next question.
Yeah. My apologies. I'm a year ahead of myself.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks.
If I
Councillor?
just that the other important reason why this is so important is when you go to issue grants, you have to be able to show the technical implications of you fix X, what happens to Y, and that's what this is about us doing. Sorry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Bowles, you talked about, you said we prioritize projects. Who is we? Is it the senior management team? Is it?
Well, I'll go back to through the mayor to the councillor and council we go through the projects, everybody submits them, and then we send them back to the senior management team. So all the directors and managers, we sit around and we go through and we all agree or disagree on what projects need to move forward. Now, I think the team is very understanding of where we are with budget requirements, and in this last budget we were able to bring in most of the projects, as the projects were very we tried to get everybody to prioritize projects that were going to have the biggest impact long term on bringing down water, wastewater, storm sewer fees, or improve our sidewalks or our roofs or things like that, that were very critical to the city. So our goal was to work on almost a back to basics model and get to the things that were of the most concerning to the city done now.
So basically, council does not have input on, say, we want to get the stormwater pipes in there, the backflow control valves, you might want to fix, your control team might want to fix something else before that, like.
Oh, no.
I think most of our councilors, except for Ward 4 councilors, I think our priority is for the wastewater and sanitary water leaks. And to have that put on hold, I'm just saying, like, you have actually 2023 for the stormwater outlet backflow controls. And I really question it because I don't think you can get it done within a year. It's going to be another project that's going to come next year's budget and say, oh, that's another project we still got to do. But what I'm getting at is, can council prioritize, like, say, that project?
So I think I now understand what you're saying, but first of all, I want to make it very clear through the mayor that ultimately this is staff's best recommendation of projects we need to move forward with. And it's up to council to then tell us, do you agree or disagree, or do you want different projects going forward? And we look forward to that commentary, recommendations, and direction. When it comes to, and I think, I could be wrong, what you're saying is, so we approve these projects, and now who decides that that project gets done first, like on the list? Like, which one goes first on the list? Which one did we prioritize as the most? And I think I have to say that that goes back to each director. So once the projects are approved, each director develops, that's in charge of each of the areas, then develops a plan with the guidance of the CAO and senior management, because we talk about the projects amongst each others to get the projects done. So if council here tonight said, I can approve this budget, but I'd really like this to be the number one project, staff would take that and make that the number one project for council. And because we work with the direction of the CAO, and I think he said to many of us many times, he works at the direction of council. So if council was to say, this is the project, I want to do storm outflow, backflow first, we'd prioritize that even more. Although if that is the project, I'm looking at the Director of Public Works. I'm pretty sure that's one of his first projects too.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That's the canal project, right?
That is correct.
So for those council members that may not know, the outlet backflow, we've got three or four, Steve? How many outlets do we have going out off of the downtown core?
There's probably about a dozen or so.
Oh, that many, okay.
There's actually closer to 40 to 50 outlets in the city.
No, I know, but as far as this project goes,
Yeah,
though.
about a dozen or so.
So there's, on the walls of the canal, there's gates. The problem is the gates don't work as specifically when the water's high. You have the high wind on the weekend. So if it rains, or you have a snow melt situation, the water doesn't go out, or as it goes out, more water's coming back in. It floods our sanitary sewers, it floods our business and homeowner basements in the downtown core. It doesn't work. So this project it works like a submarine, where as the water goes out, it creates pressure so that nothing can come back. So it actually, even though the water's higher than the outlet, the water still goes out. And I know downtown businesses have been screaming at council for years, if they don't have a generator, if the power goes out, that their basements flood. And that's been happening since the 60s. And this is the reason, because they said there's about a dozen. I didn't know there was that many along the canal. I thought there was three main big ones, but it does tie into everything else we're doing. And that's the thing about stormwater, water, and sewer are tied together so much that you look at something and go, well, why won't you spend that money over here? Well, spending it here does save you money over there, and it helps you when you're actually going in and doing storm or sanitary work. You've created a lot of problems that are flooding your system. You've taken those away with projects like this. So just for those that may not know that project. Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to respond to Councillor Bagu. in my 21 years on council, I never remember a Ward 4 councillor not supporting money going towards sewer and water infiltration. So just so that isn't misunderstood out there in the general public. Thank you.
Thanks, Counselor.
Appreciate it.
Are you done with this slide then, Brian?
Yeah, I will go to the next slide.
We're gonna break right now. We're gonna break till 20 to 6. We can continue after that, for our break and then our dinner break. All right?
Okay.
So we'll be back, for those that are watching, we will be back at 20 to 6. 4-3. Welcome back, and we're going to continue on with the this portion of our capital and related projects budget presentation.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Bowles.
Oh. We're doing so good. My button is not forwarding the slide. I broke it during our intern. I'm giving that a shot. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. CAO.
Is it plugged in?
There we go. Wastewater is our next section. So 3 projects with wastewater. One, as we've already spoken to, and they're the highlights, is the wastewater lining. Schofield Avenue Pumping Station, safety upgrade, and Omar sanitary pipe capacity investigation from Fielden to Omer. Total project cost of these is $690,000. You can see the majority of it is covered through the water rates, the wastewater rate in year. A little bit is coming out of reserves to fund the remaining of this. And I've noted here again that the reserve, if the forecast comes through, as well as this budget, these budgets are approved, look to be around $2 million by the end of 2023, which will be available to do some of the capital projects that I think questions have been leading us to keep moving on the wastewater program. So I don't know if there's any questions on these 3 wastewater projects, but our staff here is available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Brian. And the wastewater lining, just kind of was reviewing that in the handouts. Is this a trial of it for us, and has it been successful in other municipalities? Because obviously in the report it said that it was more cost effective instead of excavating and whatnot, is just to line the pipes. So I wonder what the response was from other places that had used it.
Sure. Through the mayor, I'll give a first comment, and then our director of public works might want to give some comments. So from my perspective and talking with colleagues, this is used at a lot of municipalities, and we actually had a subject matter expert on the whole lining program actually come to council. Might have been a year ago, and spoke about how the lining process is a very effective model to move forward and extend the life of your wastewater system. I don't know if our Director of Public Works wants to add to any of that, or...
Through you, Your Worship. So it is a very typical process through most municipalities. It is a very effective way at tackling a number of pipes at one situation versus doing full reconstruction, which is much more costly. A lot of the lining will typically raise the effectiveness or the longevity of the pipe another almost 50 years in some cases. So we really get a good bang for the buck at that point, and we can spread it around to try to maximize the amount of efficiency that we're going to find through those dollars too.
Mayor, through you to Steve. So it'll seal the pipes so that there won't be any I&I, or as little as possible, as well as extend the life of it?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, that's exactly right. So it's basically, if you can picture a very lengthy bag that's being pulled through a pipe and then it's cured in place, basically forms itself into a new pipe itself inside of the existing pipe.
Okay. Is there a minimum, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you to Steve, is there a maximum condition of the pipe that you can use it on?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. So the pipe does have to be in relatively okay condition. We can't have ones that are cracked or broken, or else spot repairs will need to be done before it can be lined. So there is a certain condition that it needs to be in. It can't be broken. There can't be significantly displaced joints that it's not going to be able to adhere to. So we do go through, we camera each pipe ahead of time. We determine if there are repairs that need to be completed in place through excavation or mechanical means. And at that point, we'll determine if it's a good candidate for relining, and then we can move forward with that action.
Okay, good. Thank you.
The,
Go ahead.
No other questions on wastewater. Water, there are two projects here. Hydrant, actually, it's hydrant painting, but then the main project is the continuation of the $5 million project, to which I put in some details in here to remind council. A third is coming from the province, 40% from the federal government. So that was staff's work to entertain and receive a grant to make this $5 million project occur. And I think we discussed this project a little bit earlier tonight, that should we be able to do it faster, I think there's general understanding from staff that council would love to move faster, and if that can be done, staff will come back and identify that we can move that project up. So I don't know if there's any questions with respect to moving forward on this water project.
Questions on the water? Ward 4 councillors, any questions? Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Bruno.
Real quickly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Brian, the way that's worded, it doesn't mean that the 24, 25, 26 capital budget, that, we need to fund it each year and we're gonna fund it out of actual dollars versus any borrowed, right? So there's no significance to it being 24, 25, and 26 from a funding point of view on our side.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct. Right now, it's just as a funding strategy, it's 24, 25, 26. We just split it up over 5 years because the work was over 5 years. But if we can do the project faster, we can speed up the funding of this project, I think quite easily. In fact, we could pay the remaining of the project out of the reserve and then approve a new project. It's really just a function of, soon as the INS is ready, we're back in front of council with the education work in the new year, and establish new projects. And we'll adjust the funding model for it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Go ahead, Brian.
The cultural block, which I think people are getting used to the name a little bit, we group it with the library, museum, even Roselawn just down the street, kind of included in there. A number of projects, I think I got 2 slides on it. So the library, there's an annual allocation. And I just put in a circle, I know I got a question from a library board member, but might also be a counselor, and the librarian. So what does this mean? And I just identified that historically, I think there was something with the library and the library board where we were putting like $45,000 in the levy every single year. And this year there seemed to be some additional asks, and one of them ended up being an elevator, and the levy contribution to the library has actually grown to $160,000. So I have identified, and it is just a function that there's a library board, but council is also, I might be the treasurer of the library, but I'm also the treasurer for you as councilors, and I just need council to realize that we kind of went off of that long-term path, and as we're doing building condition assessments, that 45,000 might need to be rethought. Like, what should that number be on a longer-term basis? And those conversations have to happen over the next year so we can build out a longer-term strategy to maintain the library. Because I think at one point in time, somebody told me it was 85, maybe before my time, and it got dropped. And why it got dropped, I don't know the whole history on that, but it seems like the 45 might not be enough. I think there's some history on that, it sounds like. So we need to look at that longer term, just so we have some stability with how we're funding that board to help us maintain that building. And for some of the new councilors, just to know, it's a unique relationship because the building is actually, well, the library gets consolidated into the city. The building itself is actually legally the city's building. It's not the board's building. So the city is ultimately responsible for it, but the board has been kind of delegated that responsibility to make sure it's up to speed and make the recommendation. So it's just about right sizing what that 45,000 should be. Is it 160 go forward, or is it 85 again? We have to work that through.
I agree with you as a former board member, taking over from Councillor Bruno, and one thing I promised him when I did take over was I fought to maintain the 85,000, which Gary did before that. And it's true, when Jennifer Perry was the head librarian, it was easier for her and the board to budget 10 years out when a roof, because as you guys know, and Mark, you're there, has 9 roofs, that building. One building with 9 flat roofs. Poor design, but anyways. peak them all, as I always said. But it did allow the board to really plan forward, and then it was changed, I think, the 2 terms ago, by that council, for whatever reason, it's their choice. But I think it really has hampered the library moving forward, especially on their long-term planning. And, because we always talk to Jennifer about increasing it, she said, no, actually, that's fine. Because I hate for them to keep coming here hat in hand, when you can give them an amount of money that they can use each year to, especially for that long-term planning. So I think council really needs to look at that as we move forward for the library. They've done always a really good job on projecting how they want to spend their money and what needs to be fixed when, and replacement of certain equipment and whatever else it is. So, thanks, Brian.
And then the other item here is really, the library question, yep, I'll go back.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, actually, you pointed me out because I am a board member also, and a lot of the monies goes through the board, and like one of the ones was, when I got this package, I took a second look because it was reported to the board that the elevator repair would only cost $65,000. Now I'm looking in here, and it says $115,000 to repair the elevator. And as a good counselor, I went to the director first of the library, and basically I couldn't get an answer. So I'm pretty well going to ask that question tonight. Why has it gone from $65,000 to $115,000 for the elevator?
Yeah, through the mayor to the council, I think it's a good question. The reality is, where the 65 came from, I'm not aware of. I know we did have a restructuring ultimately in Public Works, and I think some individuals that may have worked on the project aren't there anymore, and the team that's there has done an assessment and found it would be 115. And there might have been, and I talked to the director of the library because she sent me an email with respect to your request, and there might have been some miscommunication, but the 115 is the number that I've been that was reported to me from the Public Works team, saying that this is the true cost, and they know that because they've been working on the project for the library here at the City Hall elevator, and working with the budgetary costing there. So there does seem to be a disconnect. We have included the full cost in the capital budget, and I don't really have much more to that. That a new team looking at it has assessed that the cost was under budget, and the city is still supportive of working with the library to move forward to get this, so that way there is an accessibility to the bottom floor.
I think the first amount of money did come before the restructuring of Public Works, so I do see the reasoning for the update, and I do confer with the mayor, library board. I'm on it right now until the next term. I may or may not be on it, depends on council, but they do an excellent job in the budgeting monies and stuff, and saving a little bit for a rainy day, for one of the flat roofs or something and that. And I do think, I don't know if you need through direction of council to have staff look at that, to go back to that lump sum, like the 85,000, whatever number is going to be in the future for maybe for next year's budget, to seriously take a look at it and get input from the board, of course. And so I don't know how you want to do that, Mr. Mayor.
Do you want direction on that now to bring forward for the 2024 budget, or do you want us to, I mean, based on what you've got here, you've really put in,
Well,
the money's there, but
Yeah.
then you can come back to us if 85 is the number that council wishes in 2024, because that big ask with regards to the 160,000 capital levy. Now, in that 160,000, Brian, is the 45 included in that?
Yeah, that's the
So if
45 and the elevator.
Yeah, so if you reduce that out,
Yeah.
then we can look at next year and see where that is, or do you want us to tell you today that we're gonna out of the 160, the 45, and then we're gonna top it to, again, if council wishes, the 85.
I'll just say, process-wise, I am understanding that I think council's gonna want me to, but from a technical process, I would rather the CAO or the clerk step in and tell me how to do this.
So yeah, through your worship to council, and just to echo the director's comments, you know, we have, it's a little bit of a wishy-washy line because the city owns the building, the library runs the operations that take place, and the library sort of is the owner of the, you know, children's furniture, the reading rooms, the computer desks, and so on. So this money is really, you know, for windows and roofs and doors but it's also for furniture and shelves and you know, the carts that they use to put the books on the shelves. I can assure you, and I'm sure the director would say the exact same thing, we're never going to leave the library in the lurch if they need capital dollars or if there's an emergency repair or something like that. But I think we've heard you loud and clear. We can take it as staff direction without emotion. It's really a function of where the money sits in the budget. It could be in a reserve account, and we could gradually over years get it back to that full amount, have it something that the library has more discretion over rather than having it in the city's reserves, in the library's reserves, and really proceed on that basis so that they can do a 10-year, you know, or long-term plan that money is earmarked for. So we'll just take it as staff direction if that's okay.
Is that all right, Council?
Yeah, I appreciate it, but I don't want to lose this money for this year's budget, for next year's
No,
budget.
no,
So after we get the money from the city. Thank you.
Councilor Bruno?
I'm wondering if you could help me, Mr. CAO, with this. So, because it's this quirky, different entity, like we have a needs study on all our buildings. We have a facilities manager. So, am I to understand though that, like, I can see all the interior stuff, but like right now, if the roof leaks here, facilities looks at it, they prioritize it, they put it in the budget, and it's fixed. But at the library, what stops? Like, does somebody go over there and assess that building and says, you know, next year it needs a new roof, and the library says, well, I want new shelves. And so what happens there? Like, if the buildings are, shouldn't it be looked at like this building in that it's assessed, it needs something? The people that know about assessing are the people, the experts, and they say it needs new windows. And so is there a jurisdictional thing then which trumps what?
Through your worship to Councillor Bruno, it's a great question and it's a great opportunity to describe the relationship. So at the time, we're fortunate, at the present time, we're fortunate, there's a good relationship between the city council and library board, the city CAO and library director, the library director and city building maintenance department. Sometimes there might not be such a good relationship if different individuals are in those roles. But council only controls the sort of the budget ask in terms of the spending envelope. So council couldn't say we're approving or we're cutting the library transfer by $10,000, buy $10,000 less of books to circulate, because it's the board's decision how they spend that envelope. It's whatever choice they want. So you could have wished that the acquisitions was $10,000 less, but they could decide not to buy a computer or not to get magazines or some other operational decision, because it is the exclusive domain of the library board how that money is spent. I guess you're sort of you're raising a concern where there could be a collision course between a prudent capital repair decision and some kind of less permanent use of the capital dollars. And I guess a case could be made, and maybe we'll take this discussion back as we're trying to get this number back to the historic peak. Should there be some kind of a separation, a library capital, building capital fund and a library purchasing capital fund, and maybe some discretion is held in public works when it comes to ownership and management of the building, and some discretion is held in library and for the board and chief librarian where it comes to, are we doing the new sign out front? Are we buying tablets to add to, and so on, shelving children's furniture and so on. So let's take back that back as staff and maybe bring some recommendations forward throughout the year or in the course of preparing next year's budget.
Good, thanks. Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Great. So the last slide of projects, the museum and Roselawn. So just identifying some of the projects that exist here. There's the carriage house, there's a restoration project, some exhibit cases, decking and walkways. There's one of the museum home repair and painting projects, stair and walkway. Roselawn, some interior work, flooring and replacement. And now with the Roselawn, I just also identified that, and councillors that have been around would know that there was a reserve at one point in time, and then there was a bunch of projects that were approved. And last year we closed out a bunch of those projects because budgets had gotten at different spots, and we all of a sudden we had a new director that was going to take care of Roselawn. So we closed them all out to this reserve, and these are the projects that have been prioritized first. So there's still $500,000 left in a Roselawn reserve to be able to move this forward. Hopefully it can be leveraged with grants and the like going forward, and we can continue to improve on the Roselawn building. So I just highlight that, and kudos to the director of the museum and Roselawn for bringing this together and bringing that team and that board together with some of these projects. They're a little different than some of the other projects. Some of these dollar figures aren't as big as sometimes a whole roof at City Hall, but they're very important to the operation of that complex. So I don't know if there's any questions on that.
Questions, council?
No. So I just come to the end of the capital budget presentation, just highlighting that budgets always have risks. I know there's a lot in the fine print. There's a lot of things that can change going forward with the budget, everything from inflation, government regulation with respect to ministries, and even funding-wise, which we'll talk more when we get to the rate, like lake levels can even impact, the funding of capital projects. And I just like to always identify and end budget sections with kind of a looking forward, things that we're working on. So our emphasis is on project completion. That's why we are going the project manager route, and everybody has in their performance goals to close these projects. The CAO has made sure of that. Development of a multi-year, so we are working as a team. When we come back with a 2024, we anticipate to have a 5-year capital budget with envelopes looking out 5 years for you to look at. You'd be approving the 1 year, and you get to see the rest as kind of like where the system's going. It gives you more line of sight to where things are. Helps, as Councillor Bagu said, how do we prioritize projects? This might help us and help council give comment on prioritizing. In year, we may be back in front of you with some big capital projects, which is why I've identified the infrastructure reserve as something that we have to be aware of. We are working, we have an application in with the ministry to dredge the marina. How long that application process is going to take, I don't exactly know. It's kind of a little bit out of our hands, but we are pushing to get that forward. The Valley Roof is something that we have $1 million set aside for, and our Director of Public Works and the engineers will be at the first council meeting in January for you to consider. We do have, we have to give consideration to some of the assumptions we have with cemeteries with respect to, might we be taking over in a cemetery? Or might we have other issues with cemeteries? And some of those have been brought forward to council to consider. We are, and we've mentioned it, I think, to council already, the human resource and finance system. We are looking with other municipalities in the Niagara region about moving forward with some changes there, knowing that our finance system isn't going to be supported anymore. And on the HR side, the only electronic system we have is we have a place for people to enter their time, but there's no other electronic HR system to manage any of the records within the city. So we are looking to be able to do this cost-effective wise, and we think this is a great opportunity to partner with other municipalities to bring the expertise down, or the cost down. Parking lot, we are going to be talking to council very shortly just about enhancing potential beach opportunities to park off the beach at Nickel Beach. And I think I might have mentioned at some point in time to council that our supervisor of climate initiatives has done a lot of work with some third-party research to see what we can do to bring down our energy efficiency, which may require us to do some unique things, whether we might put in some new machinery within to the city. We might borrow to do that, but that would then bring down the cost and it would be paid for by the savings. Anyway, some very unique opportunities that might come forward to this council in the new year. So those are just a couple things that budgets aren't necessarily calendar-wise. There's a lot here, but there could be some new things, and these are things that I see in my treasury role as likely coming to you in the new year based on projects that people are working on. The building condition assessments are going on. It was mentioned the library has a great team, a great board looking at it. They were the first to do a building condition assessment. I think there's like 14 other building condition assessments roughly going on in the next couple of months. We're going to bring them all back to council. And staff are also looking at updating the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. We're not going to external people to do that. We're doing it internally as a group. So we do look forward to talking to council about that. And then the last one really is just the internal discussions, which we talked about with respect to how capital requests work with the museum and the library to set base funding for them. So a lot of good things being worked on. And having said all that, I really appreciate council's time to walk through this budget presentation.
Okay, so let's get the recommendation on the floor. If I could have Councilors Bruno and Aquilina move that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that the Corporate Service Department Financial Services Division Report number 2022-248, subject 2023 capital and related projects budget be received, and that the recommended project changes, closures, and funding transfers for projects approved prior to this report as outlined in the report number 2023-248, Appendix C, be approved. That the 2023 capital and related projects budget as outlined in report number 2022-248 be approved, but the projects identified in the 2023 capital and related budgets be permitted to begin immediately where feasible. It's on the floor. Questions? Any further questions? My guys online here, seeing none. All in favor, please raise your hands. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next is item 4.2, the 2023 levy budget. Brian?
Thank you, Mayor. I will not stop at, oh, sorry, I need the clerk to help me switch presentations. We don't want to go through that presentation again.
Oh, no, I thought it was pretty good.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Okay, thank you. I think it's right after, you'll find the presentation on the orange tab. So a number of the initial slides in the presentation are very similar to the capital presentation, and the reason why we do it that way is that way if yourself or somebody from the public goes to read the budget presentation on any one topic, they see all the information there. So some of these slides I am going to click through, and because we've already discussed them tonight with the capital presentation. So with respect to the recommendation, this recommendation is a little bit different than the capital. One, we are asking for recommendation of the budget. Two, we are asking for the capital, the working capital and the sustainability reserves to be funded up to the funding target. And as we go through the presentation, you'll see that's about $200,000. And that comes from in-year surplus that we anticipate. And then there was a contractual settlement on previously sold land. And we recommend that the proceeds there go into that infrastructure reserve, which you saw in the earlier slides, to make it $4.5 million. And that would allow council to deal with a number of those projects that I think are going to come forward under looking forward in the future. So we have already touched base on the tax and implications with respect to this budget. Exact same slide, 2.94. Remember, the levy budget is the budget. That's where you get the money to pay for capital, and it's where you get the money to pay for operations. So this is where the two come together. Some of the highlights in this budget are different, obviously, than capital because we deal with some of the operations. Obviously, I think it's very important, and my first bullet, it doesn't get enough credit, but this budget, there's new things, but it also supports everything that this city already does. And there's a lot of things that councils have already approved on service levels that are maintained, and that's what this budget also considers. And that's where, there is a slide I'll show you, and council or the public can go back and see where each department during the course of the year, which forms an integral part of our budget process, gives a presentation to council of everything they're working on and what they do. And that's a big part of our communication to make sure council knows what's happening. So some of the new things is, a big thing and is the reactivation of Roselawn. So last year we started the reactivation, and this kind of completes the reactivation. We need to be able to add support people into the Roselawn group in order to be able to activate it, to be able to rent it. You can't rent it if you don't have somebody there. You can't let people come in and use it if you don't have people there to clean it or to do, et cetera. So the Roselawn group led by our director of museum in Roselawn done a great job. We've increased the number of hours based on the budget work they've done by almost 6,000 hours, and it's $200,000 total to the budget to do that. Highlights, a couple other highlights, the enhancement to the Community Improvement Fund. So just for everybody to understand what that Community Improvement Fund is, we put funds aside every year, and then there's a granting application. These can be for facades or a number of other facades. Just to be clear, facade is like improvement. It's like to make your building look better. It's not like a facade, but it's to make make your location look great. Council, I think you're well aware of it, but the general public might not be aware that they can apply within certain regions to get funds to help with storefronts, et cetera. And this is something that our manager of strategic initiative runs. We are in the process, and early in the new year, it's going to be a busy new year. Council is going to get the opportunity to comment on a new recommended approach to CIPs and the zones. We've had that opportunity, we've had public consultations, but now we're getting to the point where it's just about time to approve. So it is a recommendation to continue to move that forward, so that way the grants will be available to be able to improve parts of the city. We are taking a different approach, and council may have noted when we were recommending some of the capital projects to be closed, that one of them was to close a grant that we were going to, or close a amount that we were going to use to build some EV stations in the city. And we closed that because after a lot of look internally and trying to apply for some grants, we found that when you apply for one EV station, it's not a very high priority grant for a lot of people that are responding. So we've been working with a number of third-party providers, and our supervisor there of our climate coordinator, will bring you council something back early in the new year that's going to identify how we can work with a third-party EV company to be able to bring EVs to the Valley Health and Wellness Center outside of City Hall and a couple other locations that we can grow to. Right now we budgeted $20,000 in the operating budget because there may be some additional work just to kind of bring the electrical to it, and there may be we may have to find some sort of grant, but by and large staff are finding that the lifetime cost of having a third party run it versus us running it is much less. And that's what we'll be bringing to council in the new year, and that's what this allows us to provide those charging stations to the city of Port Colborne. We are recommending that we change the community grant budget going forward. It would be by 20%. Now, it would grow to $43,000. We just know the number of applications are growing, and we are aware of the environment that inflation and that is bringing on to our people within the city. So this is something that we would recommend that we bring forward and continue to move forward with. Community events, we are recommending, and this is a very small percentage, but 1/3 of 1% of the total levy. So I think it's something like a $30,000 increase to the events budget, but the idea that staff would be bringing forward is to expand our events past just civic holidays. And at civic holidays, it wouldn't just be the Easter, I guess, I don't know, it wouldn't just be the Easter egg hunt, or it wouldn't just be the New Year's Eve, but at Canada Day, if it was a city holiday, we would look to expand the programming that we offer. So that way when certain other community groups and theirs, we might be able to keep the night going instead of just having fireworks, but have some additional activities for children on the location and that throughout the city, as well as have events that aren't just necessarily for a civic holiday day, but we can have them on other days, work with BIAs within the city and create some opportunities to draw people to the city and at the same time support those that are within the city to get to experience, come out, reconnect with one another, because we know that's still something that people are looking to do post-COVID. Something to highlight, so we're working with kind of a test program with the YMCA, and I didn't know exactly where to bring this for, but we thought that it would be a highlight, that our relationship with the YMCA I think is stronger than ever, and going into the new year, they're looking at, I guess January 2nd they'd be starting, they'd be extending their hours on Saturday nights to 9 p.m., as well as being open on Sunday from 7 to 9. So right now I think they close very early on Saturday, and if you're ever there, and I've been there, and you see the kids playing hockey or whatever, it's just we have a bit of an emptiness to that side of the building. But we've been working with them so that way they could have a full 7-day-a-week program. I think it's pretty exciting for the city, and it will bring greater value to those memberships that people across the city have purchased. And I want to highlight 51% of the tax budget, or the tax impact is related to the capital and related project budget we just did. And on the levy side, we look to pay down $744,000 in debt. So our levy debt would be reduced to $14.8 million. So those are a couple of highlights. I'll go through a couple more slides and then we'll take a break for some questions. Risks of the budget. These risks are very similar to that of the capital budget. Maybe more specific here is there are risks, when we make assumptions of how much money you might collect in ticket revenue when people are coming to the beach. But if you have a really rainy summer, that could be different. And then we'd be talking to council about how that impacts our beach staffing and that. Canal days, depending on the weather, it can impact things like canal days. Inflation, a very difficult note is that inflation really impacted our fuel budget. Our fuel budget over the last 2 years is up 70%. And I did go back and I checked and I asked Public Works to show me how many actual liters they were using on each of the different types of fuels, and it's not a function of everybody's driving more. So it's not like everybody just got on the road more, it actually is a function of price. So these are things that we were able to absorb as we went through the budget. This next slide on inflation, we've already noted it with the capital. This, I think, is a very important slide. I identified it last time. There's a lot of detail in here, but it does we've had to reset some of these goals now that there's some changes at the provincial level with respect to who does what in planning and how all of that works. But in 2023, our goal is to look at our official plan. We'd move into, by 2024, have that completed with council. That will also impact some of our zoning bylaws. And if we are going to need a secondary plan, we'll follow that with our official plan, although working with the planner who's not here right now, we might be able to move some of that secondary plan into the official plan work to speed things up after the fact. You'll see the community improvement plan, which I already made mention to. Our manager of strategic planning is trying to have that wrapped up by the end of April. Our building fees, we already approved this year, which was great. Same with our development fees were approved. Our infrastructure needs study, our Director of Public Works is going to have that done by roughly April 2023. And then our asset management plan, we've done the linear assets, now we have to do the non-linear, which is facilities. So this is, like when you talk about growth and you talk about how things interconnect, we tried to draw this to you to see that there's a lot of moving parts, and every part has to be done and connected to make each other part work. And yeah, that's a good time to break for some questions.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Councillor Baggy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, but what is a community improvement plan? I'm not quite sure what that is.
Yeah, through the mayor, I'll give it a shot. It's basically a plan that we do to, when you identify certain areas of the city and you identify things that you want to improve within it. So right now, the city has 5, roughly, different community improvement plans that are they all have different rules. And council actually gave us approval, it might have been in the last budget, that we can go forward and work on a project to bring those into one rule-based system, so every area gets treated the same. And the goal is for council to try to create certain incentives in areas where you know that there's the opportunity with the right incentives to drive some growth or to improve some situations, whether it be some derelict buildings, whether it be some, safety issues, whether it be you're looking to enhance and get more residents into a certain area to maybe help local businesses or whatever. So this is an area, an opportunity for council to create a granting program. And because of how the Municipal Act works, council can't just create grants to businesses in that unless it creates some sort of public consultation process and builds what they call a community improvement plan to establish those grants. So at the city right now, we have grants that will help people improve the front of their building. We have grants that if you want to take a building in certain areas and you want to build like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stories up, you can potentially have your taxes reduced for a couple of years to help you pay for a project like that. The benefit to the city is without the project, you don't actually experience the new taxes in the long run or the improvement. And the benefit to the developer is they can move forward because it helps them finance their project. So there's a number of different ways to incentivize. I think actually one more that's unique that I don't know if everybody knows about is there is an area down along Welland Street as you're going to Nickel Beach. There's an area there that there is some incentives that if you take a house and turn it into a duplex, triplex, et cetera, that there's actually a grant of $10,000 or something like that for each level you get, so that way we can create more housing within the city, right? So it's a very unique program, and ultimately this is about expanding that program, and staff will be back with final recommendations. The good news is the manager of strategic planning has been out publicly. We do have public consultation on it, and I know some councillors have had an opportunity to I think might have gone to that public consultation too. So it's exciting, I think, for council to be able to look at in the new year and be able to maybe drive some growth and provide some opportunities for people to improve areas of the city.
Also included, councillors, brownfield redevelopment, former industrial sites, gas stations, things like that, and affordable housing is part of our community improvement programs.
So this is pretty well through the Economic Development Department, Gary Long's department. Head that up. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship, and for yourself, feel free to weigh in, or Councillor Beauregard. One of the things I noticed was the grant fund was upped by 20%. I've been on that committee for many years. It's a very well-run committee, very thoughtful, to the point that we don't just spend it because the money's there. And so we get 36, I'm just going from my 222 chart here. So we receive 36,000 from the levy, and 13,000 is held from the 220 and 221 budget. So that means we actually underspent to that versus the applications put forward. We've been asking for more community groups. We thought there would be a post or during COVID bump because of the shortness of groups that can't raise money and all that stuff. That hasn't appeared. And whilst it's not a lot of money, but appreciated, the 20% going up from 36 to, we do have that extra that we haven't spent. And I think we probably wouldn't want to, just my opinion. Like when you have a number there, you tend to feel that I can fill that number. We prudently haven't, but things can change, people can change, circumstances can change. I just didn't see the need for bumping it 20%. It's certainly not a recommendation from the grant fund committee. And so I was just wondering how that got arrived at, and if we haven't requested it and we have some excess funds, are we really in need of doing that now? And I don't know if the mayor or Eric want to weigh in. Angie was on that committee too. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, got Eric on here. Did you want to comment on that, Brian, first?
Yeah, I'll, just through yourself, Mayor, to the councilor and council. I think what we do experience at a staff level is requests from various agencies to get involved in things. And we get those quite frequently, and even so, it grows more and more, I kind of feel, on the medical side too. And I guess I would be cautious to say that those requests aren't there or aren't coming going forward. And I realize that, you know, it may be an increase of $6,000 or $7,000, so it's not like the end of the world. And I appreciate as a treasurer that nobody tries to spend a dollar that's not needed. But a dollar that might not be spent on this can like we've always carried it forward, right? And sometimes larger requests come in and it allows the city to deal with a larger request. So it really is a condition of council that if you're not, if we don't want to increase it by the 7,000 or roughly, then that's fine. At a staff level, I just look at the number of kind of opportunities that kind of keep growing and existing. And I just wonder if that, you know, if the opportunity might not exist for that for you down the road.
Go ahead.
Through the worship to Councilor Bruno, and I think I'll try to help the director out because I think there's some background that predates his time at the city. So it might be the choice of words. We absolutely have the Community Grants Committee, which was the hydro funds and did get distributed, you know, on an application basis, you know, a charity agency that's fridges and stoves were broken could apply and get some money and so on. We also get direct, we have some that come directly to staff, end up in a couple of lines of the budget. They're really not, I'll use the word material, they're not of such an amount that they're not an order of magnitude that council would probably look at each one. So you have Seniors Drop-In Center, Bethel Community Center Management Committee, or there's an official title, Shirkston Community Center. You know, even like the Antique Power, there's a bunch of agencies that are sort of coming along. Sometimes we are asked to sponsor events, whether it's a charitable event or a doctor recruitment event or a municipal, you know, meeting of some kind. So some of this is not directly related to the committee that the three council members you referenced sit on. Some of it is just grants in general. And I think maybe, I think that staff is seeing more of it after the pandemic and a little bit of we're expecting more with the economy and the economic impact of inflation and interest rates on the city. So I'm not sure if that helps Brian sort of to set the context for where the 20% is intended, where it's earmarked for.
Councillor?
I guess I wanted to come back to one thing. I guess one of the things is what has to work in sync here is over the years, the Grant Policy Committee has got a mandate as to what qualifies and doesn't. So I'm fearful that maybe we're both right in the sense that requests are coming in for monies and staff is seeing that, but they actually aren't requests that meet the policies and procedures of this grant committee. So in some cases, right, the secretary of that commission, right, will outwardly reject, right, that, or it'll come to the committee and this isn't in our mandate. So maybe one of the disconnects is that we're getting more requests from agencies that don't actually qualify. In other words, they're for-profit or there are other things. I don't know if the mayor or Eric I don't want to commandeer this thing, but you know, ultimately we're only allowed to give people the money for the rules that we set up, and I think they were set up very well, and they're often tweaked to changing circumstances, right? That's out there. So.
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councilor Bruno, I think your point is taken. It's a great point that we don't want to create a backdoor avenue for agencies that have been excluded from one source of taxpayer funds to come and tap into another source of taxpayer funds. I know that the city clerk is doing a little bit of a review of sitting committees at the sitting committees at the city, standing committees, I guess they'd be sitting, standing. And including terms of reference. So maybe it's a chance to look at the terms of reference, making sure that both sources of funds are either combined into one, or that there's not that unintended consequence of creating back channels. And again, we can take that as staff direction, no motion required.
Is it fine? I'm gonna go to Councillor Beauregard first. Councillor Beauregard?
Through your worship to council. I thank you, Councillor Bruno, for bringing that up, because I was thinking that these were two separate things. I just realized now that the grant committee was enrolled in this grant commitments increase. And I too do agree with you that the increase of 20% to the current amount that is allotted to that fund seems to be a little more than what probably needs to be there. And I think maybe that money could be used or put in a different spot that may be better, that could still be applied to grants. So thanks for bringing that up. And I have a question on something else, so I'll wait.
Yeah, I'll come back to you on that. No problem. I think they can take it as direction, but there are things that do come through, some through my office, that come out of the mayor's budget in the past. Not to confuse them with our community grants, but you know, the Antique Power Show for the ad in their book for $50, that's been $50 for when Neil Schoen was mayor, I think. But it goes back that far, if not further. But I understand what staff is saying, is that, you know, there are things that come forward, and I think if they have a bit of a leeway on the normal things that staff have always paid for, if, you know, the ask has gone up a little bit because of what is going on in that program, whether it's, you know, Shirkston Community Center or Bethel, or some funding for medical students or whatever it may be. I think that's where you guys want to use this, right?
Yeah, through yourself, Mayor, to council and councillor, I think the CAO identified it well, that, and Councillor Bruno might have did as well. The complexity is we get a number of requests and unique issues that may not hit yours. And maybe it was our simplicity to kind of attach it as the grant committee, but the reality is, even if we could approve it but then split it and maybe keep the grant committee as is, but then allow some sort of discretionary, that 7,000 pot, because there are some unique things that come through that maybe don't meet the grant committee criteria, but are beneficial to just keep moving forward at very small figures. So it was trying to accommodate that. The adjudication process was kind of maybe the step 2 to talk to the grant committee to see if they wanted to adjudicate it. But in the alternative is, you know, staff or we move it into the mayor's budget or something like that to be able to accommodate some of these unique things that don't have a place. And that every dollar matters. It's just having some dollar for some of these unique things is beneficial, I think, to council.
Councillor Bruno?
To easily sort through this for tonight is we now actually have 40-some-odd thousand dollars without this increase, and so certainly getting through this year, $49,500 now with the $36,000 allocation. Perhaps we can leave that, not deal with this tonight, regroup as the CAO said, and decide how to sort this out. Work with the grant committee, because I think just two anecdotal things. The mayor will recognize this. We used to have on budget night here a night of 7, 8, 9 groups show up here pleading their case in front of council. And how do you turn down one? And how do you do it on the fly on the night when there's questions to be asked, right? All this kind of stuff. And secondly to that, you know, I don't think when you do 2 tranches, 2 applications, you're ever going to get the $50 ad. You never want it to be here, right? Because we only meet twice a year and allocate funds, and they have to. So there does need to be that sorting out. And just finally, when we had repetitive things like Pokemar, who needed $10,000 for insurance, well, it really doesn't do a committee much good if you're going to automatically approve something every single year for the insurance of Pokemar. So something like that was put in the levy. Now, it could all come back to us if there was more funds, but right now, I would say that at $50,000, we're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, okay, so can we take that as direction to staff to come back with that portion. Is that all right with everybody? Okay, all right. Scott, you and Brian are good with that? Perfect. Eric, you had another question?
Yes, through you to Director Bowles. On page 5 of the report, looking at the fourth point down, there's discussion about the cost allocation project within financial services. Can you maybe expand on that and maybe provide an explanation as to what global operations entails?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, you're like at the end of my presentation because you jumped to the
Okay.
report, but that's okay. The global operations is where we budget like all, like the city photocopiers across the city. It's where we budget legal costs. It's where we budget the telephones kind of across the city. It's all the city. It's all the costs that are a bulk contract, and sometimes they're hard to allocate out to everybody, so we budget them all in that location. And then historically, those costs haven't been allocated to all the divisions, but as council knows, we've been going through an iterative process to build an allocation model for each shared cost. And in 2023, our anticipation is that's the last cost center that we need to establish the allocation model for, to kind of make sure that each division highlights those costs. So example, we need to make sure that we're sending the right amount of cost to the building department to make sure we're recovering the right amount from the building fees.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
So process, exactly the same as with the capital budget. We really did this slide small, so if you have your magnifying glasses out, I apologize. We can get you a better copy. But these are all the dates and the reports to which council received a presentation from each of the directors, and this is something we have going on every year. So next year, again, we'll start, and the CAO likes to kick it off and be early and does his, and then we all follow suit and kind of say what we're working on, and you get to meet our staff again. Again, budget was built based on our mission, vision, and values. The strategic pillars were used. Same with the theme, same theme and focus as what we talked about with capital. The comparison for property taxes, nothing's changed since the capital budget presentation. I'm just going to skip a bunch of slides here because they're the same. Property taxes, exactly the same slide. Revenue and expenses, same slide. The debt outlook, remember this is the debt outlook for the levy budget. Now this slide, I'll just stop here because this slide I did not have. So this is slide 18 of 44. I don't know if they're numbered in yours, but when you look at Appendix A, slide 18 of 44, you'll see where your tax dollars are spent. Now we showed this to council last year. It was the first time we built this. I just note in my small fine print there, we kind of revised kind of some of the allocations. So it might look a little different, but we're very happy with now how the revisions have worked and how the system was built. We are going to be including this chart because we're working on a document that's going to go in the first tax bill. A citizen was very kind and took some other cities' like explanation of how taxes work and photocopied both sides and stapled it together and left it for me. And I think a couple councilors have also asked for that to go out with the first tax bill, so we will be sending it out. So we'll be sending this out as well as an explanation of where the region's tax dollars go, and we'll show this. So if a citizen ever asks, well, how much am I spending on my tax, where's my tax dollars go, you can see about 16.7 is community safety, and the parks divisions, parks and rec, when we bring them together, is 15.9. Debt servicing is 5.5. And the capital related projects is 11.5% of the total levy budget. So this is just another way to look at the budget, and I hope it's helpful to people going forward. So you have the percentages, and it's a nice way to look at it. There is also just our spreadsheets and that are attached in the multiple appendices. Here's kind of a summary one. When you take the total levy budget, our total revenue budget for 2023 is $34 million. You might say, well, how did you forecast in 2022 to get to $35 million? And that's because of some amazing work on grants. Because the capital budget uniquely flows through the levy budget. You get the grant and then you transfer it as a transfer to capital. So you see the revenue and then you transfer it to the capital budget. So you can see here that our total levy budget's $34 million. And you can see the majority of it is personnel expenses and then operational. And then down below, you can see the transfer to capital. Now, I have slides on these numbers, so we'll walk through those slides. And, oh, sorry, this one was just the debt outlook just for the levy itself. And you can see each year, I think in 2023, we looked at 0.74 represents $740,000. So I tried to break the chart down to talk about, like, because there's a lot of pages, so I'm going to try to highlight the big changes. And the revenue, so drainage revenue is up significantly year over year in the budget, and the reason for that is council took that very, I think, I'll call it business focused, very unique model where we bought our excavator and we started doing a lot of the work ourselves. We brought the cost down, but now we're recording the revenue that we're getting back by charging the drains, and that's paying the excavator cost down. So we're charging the drains for the excavator, and that's how that model worked. And the reason why it says it's a transfer to reserves is we borrowed the money internally. So we bought the excavator by borrowing money from our internal reserves, and now we're paying the reserves back. Grants other, it's a line in the budget. A couple items, TPN is kind of like the big driver of grants other. Grants provincial, I mentioned it briefly in the capital budget, but that's where we get the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund was up significantly. Also, what's interesting to know is the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, OMPF, was also up about $52,000. The mayor got that email like a day or two before we finalized and went to print, so I adjusted the budget accordingly to get that in. Investment income is up significantly. The Bank of Canada's increased rates from 0.25% to 3.75%, and today I saw they increased them to 4.25%. And that's had a significant impact. We did not go, and council saw our previous reports, when rates started rising, we didn't lock in the rates. We've been kind of living with it as it goes up, and now we're starting to lock in some of the rates now. We were getting rates almost 6% last week. So it's been quite good for the budget of the city so far. But the flip side is that's going up because inflation is going up and fuel costs are going up, and we'll get that. So it's like, it's a double-edged sword. You might get the investment income, but now you have to pay for the fuel costs of that. As you know, the Canal Day budget is included in the total budget, so some of the sales lines that are going up, it's really Canal Days, because we're adjusting some of the stuff that we're going forward with, look to sell maybe water and things like that next year. The introduction of the municipal accommodation tax, MAT, is in there, and that's helping fund the Niagara South Coast, a little bit for Canal Days, the fishing tournaments now. Payment in lieu budget is actually going down. The payment in lieu budget's been there at 380 for a long time, but we only get about 310 or 320,000 every year. And payment in lieu really refers to government agencies basically, and that's what they pay instead of paying the normal tax system. So this just right-sized that. Also, we had a significant collection of a very long-standing property outstanding balance this year, and our penalty and interest we're forecasting might be a little bit less, so we've reduced that for that. And then we've included the property tax increase in dollars, what we would create.
Brian,
I'll stop there. Question.
Just on the pills, payment in lieu.
Yep.
FCM, Gary and I stopped by their booth with regards to looking at the pills that we collect and making sure that they're correct.
Yeah.
And when they did pull up the list which showed all the municipalities across Canada, they found us, Port Colborne, and they gave us the amount, which was, I think, pretty close to what was in our budgets. But do you know when the last time was that we actually had that organization go out and make sure that we are collecting the right amount?
So maybe two questions. I think the last time a pill change really reviewed, like I remember 12 years ago when I was at the Niagara region and the chair there went forward and petitioned that we should review all pills in the Niagara region, and I don't know if that has been done even since that time. But there is something that internally finance is interested in doing. Once we get the new assessments out, our hope is to talk to council about having a subject matter expert almost do a second opinion to look at the assessments and to make sure that all properties are in, because that might give this council some more information to help communicate to citizens and make sure we're not missing anything in the whole system.
Yeah.
And I know that's been recommended from a couple councillors before, and I think the timing makes sense once we know where the new assessment change is going to happen.
Because with FCM, they'll do it for you, just on the pills.
Right, okay.
So they'll come through, they'll do it and just confirm. They have a list of every government property across the country, so they know that there's X amount of government, upper tier levels of government's property that should be paying into the pills. And they'll tell you, yeah, you're collecting the right amount, or no, you should be collecting this much more. And they'll help you go after to get that.
Well, I like the part that they'll help you to go after to get it, because we have a list from MPAC in that of what we should be getting, but then we don't, there's certain government agencies that claim that sometimes they're a little harder to collect from than others.
Yeah. Councilor Bruno.
I think you summed it up nicely in Brian's adjunct to that about having a third party come in. I had checked it out with tax with Andrea. And the real problem is this organization is funded by the federal government, and it's actually a free service where they'll check your pills against what you see for pills. The problem is, and I think the review, although it was to be about other properties in Port Colborne, might point out is, you know, sort of you don't know what you don't know, right? Like, is there a pills property that should be there that is nowhere, or certainly isn't on the pills list? And that, I think, is worth that same consultant looking at, because anecdotally, the lady at the booth there said that happens more often than not. There's actually a missed property or two that isn't done. And sometimes the rate changes on certain things and it doesn't get picked up in the system. So it's worth checking it every once in a while. But I was, you know, the fact that it's a free service funded by the federal government to check basically on itself, you know, you can't be free.
Yeah, exactly.
If we can get that service.
Go ahead, Brian.
So the next area, just looking at a big picture before we look at some departments, I looked at the personnel costs. So we've done it a little better. I think in the past we were able to, you know, again, we don't have an electronic system, but we basically took every employee and we did some adding up for council to see what the head count is last year versus this year, before, with and without students included, as well as we also did a calculation of the total number of hours that are budgeted across the city. We have made some changes, as I think council's aware, and I didn't know the number of hours that councilors worked, so I think that's the infinity symbol, because I know that you're always on call. So, but I thought this might be useful, because I know from time to time you ask and it's legitimate questions like what gets done, and that's why we bring presentations back to talk about service levels and all of this. And this way council can have a view to the capacity availability of departments going forward. I don't know if there's any questions on the people side. The one thing I will mention as we go through the departments, because we did have movement of people between divisions, i.e. like Public Works went down, but somebody from Public Works moved over to Legislative Services. Somebody from Public Works, GIS, moved over to IT. So just because the department went down doesn't mean that there's a lost body necessarily. There's sometimes like movement of people, and it makes comparing departments on a budget perspective complicated. So on a future slide, I kind of looked at departments holistically. On the next slide, I just have some more information on personnel costs. So across the whole system, salary and wages, I have in there at approximately 6.4%. Now that is movement through the grid, that is inflation, that is changing in positions, because within the city, what we ended up doing was there are some positions that might have earned X, and then we rejigged them into other positions that might have earned Y. So there's a little bit of that going on. And then there's benefits, and the benefits is, it shows as they went down, but we actually changed our budget process, whereas before we were always budgeting for post-retirement, we were budgeting to put some money into reserves, so we budget it as an expense. But what we changed the budget practice is now we're budgeting as an expense, but we transfer it to a reserve, because it's really not an expense to a third party until we pay it. So it's kind of weird, because it looks like our costs went down on benefits, but very clear, like they didn't actually come down. It's just, the difference there between the 308 and the 91, that 400, is the transfer that now goes into reserves. So when people retire, or when there's a WSIB claim, or for firefighters, the presumptive cancer, there's now the money there. Now we started budgeting for it, but we didn't budget that transfer to reserve. So I know it's a little technical, but that's why it looks negative. But it really has no impact on the total levy implication. And then that's personnel. I don't see any questions on that.
Gary?
One of the things I learned last year from the CAO was that when we compare wages, was sometimes somebody gets hired in November, and so there's 2 months of their wages there, and then next year the same person's there and there's 10 more months. And so I don't know if there's been a lot of that, but I just know with the 62%, staff turnover, there had to be some of that. So I don't know if that's a big component or not.
I don't know if I could jump in through the mayor. I don't think there was 62% staff turnover.
No, not in 1 year.
Okay.
No.
First, and then, and then, right. I think that was only a function of people sometimes change jobs. So just because you change job doesn't mean there's turnover too, because sometimes people move up or they want to be a different class operator or whatever. But we do position budgeting now, so we budget for the position for the whole year. So if the position ends up staying empty for 2 or 3 months, that would in theory create surplus. But we're not budgeting for anybody to be mid-year or anything. We're budgeting for positions to be full, so that way we are getting our capital projects done or getting our operational work done. So we don't have the in or out. And I think maybe just to also reiterate to council, like that 6.4 comes down significantly if you back out the 214,000 in new costs or 200 something to Roselawn. So the increase across the board comes down to about 4%. And that includes movement through the grid and inflation. So it's a much different story and changing in positions than maybe the 6.4 shows, because we're actually adding a lot of capacity into the Roselawn division. I don't know if there's any more questions on personnel costs.
No? Go ahead.
On the operating expenses, on my printout, it looks better than it does on the screen, so I apologize for that. A number of the operating costs, so fuel is up over 2 years, it's up 70%, so it's $97,000. The allowance for reassessments, last year, council might remember that OMPF actually cut our funding at the last minute, right as we were going live with our budget. So we cut the allowance for reassessments to give us room. We've increased them back up to the 1% of the levy, and the reason why that kind of stays at 1% of the levy is when you have reassessments, or when you have a reassessment year, there's always homes that go and petition their taxes. And the problem with taxes is when you set the tax rate and you set the tax bill and you send it out to everybody, and then if a house gets readjusted and they get adjusted lower, you don't get to go back out to all the other houses and say, okay, well, I have to collect that person's dollars. So you have to guess what that might be, and that's where we budget 1%, that there may be movement of people that are adjusting their housing values throughout the course of the year, or property, or industrial property, or commercial property. Canal days on the operating expenses have gone up quite significantly, but I will just identify that when we look at the canal days total budget, it's only $100,000 on the levy. So while the cost may be going up, you also saw that sales were going up, fees were going up. Like there's costs to cover that. It's not that it's impacting the levy. This is just looking at total expenses for the city. The community events, which I talked about earlier, the CIP, which I talked about. Computer software is one area, whether it's around data security, all those HR, not the HR system, a little bit with the HR, but about the movement in planning, the movement in bylaw to these leading practice systems. It is going to change our software budget. Contracts with fleets. We are finding that the fleet work we need to do has increased significantly on our fire trucks. Even though we're replacing engine 2, the fire trucks and the technical nature of it has been a lot more expensive than what we thought. Contracts for transportation. So there's a tab in here, right, for council, and we created a couple years ago, and it breaks down one of the largest areas of the operating budget, and it shows where transportation spends a lot of dollars. I highlighted a number of areas that we were increasing budget items to, whether it be sanding and salting. Tree trimming work has gone up significantly. Some of that's inflation, some of that's additional work. Equipment rentals. Because we've done some purchases of items instead of renting every year, council approved those reports. We removed $200,000 from the budget, so that was a savings. Insurance contract, which council knows in this budget and looking forward, talks about we have an insurance committee that starts meeting in January again to be able to go to RFP and look at this. We know it's a hard market, but we are going to go out to an insurance contract next year for RFP. Consulting, economic development has some of that, and information technology. Legal has gone up to support risk management. Training development, we do have a model here that we've used about 3% of salaries. We do it on the council side and we do it on the staff side to be able to continue to move technical training forward. Transit was uploaded. Now, please note that even though the expenses went down $323,000, only 157 of that is from the levy. The rest of it was funded from reserves this year because it was that one-time transition where we went to Niagara Region on demand in order to have a really good project, a really good system to move nextwards. And I know everybody expects hydro and utility costs to go up, especially in the current environment, but there's a lot of great work being done already by Public Works there. And over the last couple of years, the Valley Health and Wellness Center, at first we thought it was COVID because we weren't using it as much, but they actually changed the way some of the machines, I'm going to call it machines because you clearly know I'm not an engineer, was working in there. And we've actually been able to cut the electrical costs by about $200,000. So net, because of some of the projects, changing the way we rent equipment, that upload certainly helped, and changing the way we do some things in hydro. Our total increase in operating expenses is $260,000. And we'll continue to move forward with our insurance contract, which ends at the end of the year, and we'll be in front of council to talk about our RFP as we move forward. I don't know if there's any questions at a high level on those operating expenses. My next,
One for you. Yeah. Councilor Borgard?
Through your worship to Director Bowles. Just on the fuel, so I understand like that's a 70% increase is what you have there, which is quite a bit. I'm just wondering if maybe through you or through you, Worship, to the CAO, like what are we doing to limit the amount of fuel that's being used or to be a little bit more efficient?
Yeah, through the mayor. So I think step one is just to note that that's 70% over 2 years. It was like roughly like 40% last year, 30% this year, something along that line. It's just, I really thought 70%, I just wanted to highlight to council, it's gone up quite a bit. And if you go back a year and a bit ago, you know, fuel was like $1 a liter, and now we're kind of down at $1.50. So but it got all the way up to $2 at one point in time last year, and as well as I guess changing the operations. Like, I guess if the question is, are we changing the operations to drive less? I'm going to have to ask the Director of Public Works to help me out on that, and looks like he's going to walk slowly to the mic.
Through you, Your Worship. So we currently have like no idling policies in place that we do abide by. We also try to limit our routing. So when we're driving plow trucks or when we're doing road patrols that involve us driving throughout the city, we try to take the most efficient routes as well. We are cognizant that we do need to progress forward and actually have set up routes and plans like that to make sure that we're not doing repetitive work or driving around without cause either. So yeah, on top of that, we're also looking at going to electrical vehicles for some of our supervisors or staff members that actually do those road patrols, because there would be a cost savings at that point too. So that's something that'll be coming in the near future too, as Director Bowles mentioned with our environmental compliance coordinators. She's currently investigating that and determining where we can get our the best bang for our buck on our EV chargers, and then we can start bringing in some electric vehicles as well.
Councillor?
Okay, thanks. I guess one of the question would be, as part of the auto fuel budget, I'm assuming that includes like diesel fuel that's being used for excavators and all our heavy machinery as well.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Good, thank you. Ryan?
And I can contest just doing the allocations there. I think we're at 1,300 or 1,400 hours on using that excavator. There was a lot of ditch and drainage digging done this year. Our next slide, just looking at everything at the high level. So grants, on a capital perspective, we talked a little bit about this, but just to make sure council understands all the components and where things are budgeted for the capital transfer. So despite the fact that the capital budget says X, there's different spots where the money comes from. So you saw in the earlier slide, there's a $7 million transfer, and this kind of explains where those dollars are come from. $1.7 million from grants, the levy, and the levy gets broken out into three components because we a little different than all the departments. The museum and Roselawn, we do budget their capital, like we kind of show it under their department because they have a separate committee or a board that oversees it, and they like to see where it is, so when they're working on the project, they know they contributed to it. It means a lot to people. We do the same thing on the library. We show the library capital there because it means a lot. If you're in charge of a board, you want to be able to oversee it, so it shows it there. The rates and the total where we're getting from the rate budget, and then on the levy side, there's very little. There's a little coming to the reserve and a little going to the reserve. The next one is we did highlight all of the reserve transfers. So there was a capital project for Canal Days, which we talked about in the detail there. So TPN is giving us about $100,000 to put in the lights, and we need to use $40,000 of city money or Canal Day money that we've established over time. The beach operation, you're going to see that we are using some money from the beach operation to support subject matter experts. SME refers to subject matter experts on the beach in the coming year, and there'll be an in-camera conversation on the beach with camera, I think, on the 12th of this month. Building inspection. So it's interesting when we get to, I'll have a separate slide to talk about building inspection group. The cemetery, we're depositing money into a reserve to be able to do future cemetery work. Drainage, we put 85,000, just for new counselors that may not know the history, we put $85,000 a year into a reserve every year, because when drainage work is done within the city along roads, you don't get to charge that out to somebody else along the drain. We have to pay for it as a city. It always creates a little bit of back and forth between finance and public works, just to see who's paying for what, but that gets done really well because the documentation is pristine. Encumbrances, basically we're using some money to finish to fund the physician recruitment. Council might remember we had 2 doctors that we hired this year, and some of those payments are over multiple years, and we call an encumbrance reserve when you have money at the end of one year that was supposed to be used for something and it's not used for that. I.e., one year we were supposed to give money to a doctor, but we didn't have one, so we put it into the encumbrance reserve, and then it got replenished and came back out the next year. It's the reserve where you put everything that was supposed to go to something, you put it in there, and the next year you just transfer it back into the operating budget. And then future liabilities, that's what we're budgeting for the post-retirement benefits. Investments on reserves. So it's very important to know that, I know when you see the number of how much investment income we have, that's not all going to operations, because our reserve policy and the development charge rules within the ministry, same with the grant rules for our it used to be gas tax, now it's the community fund. All of the ministry requires us to apply any interest we earned on it while we were doing the project to those projects. So we estimate that's about $320,000. So when you look at the detail of the budget, you'll see that investment income might be 800, but 320 of that has to be transferred because of various rules into different reserves or against those grants. It ultimately means you get to spend the money as a council in those grant areas. It's just you have to do it and give credit to those grants. 3 more. Municipal election. It's a small upgrade, but we are recommending that we bump up. I think last year we were at something like 35,000 a year, and now we're recommending we go to 40, just looking at, in 4 years, cost of technology and everything to run that out. We do budget the repayment of the excavator internal loans, so but again, that's not funded on the levy, it's funded because we're billing the drains and then we get the money. So you're seeing it as the transfer to the reserve here. And same with the marina loan. We're budgeting to be able, from the marina has about a $700,000 loan, primarily because of the, now I forget the name of the one large piece of equipment that we use to telehandler. And this is about repaying that loan back. So a lot of reserve transfers. I saw a hand go up, so I'll just pause there.
Thank you. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. Brian, would it be too difficult in the future to show that to, from, and then what's left? So for example, next year you put 40,000 in the municipal election and it means there's 80 in there, and vice versa on taking from it. That'd be too hard to set up.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, no. And then on the trimester reports, we normally have it. Actually, I think, because I enjoy talking about each thing individually and just talking about it multiple times, I have another slide that I think it even shows up on. I'm
Ask
sorry.
and you shall receive.
I'm sorry. I'll keep going here. The related party and entities.
Sorry, I got Councillor Bodnar.
Yeah.
Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Brian. Brian, that repayment of excavator internal loan, now you say you charge the drains, I would imagine on an hourly basis? And I'll ask the question then, whoever can answer it. But it's my understanding that sometimes that excavator may be used by Public Works or in another job that it's needed at the city. Do you also charge for the time of that excavator to that department? And does that go back to repay the internal loan?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor and council. That's a terrific question, and I really thank you, Councillor Bodnar, for bringing it up. The answer to that is yes. So we have there's a calculation, and I think we expressed it to council, and we had to adjust it slightly because the hours used were slightly different. But yes, you only get charged for the hours that it's working on the drains. So if it's working on a road ditch or something like that in Public Works has to pick up that cost in their levy budget, in their transportation budget. So that is correct. It's if the work's not being done in the drain, there's no charge to the drain. It's only for work charged to the drain, and it's an hourly rate.
Counselor?
Okay.
The next slide here is transfers to and from rate and related budget. This really speaks to, so there's a couple different entities, right? Because there's the levy, and the last budget we have to do today is talk about the rate budget, and the rates are set up separately. There's the water rate, there's the wastewater rate, and then there's the storm sewer rate, and they're all treated as separate entities because their surplus deficit always stays within them. And then there's the library, which is a complete separate legal entity. And then the city also owns the Niagara South Coast Tourism Association, which is a completely separate entity. So we have to treat all of those as transfers to and from entities. So if there's money going between them, we transfer, the accountants, we transfer it here. And I just wanted to highlight, so like money coming back and forth from the rates, the levy pays the debt payments, and the rates pay us back. So it's about $895,000 for storm and water. The capital comes back, and then we transfer it. And then there's the repayment for everything for administrative, for facilities, fleet, because insurance, all that gets paid on the levy, and then the rate budgets pay their percentage of it. The Niagara South Coast is budgeted here, back and forth. It's a net 55. And then you got the transfer to and from the library. So the interesting thing is like the levy, because of the capital budget this year, will be funding the library just over $1 million with the capital requirements. So it was an interesting threshold just to identify that we crossed, and with that. So maybe not the most exciting slide, but it's just to keep everybody up to date on some of the transfers that occur. And now I have like, I'm gonna guess a couple more slides that go into by department. So I'll just keep going on that. So if you look at by department, I just want to be very clear on this slide. When you look at the departments and you look at the budget changes for all the departments, the total budget change of all the departments is $124,000. So like on the levy, that's like 0.5% of the total levy change is because of departments. So and a lot of it's because like Public Works had some people move out of Public Works and into other divisions. So it was hard to explain each of the departments on an individual basis because there was a bit of a restructure when we did the Public Works restructure. So I highlight that as a group. So sure.
Councillor Baggy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You talk about departments, community safety. That's not just the fire department, right?
That includes, through the mayor to the council, that includes bylaw.
Okay.
Yeah. But like 90% fire. Yeah. So I haven't done all the departments, so don't worry, council, but I did a couple of the big ones to walk you through and know the changes. So we already talked about the community EV charging, public-private partnership. We're not going to move on it until council approves it. There'll be a report coming in the new year. Our coordinator of climate change is going to bring that forward. The community improvement fund, which we talked about, it would be increasing to 172. And then the grants in total. So we highlight to the number of grants that exist within the city. And maybe this is where I kind of stumbled a little bit, because the question of, we kind of added it to the grant committee, but maybe it should have been or shouldn't have been, but we'll bring that back and talk more about that at a future date. But we have a number of grants at the city, and just for council to be aware of. Community events, this really goes down to expanding past civic celebrations, which I talked to you about, and then the transit program came off the levy. So
Brian, just before we move on, just so new counselors know, the French Golden Age Center and the Port Colborne Social and Recreation Center, those two are, I guess, mandated by the province, I guess you could call it, where those 10,000s, we said we're not gonna give them anymore, we can't. Those are two on there that we give 10 grand to each of those senior centers each year, so that's mandated by the province, just so they know.
And I will say to council, they've been great to work with because we talk to them and they do identify that there's a number of projects and programs going on within those facilities that help the citizens of the city. I did cross out COVID-19, just to be very clear. There is no COVID-19 budget for 2023. We have embedded some additional cleaning to be maintained within the facilities budget, but there is no, if there is, and that was one of the key risks, if there is another health crisis of some kind, we will have to have a conversation of how to fund that, how to deal with that. Hopefully there's not. I think everybody's telling me to knock on wood or something. And just a reminder, the PGA refers to programs, grants, and activities that council kind of has prioritized over the years. Boards and committees, so this really comes down to the archives, museum, Roselawn, and it's really about people, capital, and facilities. You can see in total, if you look at their capital budget, which last year was 0, it's now 86, and their people budget went up 216,000. And then when we went and looked at the true cost and allocated facility costs, we didn't allocate all the facility costs to them before, but when we allocate the true facility costs, so that's where in the budget, because we started the allocations to get to true accounting, they kind of look really big. But just to be clear, those facility costs in this budget were always in the levy. It's just they're kind of getting highlighted now because we changed our accounting model, so that way you as council would have a better understanding of what all of those costs to run with respect to heat, hydro, and that. And the labor costs. And that was the biggest part. We were never allocating all the labor costs, but now we are to really run some of these buildings. And then the library, their big changes because of the capital budget, because it went from 45 to the 160, which we talked about. And we will look to them and we'll take that direction to work with them on multi-year capital plans. The next one is really talking about departments. So the net departmental budgets increased 124,000. This really, as I noted, was made possible because of some of the reorg work done, went down to staff in total with the whole model to keep the costs down. A lot of divisional streamlining. And I think one of the items just to point out, and I anticipate there's going to be, everybody's waiting to get to some questions at the end because there's some user fee adjustments. But one of the changes was, that's reflected here is the Parks Division used to get like about $27,000 and now they'd get $69 if we go to true full cost accounting on the cemeteries. So that's embedded in this budget and we can talk about that user fee. I have a slide as we go through. And the arena fees, I have a slide on arena fees which is coming up right next. So the arena fee slide is just a highlight in the departments because those department budgets reflect a change in these fees. So we did a review, I thank Brian Thiel and team for doing this. We looked at Port Colborne's 2022 rate, and then what's nice in the Niagara region is the rec group has regular meetings and everybody talks to one another. And they were able to share their rates for youth and adult. And I realize, when you look at the user fee rate, there's multiple different components to that because sometimes there's like before and prime time and non-prime time. But we highlighted some of the key rates right here. And then we looked at what the highest was in 2022. And staff, after doing some review, are putting forward these recommended fee rates, which basically on youth prime, we would move to the move up to the average roughly to where it's probably going to be once the slight increase will be from other divisions or other municipalities. And then on the adult rate, we said we would continue to raise it and we'd raise it and maintain it with where some of the higher end municipalities were. Now I just point out to council when you're considering these rate increases, and we can look to adjust if need be, but we wouldn't make them effective until May 1, 2023. I think some years it was September, a lot of conversation among staff. Doing the May 1 with the one ice surface makes a lot of sense because people have a chance to get in on that, and have still some time to know in advance. Historically, fees, I understand, I talked to a number of people, used to go up with inflation, and then at some point in time they got changed that every 3 years they went up. And since 2018, I found out we've increased our fees 2.5%. And our cost structure really hasn't changed that way. And I just, anecdotally for council to know that the budgeted fees that we would anticipate getting is about $505,000 off of these rates ultimately. But the personnel cost and attendance to clean the place costs about $560. So even with these rates, we don't quite cover off the operating costs of people for the facility. Anyways, the last component is I also noted that it appears to me that before I got here, we've kind of left the rate, the budget, like consistent on arena fees, but the budget seemed to have been increased a couple of years back, but then they never increased the fee. So we never really quite achieved it. And I was looking back and saying we weren't achieving it, and everybody said it was because of COVID, because we weren't open. So the problem, I just want to point out to council, is even with adjusting to these fees, the budget actually isn't going up a lot because of it. It's just getting to where it was, and it wouldn't be anything that council would have realized. I think it was, well, I don't know what it was. It seemed to have happened before I showed up, and the explanation was reasonable at the time that it was COVID because we were closed, so we didn't hit it. But then it turns out that I think there was an anticipation they were going to raise the fees or request to raise the fees earlier, and that didn't happen. Regardless, I'll stop here because that's the department update, and there may be questions on these.
So, I know you and I discussed it, Brian, with regards to especially ice fees. But as a city councilor, and when Tom Lannon was director of Parks and Rec, through our rates bylaw, we council of the day and with staff set the bylaw so that every year it would go up. So where it stopped and why, I'm not sure, because I think it was after I left council in 2014. But if we maybe could pull that up and at least get a copy to the council just to show what work was done back then. I mean, very similar to what you show here where we've got the other municipalities around. But for those that were on the committee for building the new community center, in consultants that we had forward back then, the cost to run a hockey rink per hour was in and around $300 per hour. That's 12 years ago. I'm sure it's well over $400 an hour to run a hockey rink. You know, there's a lot of, I don't mind subsidizing kids, but there's a lot of subsidization of adults going on here, and by almost half the cost of what it costs us, the regular ratepayer to run a hockey rink, which is fine, but you know, aside from maybe Niagara, because I've always found they're an anomaly when I was on provincial boards and what people paid for ice compared to what we paid down in Niagara, they couldn't believe how cheap we were. I mean, we have to be an anomaly across Ontario, if not the whole country, because our rates are cheap. I mean, cheap. So I think we need to bring back some up within our rate bylaw that you know gives staff a formula to run forward with. And I think that can be a start for this council to at least give direction how we want to see you guys move forward with that. Councillor Hoyle.
Through the mayor to Brian, what I like to see, if it's possible, is a different rate for people, well, for non-port associations that use actually any of our sports facilities. Because if someone comes in from out of town, they're paying the same rate to the existing associations that are paying for 4 or 5 times a week. So it's kind of like to recoup some stuff, we should have them pay a different rate than the normal to offset some costs.
Yeah, so through the mayor to the councilor and council, I totally understand the logic on it. The reality is we've looked at it at a high level, just to let council know, because Councillor Hoyle was great to give me the heads up and this question, especially on a sensitive topic. And we did some review, and we talked to some other directors and managers, and found that it's our understanding that there's 3 other municipalities that do have differentiated rates in the Niagara region. And from our review, the revenue that we get on a differentiated basis, like people that I think you would, as council, because we have to determine who's local and who's not under that model too. There's almost, it's very little impact probably during the winter season. But in the summer, it's a very big impact. A lot of our summer rental is, whether it be coaches or special programs for people that are coming, and people are coming from Niagara, across Niagara to do special clinics and stuff like that. There's a lot of special stuff that happens. And it would be impactful probably for the revenue dynamics of the summer session, more so than the winter session. So it's totally something that we could review, we could do. I think I mentioned to Councillor Hoyle, if council would like us to, we can do some more math in the coming weeks, because we wouldn't bring the fees into effect until May 1, 2023, and we could bring a report back to council, and council could look at it in greater detail if you want to bring in a differentiated rate structure, because I don't know the impact of it. And I don't know, even if when we come bring back a report, we can tell you the full impact, because there's user dynamics, right? Because if somebody then says the rate went up, I don't want to come, I don't know if that's going to happen, because that might not happen, and you might actually bring in more revenue for the arena. That's the that's what council has to assess and give us some feedback. But I can we can just definitely run some more numbers on it and let you know what the revenue impacts would be, and then council can make a decision. I guess from a staff perspective, I'd appreciate the opportunity to come back in the new year with that, and we can update the fee bylaw at that time, because it's for arena revenue. Arena, it wouldn't come into effect until May.
That's fine.
Good, thanks. Councillor Brown?
Yes, I'm good with that, to study that in more in depth, and because rates don't change anyways till May, it gives us some time. I just wanted to ask one question. If we were to do that assessment, the people that come here from out of town or not, Port Colborne, would we be able to identify what their revenue was? In other words, does it say Gary Bruno, Niagara Falls, book the ice? So how do I know what my data is?
Yeah, so through the mayor to the councillor and council, to be honest, that might be our biggest weakness in the process, because defining the rules, council may remember there was it a year ago or 18 months ago, in the middle of COVID, we had a lot of conversations about beaches and access and who was a resident and who wasn't a resident. I think it was almost a 2-hour debate. We would have to put some rules around that, and we would, obviously when we did the revenue analytics, we would kind of tell you how we defined it, and then we can work with council to tweak that going forward. But right now in the accounting system, there's in the billing system, there's not actually something that says, do you live in Port Colborne, pay this rate, or you'd not. So we'd have to manually go through and make some estimates and assumptions on it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, what you're just talking about is something like my cousin from Niagara Falls and come to Port Colborne in the summer and call it the Port Colborne Hockey School. And basically when he comes for fees, even though he calls it the Port Colborne Hockey School, you're not from Port Colborne. It's not based on a Port Colborne, because a lot of these summer ones are hockey schools, not necessarily based on a Port Colborne, but they're just here for the ice time, because there's ice available, if I'm not mistaken, so.
Through the mayor to the council, from a rec perspective, we'd agree. A lot of, I don't know if it's the majority, but a lot of ice time in the summer we could probably classify as the individual running the ice time of the program isn't from Port Colborne. There may be some Port Colborne kids or some Port Colborne adults on that are playing, but that the setup of it's not necessarily from the city of Port Colborne. So those are things that, you know, I think council would have to address, that how we assess you being from Port Colborne or not. Staff can put some thought to it. We can talk to the other like municipalities that do it. There's 3 others that have rules around it, so it's not like we have to invent the rules on that. And we could look at that. I think you'll find the most impact, at least talking to the rec team, it'd be in the summertime. That's where the bigger impact. Because a lot of the ice is taken care of by Port Colborne minor hockey and programs like that. I stand to be corrected, but at least their best advice is it's probably not overly significant in the winter, but we'll see once we do the full review.
Because the whole idea of summer ice was to attract all the other towners where there was no ice available. Now more and more communities, as they build new facilities, and Niagara, a lot of the communities now have new facilities. I heard Welland in their last budget meeting talked about maybe replacing their arenas. But we wanted to attract the people that came in with skating and power skating and hockey, and where they would come in and buy quite large blocks of ice from basically May to August. And they've had that. I know Brian, in his planning with that and going out and getting groups here or individuals. You know, we've got a couple NHL goaltenders or former goaltenders that come in and run goalie schools. But they rent large blocks of ice that would normally not be rented in the wintertime. But we're available in the summer. They love our facility. So, I mean, there is a give and take on this stuff as far as how we want to look at it too. But again, I think we got to go beyond Niagara to see what people are charging for ice. Only because I really think we're a pretty good bargain for a great facility compared to, you know, I know GTA, you're paying $400 and $500 an hour for crappy rinks, believe me. Gary?
I'm concerned that this really needs a deep dive and very surgical for you to do that, because if you're telling me that this summer ice is booked by groups from out of town, what you don't want to do is gain $10 an hour, but potentially lose the whole program. And so what scares me is not knowing all the data, which I'm glad you're going to do it, but I think you need to get into that deep dive, because obviously then there's a reason they're coming to Port Colborne. One of it might be they love the facility, but I think a lot of it's probably economics and how they choose us. If we get too close to the other guy, or, I don't know, 20 parents driving here and adding that into their cost of doing it, at some point they say, well, you know, it's not worth the $10 or $20 or $40 on my registration fee. I'm already sacrificing driving here, right? And so I think there's a lot to that. I'd be interested in how well the ones that have a differential rate are doing. And 2, I think you've got to really do a deep dive and then say, okay, so if we were to propose doing this, here's the risk analysis, right? We raise it $10 and we gain this. If one of those groups leave, we lose it all. So it's an all or nothing venture. So as long as we're doing a deep enough dive, I'm okay with reviewing it.
Dave?
Thanks, Mayor. Through to Brian. On the sheet, it says budgeted fees at the recommended rates are $505,000. Personnel costs for arena and cleaning is $560,000, so we're $55,000 short on just the people part of it. But that doesn't include utilities. So what are the total utilities and what's the rate of subsidy that goes on the levy to operate the arena? And I'm going to say year round.
Yeah, through the mayor to yourself, I think you could say that the utility bill, but you also have to, I'd have to do some analysis to know how much of the utility bill is just for the ice versus the rest of the building, because there's like a workout facility with the Y, there's tracks and all of this stuff, but Valley Health and Wellness, like total utility bill is just under $1 million. So you can kind of put that into perspective, that the total revenue collected off of these fees is $500,000, and staffing to maintain that area is $560,000. It's like it for what you get, for what you pay for. It's a really good value. I think mayor and councilors are all saying the same thing. It's an enormous value for a user to pay that fee. And I know it's going up, but the product that's provided is pretty good.
And I'm also looking at it from a ratepayer's perspective too, because if we don't keep our rates in line with others, and I'm in an arena, or had been, with my grandson playing, fees everywhere else are significantly higher than what we're charging. So for kids, St. Catherine's is $195 an hour prime. So that's youth.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at 146. So that's $50 an hour less than St. Catherine's.
If I just jump in, I apologize,
Yep.
just through the mayor. I suspect the 195 includes the HST, these ones don't, just because that's why, because you're at 187 here for the highest rate at another municipality, but I think your point is well taken, that there are a lot of municipalities that have higher rates, which also goes back to Councillor Hoyle's comment that, like, maybe that's where it's an external, we start with a higher rate, or we grow this component. I will say to council, I had the privilege to work on a project a couple years ago and learned a little bit about hockey rinks before I came to the city here, and the consultants were blown away at what ice hockey rates were in the Niagara region.
Yeah, and it's
Oh,
it's one of those things where the balance on where do you go on rate versus who do you lose on affordability. But the out of town conversation, you got to take who you can get in the summertime, because there's a lot of people that are run goalie schools, just on ice training, power skating and stuff like that. Wherever they come from, I'm not really concerned with that, because if you can rent the ice in the summer and you can put an added fee on because it's summer ice, they're only going to push it back on the participants that are coming for the whatever school it is. So who's ever putting the school on, I will say, isn't really concerned with what they're paying, because they're not paying for it, their students are paying for it. And the way that parents are now with their kids, you're almost willing to pay anything to get some ice on them. So and the other thing with out of town people, so I know somebody that lives in Port Colborne, and I want to rent the ice, and I know it's more expensive for an out of town person. Hey Dave, will you call and book the ice for me? Sure. Right now, I'm booking it under me, but the guys that are playing are coming from out of town. So it's kind of, how do you track that? And that's something you can get into.
Yeah, through the mayor, we'll try to isolate the number of users, different groups, what the dollar figures are, and let council discuss it. I also, just to make council aware, you're getting your package for December 13th. You're going to get it in a day or two. It goes out. You are getting a report in that package, because we have a midday user that is from out of town that's going to bring in people from across the Niagara region, and that they're going to recommend, and we'll be recommending that. So it's going to creates additional nuances, because we want to rent midday ice, because midday ice just sits there and you just cool it all day, right? So now there's a lot of uniqueness here, but I think staff have learned a lot about council's thoughts, and it's important to have a fair and reasonable rate and continue to work with that model.
Okay. Go ahead.
Through you to Mr. Bowles, is this about two rinks being operated in the summer? One pad or two? One.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, and not to pick on ice users, because as former president of minor hockey, and Tim and I served together, and with Tim being with girls minor hockey, the Wave. I wore out a lot of winter gloves and toques and winter boots and hockey rinks and skates, but we do subsidize most of our facilities. I mean, and which every municipality does. I mean, especially with kids' sports and other things that they use parks and that for. So it's not just to pick on rinks, but they are the most expensive, that and a pool to run. So you got to try to recoup as much. But again, that's part of having a community, and you do subsidize things. I mean, quite frankly, we subsidize parks. You don't make any money on parks, so it's 100% subsidization basically, other than the odd pavilion you may rent for $10 for the day. But that's how having a great community and offering great service, not to only your citizens, but those from out of town. And I'll tell you, when the former Ottawa goalie coach came here before he moved on to a different municipality, a different team down the States, he ran, I think, 3 summers here, or even might have been 4. Kids came from all over, and those parents spent money in town. Gas, especially restaurants, and their mothers going shopping. Because I remember they would come up and ask me, because I'd be in the rink, and they'd say, where do we go to eat? Where do we go to, I got, my kids here for 2 hours, what do I do? And you send them down to your Humberston district, you send them to your downtown district, and you tell them where the restaurants are in town, and they do use things. And some of them came back, they went to Shirks and Shores, or they used our beaches. One father ended up buying a boat, so when he was here, he could go fishing. I mean, it's funny the things that happen through one sport that leads to other investments within your community on a daily basis or on a seasonal basis. So we look forward to that report coming to us, Brian.
Perfect. I feel there'll be lots of discussion on it for sure. Okay, so some of the new councillors, just an observation. So we try to spend a little bit of extra time talking about what our SSEs are, our self-sustaining entities, because we want to make sure they can fund themselves. So I always give a little extra information. I don't have to go through all of these points in extensive components, but I will point out, because one councillor in particular always has a lot of questions of how many boats we've recycled so far this year. And I think we've done 7 or 8 we're working on, with the potential to move to sale. We actually did 6 recycled and 4 moving to recycle. So there's some movement there. A couple of things when we look at the budget, we do have the dredging application going forward. There's $100,000 set aside. Full disclosure, and I've talked to even boaters, that we've had people come in and look at the dredging costs, and if you want to do the whole marina, it's like, it could be upwards of $6 million, somebody said. But we'll have to be very tactical of how we do this, and right now we're looking to get the application, and we're going to be going out soon to try to find individuals that can do. There's a number that we've talked to and have come down and looked at our location. We've actually gone through a process where we've measured the depth of all of the water areas, so we know where the most immediate need is to be able to do things in components. So there'll be more information on dredging to come to council. We have adjusted the staffing teams, so that way some of the arena staff will actually, in the summertime, instead of maybe going to other areas in the city, they're actually going to come and help us get the boats in faster. We've also changed the way we store the boats as well to do that, but we also have staffed it with our budget, so we will be on the weed cutting constantly. Now hopefully as we get to dredge some of it, we can eliminate some of the weeds that way, but in the meantime we know cutting weeds is really important. Might be one of the #1 things that boaters talked about this year. There is plans to bring in some cameras, and this budget well, maybe not this is budget, but we did have some leftover funds from another capital project, and we are looking at upgrading a couple of the lights, so that way there's additional lighting around where we actually store the boats, just for security purposes. I don't know if you know this, but the main building, the roof actually leaks a little bit. I know a resident emailed me and said that it's roofs, this budget, because you mentioned it a lot of times. We are investigating that. We do think it might be just the flashing right up against it where the roof and the outside meet. We are looking at a public-private partnership on the marina store. So we have moved some of the marina store infrastructure and items that we're selling into the main building. Instead of having staffing in 2 locations, we are looking for council's direction, maybe not necessarily today, but over the coming months to get your thoughts on going out for an RFP to see if somebody wants to come in and run a full marina store, or if not, somebody else might want to rent that space, because we can sell the items that people want in the main building instead of having staffing in 2 locations. So it can kind of control some of the costs. But it'd be quite fantastic if we could have somebody that maintained and did boats right on premises. So our thought is to use that space and do an RFP and maybe lease that out and bring in some revenue for the marina there. And then we have user fees that go between 9 and 15 if you pay by a certain date. I think it's in the 9 range, and then if you're after that date, it goes up. Ultimately, we know that we have to, the marina is a self-sustaining entity right now, and it has to cover its own costs, and it is the loan for the telehandler and that is working to repay. We do advise council that moving forward, we are going out with a questionnaire. The marina's not running the questionnaire. We're running it through customer service at the city. There's that independence that's going on. And when we get that, we'll share the comments in the new year to council. We anticipate hearing a little bit about fees, because I know my experience in talking to boaters is they want to find a more consistent ground with fees going forward. So we'll have to have continued conversation about that going forward as well. A couple of comments just on the marina. So just for those to see, total revenue budget's 1.4 million. Our budget was not quite as, what do you call it? Our actual revenue wasn't quite as high as what we kind of anticipated. I think everybody believed that this COVID, everybody went back into boating and was going to stay there forever was going to be true, but that never really came to pass for us. We did anticipate that there was going to be dollars, I guess, transferring over to pay down the loan balance this year, but as we're doing the surplus deficit, because there was a reduction in some of the revenue, what we did instead was the marina, and we've illustrated here, the marina reserve was combined with the loan, so the total outstanding balance is $795. Looking to pay it down by $100,000 in 2023 going forward. But ultimately, if there is additional capital needed versus what's already been set aside, we'd be back in front of council asking for permission to potentially increase that, I guess, internal line of credit. All businesses, and I think many councillors would know that businesses such as the marina do run some sort of line of credit to maintain their capital infrastructure in that. So we would look to continue using that model going forward. And I guess we gave this, just lastly on the marina, we gave this slide. I hope it comes across pretty easy for council to see, but you can see where the Sugarloaf proposed 2023 fees there versus where we were in 2022. We're kind of right in the middle of the pack. I really appreciate our manager of recreation in the marina, Blair, for putting this together and doing the comparison of other locations. So while we're increasing and while we do have some fee pressure, we're the orange. We're like right in the middle of people. So and that would be our 2023 fee compared to their 2022 fees. So while we are getting some pressure with respect to the fees, we still continue to identify that as far as comparisons, we're very much in that ballpark of where our comparisons are. I know that was a couple slides on the marina and update, and I don't know if there's any questions on the marina specifically.
Mark, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did receive some input from some local boaters, I guess, seniors on fixed incomes and that, and they mentioned to me how they are charged, they're subsidized, they're subsidized to use Nickel Beach. There's no fee for a resident of Port Colborne, Centennial Beach, Nickel Beach, and so I guess what they're looking at is the marina, whether they think well, actually, I know they wanted some sort of discount for residents, senior, I guess you call it, on a fixed income, fixed pension. And I know it is hard because we've talked about before at council how a boat is not really a necessity, it is a luxury. And some of these people are saying that, you know, they can't afford the marina fees much more. They'll have to go with launching of the boats all the time instead of putting in. I do have compassion for some of these people, but on the other hand, too, like I do believe if you have a 24-foot boat, you know, it's a luxury, not a necessity. But you know, they've been doing it for so many years, they sort of expect some sort of, you know, honorarium, I guess, as a resident of Port Colborne. So just to put that to you, Mr.
Counselor?
Thank you. I just want first off, kudos to the marina for, I think, the level of service and clarity for the customer, and I think the backbone to ensure that you know, there are rules, particularly on conduct, right, that have to be maintained. And I think we all could agree, if you go out there from a visual point of view, apparently now internally, you know, the professionalism with which it's run, and that's no disrespect to anybody in the past, but it's taken the next step. I think the most interesting thing of these slides is that there certainly needs to be a lot of capital investment put into any marina, this one in particular, but to be able to be in the middle of the pack on fees, and I guess this is up to voters in the survey, and people that travel from marina to marina. It's always been said to me that, you know, we're an elite one in terms of quality and what we've got here. And if you're in the middle of the pack in fee and you're doing good customer service and you've got a good base of people, you know, people basically vote with their pocketbook and with their feet. And, you know, a 5%, especially with COVID, a 5% lever rate, or if you want to transfer levers into revenue versus projection, you may have had the projection wrong in the first place, or you're right at the price point. I think at the end of the day, though, the point is you're breaking even, and even if you do start making money with increased fees, you've got a pretty heady capital list of projects to do to keep it at that high standard. So, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we have to put some trust in the people that are running the marina and financially running the marina, and we've kept it off the back of the taxpayer, and we've improved it. That's a really good story. It may not be the greatest of stories for somebody who has to pay more, but I think, like Councillor Bagu said, I couldn't say it any better, as to, you know, this entity is a self-sustaining unit or entity, and to keep it that way isn't really being a gouger or a profit seeker, or where we're using, I mean, it has an economic development benefit, it leverages things, so I'm really pleased with the change around, and I think we have to put some trust in those fee rates are covering costs and making the marina better, and until that dips differently, we are doing market studies, so I think you're doing all the things right, Mr. Bowles, and to the operators down there, so I'm pretty pleased in the way things are going. I would support this.
Thanks, Counselor. Just a quick reference here, Council. Birdie Boat Club in Fort Erie, Crystal Beach. They do, on their boat ramps, I mean, it's a private club, so you have to become a member, but their boat ramps, they have a seasonal pass of $105. If you're a senior at 65 and over, it's $85. Their cost for a daily ramp rate, but again, I think you gotta be a member, is $15. However, their slips are a little different than ours. They charge one flat fee per foot, which is $33.50. Then you pay $150 for their general reserve fee, so it's obviously to, probably like we would collect money to dredge and fix docks and whatever else. If you don't work the 10 hours, you have to work volunteer 10 hours, you pay $30 an hour. So if you don't work anything, like I don't work when I put my boat in here, that's another $300. You do get birdie bucks coupons for $150. I assume you get that, or if you may have to pay it, I'm not sure, but if you have hydro on your boat, it's $125 additional. They charge for their gate card of $20, and then they have an admin fee of $25. You pay $275 by January 31st, which is non-refundable. So if you leave, if you don't decide to put your boat in, you lose your $275, and you must be paid up by March 31st. Then they charge 10% surcharge on all late fees after March 31st. But they don't have a seniors fee. That's surprising. They do in their boat launch, but not on their docks. I don't see that here. So I know we have some people in port that are members there. But it's just food for thought. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay. Appreciate it, and Councillor Bagu, we'll take the concept and we'll continue to work with the ideas going forward. I don't think staff is prepared to propose an adjustment just yet unless council gives that direction, but we can continue. I think we wait to see what the surveys say, and we continue to build off of that. And I think council knows that staff is very able to adjust to direction as time goes on.
Dave?
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Brian. I had a gentleman phone me about the same thing, about senior rate. But he also said that he was in to pay his deposit and was told by the person that was taking the money at the marina that rates are supposed to go up 30 to 40% over the next 4 years. Okay, and that kind of shocked him. So somebody down at the marina is putting that out, and that's a significant raise in rates over the next 4 or 5 years, and led this person to say, you know, I can't afford that. And now your affordability index goes up, and do we lose people because now we're too expensive or trending that way? And I know we've got a number of capital projects to do. I know the docks are one issue. So where do we start to look at, middle of the pack is great, right? Do we want to be in the high end, or do we want to stay kind of conservative in the middle and retain our customers?
So through the mayor to yourself, I think the goal here, and I think from staff's perspective, whether it be the arena, you saw the recommendation, and here, like, we would recommend the middle of the pack unless we decide that subsidies change or whatever, or we can't make it work. If a staff did say that, I'm just going to speculate. So last year we did a kind of a business plan, kind of a multi-year, and we said if we're going to have to pay for dredging, we're basically going to have to do 15, 15, 15, 15, right? Like, you'd have to go up like 30% over the next couple of years. Otherwise, you can't pay for dredging. I think this is where I'm highlighting it slowly to council, that if we're going to have a decision, staff is going to bring this decision to council, is the boater paying for all of dredging, or is a dredging going to be a shared cost between the boater and the city? Because in the absence of dredging, do you lose the marina, and then do people not get to walk the marina, and you don't get to appreciate the look of the marina? It's going to be a report, and I guess you kind of walked me into it to let you know that it's going to come. But when that dredging and we get dollars, like, it's gonna be a question of, can the marina pay for the total dredging, and is it all on the marina, or is the marina also a park, and is that where the city grants some dollars? It's a question that council is gonna have to put some consideration to in order, depending on how it wants to run the budget, and that's probably gonna be a debate of council this term.
Gary?
Rate setting is a pretty fine art, but I would just suggest this, even on this idea of a senior's rate at the ramp. At the end of the day, if you drop somebody's rate, you gotta raise somebody else's rate.
That's right.
At the end of the day, if it's $100 or $115 to launch your boat for a whole summer, I would argue that's pretty good value by anybody's standard. And to divide, like, I mean, I know from before, when there was two separate systems, just from those that manage it down there, that back to the argument about, you know, I'm from Port Colborne, so I'll register you, Bill, from Welland to get the arena rate. If you, I mean, the number astounded me. I don't quite remember it here, so I'd rather not quote it. But the number of, and this was 55, not 65, the number of people who all of a sudden became 55 and over, or it wasn't their boat, to save $40 was pretty significant, and it only showed its sort of ugly head when it went back to a uniform P, and different people were coming in for their boat that had never come in to register their boat for the ramp because they never registered their boat for the ramp. The 55-year-old father or whatever did it. So, you know, at the end of the day, you shouldn't be afraid of being the average rate for the best marina. Like, at some point, you have to look at the market and say, if we're not making a profit, if we're plowing the money back into the marina for a user, why the heck would we want a taxpayer to be involved in somehow subsidizing that? If you're not raising the rate fast enough, are more boats getting clogged by seaweed? Are more people hitting the bottom? Are more docks falling apart because the whole plan of putting them back, like, you know, this is a self-sustaining entity that's almost like a self-sustaining utility. I mean, we're trying to charge the right amount to cover the costs. And I don't think in anybody's world that would be considered a sin. You know, at the end of the day, we're providing a better facility and a reason to come to Port Colborne. And we're also saying we're happy to come out of that at even. So anything less than that is coming back on the taxpayer, or it's delayed maintenance or delayed service. We've seen what that happens in water lines, sewer lines, everything else. You know, I think you just, the customer and those signups on seasonal and daily and monthly rates, that will tell the tale. If people see they're getting value for money, they'll pay for it. If there comes a point when it breaks, you'll know it. And you'll know it pretty quick. And there is an attrition rate assigned to that business. And if you're within the guidelines of that attrition rate, then despite people saying I'm leaving the prices too high, generally speaking, attrition rates are in the neighborhood of 5%. If more than 5% are leaving, you probably hit a price point or a quality point or a service point. If they're not, you're really in the marketplace of the rest of the world. And I would argue if you're the best, you shouldn't have to shy away from trying to maintain the best. Thanks.
Okay, I got a couple more slides, beach and I think building, and there's a cemetery. So just on the beach, I think it was another successful year, about 200 guests we did with pre-registration. People like the pace of the beach, there's no doubt about it. It was nice to see that we offered it to local Niagara residents. Our goal was to sell 100, we sold 125 of the Monday to Thursday pass, went over very well. I will point out we had a surplus on the beach we're forecasting. The amenities didn't get put in. It was supply chain in that, but we have them. There's a picture of one of them. There'll be steps and walkway in that in the future. But I will point out that staff is well aware that we had a number of bad actors. So on the right side, I got the left side, it's year in review, the right side is things we're looking at. You'll notice if you read the details of the user fee bylaw, we are looking at council's approval to be able to establish some fines. Other beaches have mechanisms where they offer fines where people don't follow the rules of the beach, and we'd like to have that ability as well. We had a staff individual that we've kind of freed up a little bit, that we're gonna have a full-time staff on some key dates on site now. So it's not like we've added, we're not asking for an extra FTE or anything, but one of the rec staff is gonna move over and help on, as a full-time staff, more on beach days where we have weekends or a big thing going on. So that way it's not just the beach supervisor that's normally a university student or something, managing a couple other university or college students, so just add to it. And I do identify, and I noted already today, that we'll have an in-camera conversation just about the beach on the December 12th meeting. So a couple other things just on the beach. Total beach revenue is about $428,000. I think I forgot to mention on the last slide, we're not recommending an increase in the fee at this point in time. We're just saying the user fee bylaw just says that the fee would be the same, but it doesn't include HST anymore. So it would be the fee plus HST, where it used to be the fee and the HST was included. So it's same number, it's just HST is not included anymore. Budget revenue is up about 17,000 year over year. That's about 60,000 over forecast this year. We are budgeting, I said, some more full-time employment or full-time staff out there. And then main budgetary changes, we do have $50,000 budgeted for subject matter experts with respect to endangered species, the Fowler toad, which the city has been more involved with in the last little bit, and we'll have a conversation with council on December 12th. So that's the beach. I don't know if anybody has any questions about the beach. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The staffing at Centennial/Cedar Beach, does that include the outside contractors that sit in the parking lot? They're not all city employees. I noticed last year there was some outside security company or something, somebody sitting in a car or truck.
Through the mayor to the council, yes, the budget does include paying for the security at both locations, and staff are preparing an RFP to go out to relook at who that security company is going into next year.
Okay. Gary?
Just real quick, Mr. Bowles, I think you did a great job in forecasting that change in mix of the size of the beach area for parking. The change in mix probably saved the beach from not making, or helped it make budget. I mean, running a beach is like the worst. I think farmers have it tough. Running a beach is probably like an exercise in futility in terms of being able to get it right. You know, all it has to do is not be nice on some weekend. You could be the best operator in the world. Nobody's going to be there. So I think the fact that you have a reserve that's not maybe called a rate stabilization reserve is still a good thing, because you can easily go from hero to goat, from profit to deficit on things that are totally out of your control. So I think you've done a marvelous job on making a beach profitable, which is, you are probably in rarefied air in Ontario or North America. So great job.
I appreciate that, Councillor. And on that note, I'll keep going. So, because I know Council wants to get done these next two slides. The building department, total budget's $450,000. I will say, in all honesty, the building department becomes the most complicated thing for me to budget in some respects, because building applications and the planning and how it's all coming in, it's so hard to forecast. Past applications not necessarily mean future applications. This year we're forecasting a reserve transfer. We're going to transfer $90,000, or almost $190,000 are going to go into the reserve this year. And next year, based on the revenue projections, we're gonna pull $90,000 out of the reserve. So for council, just to remember, when it comes to the building department, it has to be a standalone. There's ministry guidance. So if they have a surplus, we put the money aside for them. If they have a deficit, we put the money aside. The last 2 years, we budgeted a deficit of almost 90,000. And the last 2 years, we've come forward with surpluses of almost 100,000+. So while we are budgeting to pull money from the reserve, it's very possible that if demand continues to expand in the city, that there will be a surplus, and we'll have to take another look at our rates. Right now, the rates were adjusted to be pretty much around the average of those across the Niagara region, but the demand for the department has been so great that it's kind of exceeded that. So we put the funds aside as a rate stabilization, basically, and for bad years, we would pull on it. So right now, we're budgeting to have to pull on it. Next year, we may find out at the end of the year if growth continues to be as strong as it has been, we may not have to. And then my last slide is cemeteries, which is our last self-sustaining. So this is kind of like a quasi-self-sustaining because we redid all the fees, and that's the slide, this last slide. We redid all the fees. The Director of Public Works and others within the city went through a deep dive to look at how much everything costs to do the work, and we reestablished the fees on that. But I have to be very clear that the fee is only for new entrants. And I think that's understood by most, but but I just need to be clear. So if the fee's only on new entrants, we're only self-sustaining on new entrants. So if we charge that fee, we can afford to maintain the location for the new entrance into the cemetery. But we did some work and we kind of backworked it, and we said, and Public Works was great about trying to figure this out, we spend almost $100,000 in materials, equipment, and staff time to maintain our current cemeteries with the people in it. And when you have a cemetery, you're supposed to have a trust fund, basically, a perpetual trust that's supposed to have funds to pay you to maintain those cemeteries. The problem is our trust fund has about $380,000 in it. But based on the number of people we have in the cemeteries the city owns and the $100,000 cost it takes to maintain everybody, we need a trust fund that's about $5.6 million. So there's a big differential. Because you need 5.6 to be able to withdraw the $100,000 to pay for the people that are currently in there. So I just want to make it very clear that we have it under self-sustaining, but it's under self-sustaining because anybody that's new going in, those fees will cover off all their costs. And on the next slide, you'll see that our land costs are a little bit higher than others. It's because we're negotiating to buy new land, and that land is more expensive than somebody else municipality that might have owned the land for 50, 60, 100 years, right? So it's kind of like that odd situation, and it's that conversation of, like, does somebody new going into the cemetery, do they get subsidized, or are we only subsidizing those that are already there? And right now, we're subsidizing those that are already there, and we wouldn't be if we had a trust fund of 5.6 million. But all cities are in this position. Most cities that have had to take over cemeteries like we have, the trust fund, whether it should be there to transfer to us, it's just not there at that dollar figure. So I know that's a lot to throw at you, but we budgeted, and that total revenue would be about $91,000, and we transfer all the costs that we incurred to dig up a burial and all that. We after we spend all that, it's about $69,000 left, and that $69,000 represents the administrative charges. That represents some extra maintenance costs for the new plots. That represents the land costs that we're being reimbursed for. So for all intents and purposes and for simplicity, we recorded that dollars into the parks budget because ultimately they're short $100,000 to maintain them. So we just recorded that all in one location in the parks budget. And I don't know if there's any questions on that. There is the next slide just for clarity. The fees were there, so I can toggle between the.
Councilor?
Thank you. Mr. Bowles, there's a trend in that industry about that. that, people are going into columbariums. People are getting cremated and they're actually being interned on the same gravesite as maybe a parent or whatever on top. So is there, given that, the less need to acquire more land, but more importantly, the same land being intensified in use? So is there a way that you ultimately can catch up? Has that been looked at? Thank you.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, and I may need the director of public works to help me out a little bit here, but we're fairly new to the columbarium world in our cemetery, and our columbarium rate is reflective of that. If we were to all of a sudden, and when you look at the number of individuals going into or plot sales and that, it's like 20, right, a year. Like, it's not a lot, and that's probably a good thing. And when you look at that from that perspective, because we don't have this huge economies, we don't have this big location for it, like, the rate isn't necessarily that, like, the rate is a little bit is higher than other locations. If the trend was to really ramp up, I think you would get economies potentially with the columbarium process. And I don't know if Steve, looks like he might want to come up and help me a bit on it, but it is, so you're right, but there's an economies of scale situation just based on our size, which means our pricing model for it isn't necessarily better than the location in the ground. But again, that really comes down to the cost of land. So I'll pass that over.
Through your worship, so Director Bowles is absolutely correct, and what we are kind of seeing going forward, and most cemeteries are seeing, are more people going into the columbariums. And with that, what we're going to do is we still have availability at our cemetery right now with columbariums, but when we get to the 50 to 60% full, we're going to start budgeting through the capital process to put another monument, another columbarium in, and then we're planning certain areas along the actual cemetery to accommodate that growth that most people are seeing right now. So that is the plan at this point. Yeah.
So, yeah, through the mayor, to the councillor, you're right. I just want to be clear from the accounting perspective, because we don't have necessarily economies of scale on it, because we're a very small operation. So it really comes down to the city and to council. If you want to have full cost recovery and you want to give people the ability to utilize the cemetery, that's the cost. And then from a staff perspective, we can adjust it. And I just know intuitively one would think the columbarium would be a lot cheaper than maybe what our number is, but it's a function of there just hasn't been that demand yet. And if there was, we could build at a cheaper cost in a mass model. Yeah, and we could change the price and come back to council and talk about changing the price.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do thank you, Mr. Bowles. So we had a discussion about this a day or two ago in your office regarding the cemetery fees, and I know the city has always gone on par with other regional municipalities, and these rates you're proposing are way out of line as compared to the other municipalities in Niagara. Example, the columbarium in Wainfleet's $1,500, say $2,000, tax included. Your proposed rate is $3,800, not including tax. So I find it real hard to justify passing this. Like, actually, I won't pass this. I think it's too much of a step. You're asking for self-sustaining entities. You said there's 20 burials a year, but it's just way too much for at one time. I think this was supposed to come back to council last February for the rate, which never did until this year. So it's you're late on this one, and pretty well all I'm asking is let's send this back to staff and make it compatible with the township of Wainfleet and the town of Fort Erie. Somewhere in between there. Like, don't compare St. Catharines to Park Colborne. It's totally different. Actually, Hamilton's cheaper than Park Colborne to bury somebody. You know, I'll be looking up the records. I did give your rates to a local funeral business at Park Colborne, and they told me, like, you put these rates in there, nobody's going to be buried at Park Colborne at all next year with these rates. It's way cheaper to go to Waynfleet or Fort Erie and pay out of town rates. It's still cheaper than Park Colborne as a resident rate. So pretty well, that's what I'm asking Mr. Mayor, is send this back and come back with a compatible cost with Waynfleet and the town of Fort Erie.
Okay, so if you want to move that, do I have a seconder? I don't have a seconder. Mr. Bowles, you want to comment on it, though?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor and council, I think it's the question of the philosophy that council wants to give staff on it. Staff calculated full cost recovery, and that's the number for full cost recovery. Going forward, if council wants to advise that we don't want full cost recovery for it, we don't have to do full cost recovery. Like, staff will adjust the rate to whatever rate council wants. That's staff's best advice of what full cost recovery would be in the city of Port Colborne.
Councillor?
I know it's St. Joseph Cemetery. It is a third-party contractor that inters people. And so has that option been looked at? Are our costs higher?
So, through the council, through the mayor to council and councillor, I really want to highlight that when you look at the opening and closing fees, I realize there's a range. We were at $970 to $1,275. We're now proposing in 2023 to be at $1,679. The range across the comparators that we chose were $680 to $1,536. And they're going to go up, right? And all municipalities are going to deal with a mechanism of inflation. And I would anticipate that municipalities are going to relook at their fees, just like we did, and do a recost calibration, because everybody's going to want to be moving to full cost recovery. I hope that's a full cost recovery for the other municipalities. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But when you look at that first fee there, yes, we're $150 more than the high end of that comparator. We're right in the middle for cremations. We're right in the middle, or we're high, a little bit higher on the columbarium opening and closing on full cost recovery model. So I just point out, it's like, magnitude's important when we talk about it. Anything, right? So the dollar figure, it's the magnitude is not huge on that. It gets different when you look at not the servicing of opening and closing, because the team is very efficient on that. It gets different when you look at the land costs, or the cost it costs the city to buy the columbarium. That's where we get ourselves into a costing model, because we have to recoup the cost of the land or not recoup it. We have to make that decision. So the cost isn't so much on the operational. Our cost differential is not on the operational of opening and closing. It really comes down to land costs and fair market value of acreages today, right? It really comes down to the cost of buying and then maintaining that land and having the right to that land forever, which we've learned by cemeteries we've had to take over. So I don't know what to advise council on it, other than to say that if you were to take the cost of land and then put a value on it for eternity, that's like a price of $3,000 is the price that you would get with that calculation, and that's how we rolled it out. But we can reduce it, and it just that if council recommends that.
Mr. Bowles, so this isn't compiling all the closed cemeteries, the other cemeteries' costs that we have. This is just to our open cemetery, correct? Okay.
That's correct.
And I guess the only way to close this out is, where are we at with capacity in our current holdings without the added costs of new land? And has that been determined what kind of a closeout rate that is, if we're burying 20 people a year, right? I mean, how much more land do we need?
So my understanding, and Steve, I stand to be corrected, when we were doing the work with the consultant, is we had approximately 10 years worth of land left. So, but we valued all future plots at the new land value price. Like, that's how we did that, because we know that like that is the fair market value of the land today. And I guess we just want to advise council that that would be the fair market value of that plot. And I guess, and maybe that's one way to look at it, that if you're buying a single grave site, and yes, we come to 3,900 and the next closest is 2,800, so we're $1,000 higher, but that's a plot that's going to be maintained with the perpetual fund forever for the price of $3,900.
Councilor.
I guess the only other question is it a package of land that it's all or nothing? In other words, you've got to buy X amount of acres that's available from the seller? Because, I mean, I don't really, you know, I mean, I guess I'm going to have to take you at your word that 20 graves, so what you're telling me is there's only room for 200 graves in the land that we own. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, it's my understanding it's a combination on the, and if we get more columbarium and more people want to go that route, those numbers can change. So I don't want to be held down to a hard and fast, because there could be an adjustment, but that was my understanding as we went through the process. And I guess I would just identify to council, the important thing also is, it's like there's also the question, the reason why we brought forward the fee with the value, not just of what the current land is, but with the value of like what land costs today. That is the value of your product. Because if you were to buy that land today, you as the city was to buy that, that would be the cost of buying that land today. And that's where we valued it on that, so that way you didn't undersell your land, because that land, like if you got out of the cemetery business and sold that land, like that's the other way to look at it.
So I'm not sure I got an answer to the question. And is how many acres are we buying? And what does that then max out? I guess what I'm trying to, there's only two ways you can either do things and have a cheaper overall cost. So if you bought 50% of the land that's available, your rate would be 50% lower on the new ones because you bought less land, correct? So that's what I'm trying to grapple with.
I want to point out to council, through the mayor, that there's another component. It's not just, remember, that land cost isn't just land. It's the perpetual care cost. So we had to calculate what the total cost of the maintaining that lot for eternity was going to be, right? And to do that, you basically, what's the cost of doing it today? You then assess your discount factor, and then you assess what your growth factor on inflation is, and you get your figure. The majority of that cost isn't even, I didn't mean to, I probably implied earlier the majority of it was land. The majority of that cost is the perpetual care forever. So that's where it gets complicated, because that's $3,900 to buy your spot, fair market value of property, and then it's to have that spot maintained forever. And I guess council has to assess, is 3,900, if, and we could, and I guess from a staff perspective, I'll put through the mayor to council, if we go through the process and council said, you know, the budget's appropriate, let's approve the budget. The user fees are appropriate, let's approve the user fees, but we're gonna hold back the appendix with the cemetery, and we'll keep the old appendix with the cemetery in place, and we come back within the report. We'd be happy to do that. I think ultimately, and we can give you the granular detail of the calc, and that might be helpful. But ultimately, I think council, and I'd advise council to consider the value proposition and the risk to the city, because you will grow the funding deficit of maintaining graves if we don't charge the cost of maintaining a grave forever. And one last thing which complicates this, when you take the money that you get from this sale, you don't get to put it, and you put it into the perpetual fund that's gonna help you pay the maintenance forever. Just remember, you don't get to pull money, you get to pull 2% of that out. So if you put $1,000 in, you only get to pull $2 out of that fund every year. So that's why the number gets granularly more complicated. And that's where I do stand behind my numbers, but I trust the other cities that have done their numbers on how they do it. But I do stand by my full cost accounting on this. And it has a lot to do with the fact that you don't get to choose how much you pull out. Your perpetual fund has to grow by inflation, and you only get to take out that little portion above inflation. And that could be 0 or 1 or 2%. You get such a sliver of that. So if you're only getting $2 a grave to maintain it, you're not getting a lot of money. And that's why if you really want to get to full cost recovery, you get a rate like that. And so I apologize to council, it's not easier. But from staff's perspective, we're happy to subsidize it, but this is the full cost rate, and we told you we'd come back with it, and that's what we have.
I have Councillor Beauregard, then Councillor Bodnar. Councillor Beauregard.
Through your worship to Director Bowles or potentially Director Schapowski. When we're talking about a lot or a cremation lot or just a single grave, how many interments could you do in that particular grave? Because my understanding is that you could do 3 cremations in one single lot, or you could do 2 cremations in a columbarium niche, or niche, I'm not sure how to say it. So this cost isn't necessarily just 1 for 1, right? This typically would could be this cost could be split amongst a family. Am I correct?
Brian?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, I think our public works director is checking that, but as we went through the process, there is more than one individual that can go on a grave. And unfortunately, I wish we had we might have the rest of the team here. The number, I don't know, but the point that the councillor is making is correct. There is more than one person that can be put on that plot. So we don't charge it to each person. You charge the plot once, and then there can be economies of scale if a second person goes on to that same plot. And I believe and I apologize because our team that does this doesn't have that here, but I believe it's 2 if they're buried, and it changes if it's a cremation. And so I might have to come up with the exact numbers. I apologize, council, and we can come back with the exact numbers at a later date, or maybe we'll have them by the end of the night. we'll get them from somebody.
Okay. I think that just knowing that may help council understand like that there could be a lot more space than what they initially thought or what we initially thought. And yeah, I would look forward to seeing a more fulsome report, particularly on this item in the future. But just based on my knowledge, I think our fees in the past have been quite low, especially to like compared to like a private cemetery. So, and I don't think it's necessarily fair to compare us to Wainfleet, but maybe it is. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bodnar.
Sorry, Mayor, can I just jump in to clarify for the counselor? It's 4 cremations, so we already have the answer. It's 4 cremations for one site.
Okay. Yeah. Councillor Bodnar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe just a comment, because I think we've been over this quite a bit, but I wonder if it'd make it easier if we did know what the other municipalities are gonna charge when they do their budgets, if there's gonna be any change or anything. We're probably first off the mark with our budgets. Okay, through you to Director Bowles, how much inconvenience would it be if we somehow put this on hold till we got some more information? If we're doing 20 burials a year, isn't like we're gonna have probably 200 people rush in to buy cheap grave sites. You never know, but just thinking. So if we were to put this on hold till we got some more information, how would we go about doing that as we sit here tonight?
Brian?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, and the clerk might be able to help me with this, but a little messy, but I would still recommend, if council's good with the budget, we can approve the budget. We could, if they're good with the user fees, we can approve the user fees, but maybe we can make some sort of recommendation or adjustment to strike the proposed cemetery fees and maintain the old cemetery fee schedule for the time being. And then we can do, we can come back at a later date if we need some motions, or maybe the clerk can work us through that.
What data would you be looking at, Brian, to bring it back then?
Well, I think the question of that is,
I think by the time everybody else is done, we're probably looking at like March, April.
March or April, and
Okay, why don't we look at the first meeting of May?
yeah,
If we can refer this back to staff to the first meeting of May to come back with a wholesome report, and at the same time adopt the current rate schedule until that comes back. I know Councillor Baggy was kind of bringing this forward. Is that all right with you, Councillor? Yeah. Madam Clerk?
So item 4.5 on the council agenda deals with the recommendation from the committee of the whole to council to approve appendices A to R of the user fee bylaw. I would recommend at that time, when we hit that motion under 4.5, that we extract the cemetery.
Okay, so I'll bring that back up, then I'll have Councillors Bodnar and Bagu move the referral back to staff with regards to this discussion. Is that all right with that, rest of everybody? Okay, all right, good. All right, Ron?
Yes, yep.
Okay. Next.
back to risks. So we'll finish off, just a reminder that there are risks to budgets, and we'll have adjustments throughout the course of the year. And I noted, I think a couple of times, that we have not budgeted for COVID-19, but we are at risk of any other sort of public health pandemic, epidemic, etc., that could come forward. Just looking forward, just as a couple items, We are looking to update, we have to every 3 years for accounting purposes, the actual updates for post-retirement benefits. We've been talking to council a little bit about those. We're looking to tender the insurance. We look to continue to review the application for municipal accommodation tax and how we're applying that. Perform service level reviews. In the budgets annually, we work on doing a review a year, and we look at transportation, parks, and arena area, just at our service levels. Should we be plowing every single sidewalk? Should we be open more hours? Those types of questions that we'll be doing and engaging council on. We continue to look at looking at the fee framework. There are other fees. I said we completed these, but it looks the cemetery will come back in May on that one. We are finalizing some things with the FIR with respect to some of the program allocation costs around global operations as discussed tonight. We continue to review drainage, ditching, and storm financial planning because there is, council might be interested in this, there's I think $3.4 million in drains that are been built within the city and yet to be built. So there's a lot of work that's going on in the last couple of years, and you can't build them until you get to a certain spot in the process. And there's a report, I think, coming even at the next council meeting to talk about drains again. We're going to try to, my goal here when I joined the city was to start to build KPIs, and we're going to start to build those with the multi-year budgets. The INS is very big, and then the development charges is a very big component just on budgetary planning for next year. We had the 2024 first budget meeting internally from a corporate service perspective at 10:30 this morning to start planning next year already. So that way we could get the documents out early for the rest of the departments. So if there's any questions on the 2023 one, I'm happy to take them.
Questions? Okay, go ahead. All right, so we'll put a recommendation on the floor. I'll have councillors, Bodnar and Beauregard move that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that the Corporate Services Department and Financial Services Division Report number 2022-245, subject 2023 levy budget be received, and that the Sustainability and Working Capital Reserve Funds be funded up to the Reserve Fund policy target as outlined in report number 2022-245, and that the $2 million resulting from contractual settlement related to a previous sale of land as outlined in report 2022-245 be transferred to the infrastructure reserve, and that the 2023 levy budget as outlined in report number 2022-245 be approved. Further questions? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Next, Brian. Oh yeah, why don't we take a 10-minute break?
I would recommend that just for everybody, and then we'll do the rate budget presentation.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute Okay, Brian, 4.3.
Thank you.
Rates budget.
Our clerk is just adjusting the presentation to the next one. So this next budget is for the rates, so that's water, wastewater, and storm sewer. Again, many of the original slides are slides that we've already gone over, so I'll skip through those pretty quickly. Just a reminder that when we do these budgets, we make them on the best estimates and assumptions of staff of the day. Our recommendation is to receive this report and to approve it. Ultimately, if approved, it will go to council for final approval. The rate impacts, which we've already discussed, the wastewater rate would be a 0 increase, water would be 8%. That 8% is really 100% flow through based on our estimates of what the region's going to charge. We got some preliminary information back in July that they were looking around an 8% increase in that document. So they haven't released their final budget. They'll be doing so in the new year, but that's what we've been estimating this on. So that combined water wastewater would go up 2.92%, about $46 for the average household. And storm sewer, we're looking at about a 10% increase, which is about $12. A lot of things going on in this budget, like the other budgets. I think one of the most interesting ones, and one that I learned a lot about while we were developing this budget, is the reimplementation. And reimplementation is very important to know, because in our bylaws, we already have a program that subsidizes backflow and disconnects, but we've never actually funded the program. And this budget actually provides some money to actually fund the program. And we'll talk about that on a later slide. We're maintaining the guaranteed income supplement in this budget, where if you're on guaranteed income supplement, you'll get the wastewater grant, and I think that's just over $200. Maintain water and wastewater. The lateral replacement program, which we've been bringing in this year, we haven't, I think, had any loans on it, but we've had some people interested in the grant and some take up there. It also covers the Niagara region charges, which are increasing, which really represent the majority or all of the year-over-year increase. Staff have actually reduced the city costs to be able to accommodate. That's just a function of the fact that water costs more to clean and wastewater takes more to clean over time. And then a reminder to council, because I think I've mentioned this already, there is no new debt on water or wastewater, and we're looking to pay both of them down by about a combined $550,000. Like all the budgets, there are risks. There's going to be moving parts, so I've identified them there for council to review. I am not going to go over this in length because we've already gone over these in some of the capital budget discussions, but we have identified kind of all the budgets that were approved, and you can kind of see this is a little insight, I guess, this slide into our project coding. If it has the 21 in front of it, that means it was approved in 2021, or 2022 was approved in 2022. So you can see we have about 9.6 million in capital projects approved. 1.2 million has been spent to date, and we have some funding coming from future budgets. Our project management, we've already talked about moving through the backlog. The backlog really comes down to moving through the addition of project managers to be able to manage these projects. I'm going to skip a couple more slides too. Apologize to council, but you've seen the inflation environment slide. You've seen our budget process slide. You've seen our mission and vision slide, strategic pillars, and theme and focus. And just since it is the water wastewater budget, well, we have talked about it, just a reminder, our real differential is on the wastewater. The city, all effort is going into the wastewater. 70% of our wastewater costs are because of billings to the Niagara region. I've showed you these water, wastewater, and storm sewer debt charges. And again, I apologize for keeping them in this presentation, and in the other ones, it's just, if somebody picks up the rate presentation as a resident, this way the information is there for them. The reserve outlooks, we've identified them as a reminder for any questions you may have. If the year end kind of rolls out as we kind of think it might, and we look at this budget and what might be going for reserves, water forecasted reserves will be at 1.2 million, wastewater would be at 2, and storm would be at 500,000. And as the INS that's going to be coming out, and we have in our earlier slides, will be done by April of 2023, we'll have working sessions with council, and you'll be able to direct staff to move forward meaningfully on projects. Now, I'm going to, for a change, bring up, instead of me doing all the talking, our manager of water, wastewater is going to come up and just talk a little bit about some of the charts in the water direction. I could do my best, but sitting and working on the numbers, she looks at the volumes every day. So I'll pass it over. Thank you, Darlene.
You're going to advance slides for me, are you?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Oh, you can advance.
Okay.
I'll tell you. Thank you. Thank you, Director Bowles. So our slide here, this is basically the in-year operating activity that our department has done from 2022 to date and comparing it to 2023. So there's a lot of numbers there. I'm not going to hit all of them, but a few highlights I wanted to mention to you is the water main breaks. You'll see we only had 9 in 2021. And in 2022, we've had 21 water main breaks. 8 of those were actually in a 48-hour period back in January, which the returning councillors will remember. That was a little bit hectic. We never did fully determine the cause of it, but it happened. And then our staff also did some proactive leak detection, and they detected another 7 water main breaks throughout the year that they repaired as well. We've been busy in the field responding to, doing the daily work, our chlorine samples, our microbiological samples. These are all regulatory requirements that we have to do, doing the hydrant inspections, and just completing the routine operations. So complaints are actually down this year compared to last year, which is good. I know last year we had a lot of complaints due to dirty water, but that was due to the region's activities in the distribution system, not ours, with valve turnings. So we've definitely improved the communications with the region, and they've given us some proactive heads up things are going to happen, and we can go out and flush so that avoids some of the dirty water complaints. So kudos to our regional counterparts for working with us and helping out with that. On the wastewater side, we've done quite a few maintenance hole inspections again this year, almost as many as last year, over 500. We are actually not finding that many manholes that are deficient, so which is good that we're finding that out, but we still have work to do. There's a lot of, we probably have another 500 manholes to inspect out there, so we'll continue working on those. As evidenced, our CCTV inspection, closed circuit television inspection. We only did 3.2 kilometers in 2021, and we did just over 22 kilometers in 2022. That is then rolling into our sewer lining contracts. So we have a contract out now, contractors in the city as we speak, doing spot repairs and some lining. And as we find deficiencies, they're working on old deficiencies we found. Their price was actually so good that we have enough budget to keep them moving to the end of the year and hopefully repair what we found in the Clark area. That's where we did our CCTV inspection this year. Any questions about our operating before I move to the next slide?
Councillor Baggy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Darlene. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the CCTV inspections, do we do them or is that contracted out?
It's contracted out.
Okay. Do we have the capability of doing it, or? Looks like we have a lot of we need a lot of camera work.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bagu. The equipment's very expensive to maintain, so it's easier to contract it out. It's a 2-year contract, and again, I have room in, we've got some storm water budget that remaining this year, so we are actually going to have them do the storm system in the Clark area as well. So we haven't done any CCTV inspection of storm in recent years, but they have said they can get that done for us before Christmas as well. So we're going to have them do the storm area where they did the sanitary, so that way we're going to have a very holistic view of what's happening in that area of the system, which kind of ties into the earlier discussion about the condition of our stormwater pipes and being able to disconnect sump pumps and roof leaders and that from the sanitary. So it's good that we've been able to do that this year. And that'll be part of the overall $500,000 for the stormwater assessment. Will also include the flushing and CCTV of the remainder of the system. So we'll get a jump on it with this little one that we've done this year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Director. So water purchase versus water build. We've done very, very well since 2017 in reducing the amount of water we've purchased from the region, which has made our water loss percentage smaller. So you can see here, this we actually took 2017 off, and we're at 2018 forward. The percent of water that we've been able to bill to our customers has increased every year, except for this past year. We had our water that we billed to our customers is actually down about 5% over last year. And we think that's because of the amount of breaks we had. And we were also doing a lot more flushing this year because there were some chlorine residual issues with the region, but we did work with the region to address that throughout the year, and they actually increased their chlorine levels later on in the fall of this year. So that means that we didn't have to flush as often. So we're going to communicate with them more. They're now aware of the impacts on us with water coming from the water tower. If they don't, because they weren't chlorinating it, they were chlorinating it at the plant and not at the water tower, and that really does affect us. So they're now aware of that, and they're going to proactively chlorinate the tower in the summer months so that we don't have to flush as much and use as much waters. So I'm hopeful that in 2023 we'll see that number go down even more. Sure.
So I think it's very important on this slide for council to recognize that what Darlene said is our water billing is down 5%. So we're actually not billing people less. So like the billing stayed the same. Like it's the like the water loss went down. So we billed our customers the same amount of water, but we bought more water from the Niagara region. So like mathematically, that's where you get on the slides, that 5%, 69 to 64, that's the 5%. It's the differential between bought water and sold water to customers. So on a profit and loss statement model, budget statement, there wasn't an impact in our sales, but there was an impact in how much money we paid the region for water because we bought more water than we anticipated buying.
Yes. Thank you for that clarification. I did kind of misspeak a little bit there. You didn't know, actually, if I want to go back to them just quickly to that other slide. Yeah, the trend, they are getting closer together, and that's good. And you can see the trends actually mirror each other more. If you see the 2018, we obviously had a lot of water loss going on because the red line from the region, what we were purchasing was really high, and it wasn't matching the peaks from our sales to our customers. So now you can see the peaks are matching much more closely, which is good. I'm glad to see that. And over time, as we take off those really high years, we're probably going to see the trend lines are going to flatten a little bit. But as long as they're always kind of getting closer, that means we're doing good. We did purchase 3 smart hydrants that are going to be installed in the next couple of weeks, and they actually had the capability to monitor for leaks up to 1 kilometer away. So we use them to retrofit existing hydrants that we have, and that leaves us with the internal guts from the hydrants that we've taken out that we have on the shelf now to repair other hydrants. So, and they're going to be listening for leaks for us and sending us alerts if it detects something. So it's and it's also going to measure pressure differentials, which would help what happened back in January. We'd be able to see if it was pressure spikes in the system that may have caused those 8 water main breaks in 48 hours. So this is going to give us more information in our system. So we're very excited to get those installed. So now you can advance. And this is actually Brian's slide, so I'll do my best if I don't explain it very well. The gray lines are the sales from the region to all of the Niagara region municipalities, so all the lower tiers, and ours are the blue is the 3-year average, the little bars at the bottom, and the orange is our actual purchases from the region in that year. And the yellow line is the percentage in the 3-year average. So I think what Brian's trying to show here is that our percentage of the regions was around 5.4%, and now we're down around 4.6% of the region's overall total. Fun fact, we dropped our water purchases from the region so much in 2018 that the region thought that they were reading their water meter wrong. So that's how good we did in 2018 and really getting our water loss under control. So if you want to add anything to that slide, Brian?
Yeah, thank you. I think an important point just to recognize is Port Colborne makes up about 4.1% of the population, and our water usage is actually above that population. But we also have to remember that a third of our population isn't on water or wastewater. So it's just when you look at it proportionally, Port Colborne's water loss still has a way to go, because we should bring that number closer, at least to our population over a period of time. So continued work to be done, and I just want to point that out. Still more work to be done.
Does population really have anything to do with it? I mean, we're already assessed for industry.
Microphone?
Other uses. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. So does it really have to be a population comparative?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, no, it doesn't have to just be that, but when you combine the population metric, that we have more water than our share of the population, plus you have this differential that we only bill 64% of all the water we bill, because we lose 36% of it because of broken pipes, or we have to let water out because we have to flush. Thanks. Getting late. I've been up here a while. So when you put those metrics together, you start to realize you build an amount of evidence that says there is still a good case here to invest heavily in the water system. That, I think it's just bringing it all together.
Thank you. The wastewater flows. So these are the ones that keep everybody up at night, that's for sure. So this is going back to 2018 as well on a monthly basis. The green line at the top is the flows that we send to the region to be treated, and the blue line at the bottom in this graph is precipitation. So it's a well-established fact in any municipality that rainfall does have an impact on wastewater flows, because wastewater systems are not tight. Rainwater gets in through what we call inflow or infiltration. Inflow is through direct connections like sump pumps, roof leaders, foundation drains into the sanitary system. And infiltration is through cracks and crevices and defects in your infrastructure in the ground. So there isn't a system out there that is 100% tight, but the way ours is reacting, and the flows that we are sending to the region, we have a big problem for inflow and infiltration. We did notice in 2018 and 2019 and even into 2020, when we started doing the graphing, that the rainfall volumes, even though they were lower than the years before or as low as the year before, the wastewater flows are still really high. And we were like, what is going on? What's going on with this? Oh, I see Councillor Beauregard has his hand up.
Yep. Eric?
Through your worship to Mrs. Sutter. Is it possible that we have, like on the city side, stormwater directly going into sanitary, like pipes that might be directly connected, whether like potentially on accident? Or I'm just kind of thinking, I mean, it's the opposite scenario as what has happened in Hamilton. I'm sure you both heard about what happened there, where it was sanitary that was leaking into stormwater and going into the harbor for 20 some odd years. But I'm just wondering if there's something like that on our end that we may be able to potentially find, or is it at all possible?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Beauregard, it is a possibility. According to our records, we do not have any combined, that's called a combined sewer, when you have the connections. If they're intentionally connected, that's a combined sewer. There could be some unintentional connections, to be honest, and that's one of the reasons why we want to do the stormwater investigation, to make sure there are no connections of doing CCTV or doing flushing and things like that. And also when we do inflow and infiltration studies in different sewer sheds, and we go in and do like smoke and dye testing, if we start seeing, and I've never done smoke testing before, but my understanding is if you see smoke coming out of your storm sewer and you're in your sanitary, then you have a connection somewhere. So there is a possibility. Our records don't indicate that we have that, but you know, it's underground. Who knows what could have happened underground? And it could be completely by accident. It may not be something that was done on purpose, but there is a possibility that back in the day, somebody may have accidentally connected to because they're both green, the newer pipes, they could have done a connection. So that is definitely, it's a good question. There is a possibility that could be.
Okay, thank you, John.
Okay, you're welcome. So when we noticed the disconnect, we were like, well, what else is going on? And then we realized that the lake levels are really high. So to the next slide, please, Brian. So this graph, unfortunately, we can't get, these are all snapshots. The line in yellow is the average lake level for the month. And we do know when we started looking at 2018, 2019, 2020, and when we had the mismatch with precipitation, we had a very strong correlation to the lake levels. And we even got it anecdotally from residents. They would call up like in 2019, 2020, and they're like, I've lived here for 30 years. My sump pump never runs. It hasn't shut off. And it's because the water table was so high. Because the lake was high, the water table was high, which means our pipes are sitting in the water. So it was a combined thing. Either our pipes had some leakage in them and we were getting groundwater coming in from the lake being high, or people's sump pumps are running all the time and we're discharging into our sanitary sewer. So that's a couple of ways the lake level can impact us. Thankfully, as you can see from this graph, the lake level has continued to decline. I think we're about 0.8 meters above datum, which is like the average lake height. So it's definitely helping us out a lot with that. We have installed 14 smart covers in our system, and these are a flow monitor that goes to the underside of a manhole, and it detects the flows. And we've already seen the last 2 were installed last week, and some have been in place since the end of September, and we're already seeing that in some areas of the system it's monitoring. It rains, we get the flows spike. We also have some areas where it's rained and it doesn't spike. So that's how we're going to be able to say, okay, this area is tight. We don't think there's any connections. Our system is tight. There are no connections to the pipe, so we know that we can move on to the next one. So that's the benefit of these systems. We can move them around, and we can pinpoint areas where we need to focus our efforts. Okay. And again, one of Brian's slides. And we've got the region's average. I know there's lots to talk. Brian will have lots to talk about with this one. But I just want to say that the yellow line, which is what is your percentage in the 3-year average, is because we had dry years. Because the way the region bills us, and then Brian can correct me if I'm wrong, but they basically take a 3-year average from the year before of your flows and whatever, and they take the whole region volume, which is the gray lines, is like the wastewater pie, and whatever percentage of the pie Port Colborne is, that's what we get billed for the next year. So even if but then if our flows are lower, they give us a credit. If the flows are higher, they send us a bill. So my understanding is we had to pay a couple of years when the lake was high and our flows were really high, but we've had a credit the last couple of years. So I'll let Brian continue to speak to that if he needs to.
Yeah, thank you. So just when you look at this slide, you can see that, again, population's not perfect, but 4.1% of the Niagara region we are. You could in theory like times that by 2/3, because only 2/3 is on water, right? And then you're comparing to Port Colborne's portion of the total wastewater system. We make up almost 6% of the total wastewater system. That's like a 50% increase to the total population of us. And I realize it's not a perfect model, because when you look at population, because other cities don't have everybody, Wainfleet it's not even on here, right? So not all cities have everybody on an urban storm and water system, but it just highlights the disconnect that there is work to be done here. And just, I thought Darlene did a great job explaining, just so everybody knows, the region sets their bill on the last 3 years average, but then they do a true up every year to actual. So I'm going to show you some financial numbers coming up, and they're true up because the lake went down, meant it was positive for us. That's why our reserve jumped to that $2 million amount, because we aren't going to have to pay them as much this year. But if the lake level comes back up, that's going to go the other way, just like that, based on the current system.
And it's back to Brian, unless anyone has any questions for me.
Questions? Okay,
Good.
Brian.
Awesome.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry, Counselor?
Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't see you switch over to that page, is that the new page, or is that the page you want to talk about?
No, well, I can talk about that if you want.
Basically, what I'm asking is, a couple of years ago, we had a grant for residents that wanted to change their lateral lines, and Councilor Bruno reactivated it for 2022. But I don't see anything in 2023 that is still alive or it's dead. It's just not there. So I'm just wondering, is it there or isn't it there?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, it is there. The budget is still there for the lateral grants. And we've had 7 applications so far this year. So, and 2 for sewer, and the rest were all for water. So we've had some good uptake so far this year.
Great.
So yeah, it's still there. And then this is the new one that was already in sorry, I'm taking your, it's already in the sewer use bylaw. And I know last year we had applied for, we were gonna look at the intact insurance and get a grant to subsidize backflow devices for people's homes, and that didn't happen. And then we, again, being kind of new, we didn't quite realize what was in the budget or in the bylaw. We're like, oh, it's in the bylaw already. Let's make sure there's money there for it. So now it's going to be in the budget now, so we can subsidize some more backflow grants, backflow devices. Great.
Thank you, and just to reiterate that what's on that slide is, it was a question that came up when we did the program that Councillor Begue mentioned. What happens if the uptake is so significant that it goes above and beyond the budget on that item? We'd recommend the same as we did then, as we on this program, is that if the uptake is so significant that we go above those figures, that staff be allowed to go and dip into the reserves to keep the program going, and we'd update council that we exceeded that budget line in that case to keep this program going. Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
For all the replacements that we've done, or through you to Brian, the replacements we've done on the laterals and water lines and sewer, how much damage have we found in the replacement? Have we found water lines that were leaking, where you could assume water loss was happening, or anything to that effect? Or has it just been old lines that have been replaced?
Through the mayor, I appreciate the question. I also appreciate the manager of water and wastewater walking up here to help explain what those exactly look like.
Sorry, you got to wait before I could get my hand up. Yeah.
That's okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Elliott. I'm not aware of the condition of the sewer lines that were replaced. I do know that a couple of the water lines were undersized, or I had a galvanized line which was probably leaking. And we actually did, before we rolled out, because if council remembers, we were going to target the Erie Street folks first. We wanted to make sure, because it was council's direction, that we target where there's water main projects or a sewer replacement project, so those people get first kick at the grants. We didn't want residents contractors in when Erie Street contractors were in there, so we kind of delayed running that out. However, we did have some people call in, they had low water pressure. We went out and investigated, and they had a broken water service, and and they had financial hardship, so we offered them the grant before. So I believe I offered 3 grants before we actually formally rolled it out to Erie Street. So it's kind of, some people I know on Erie Street, there's also some lead services on Erie Street, so they've been using the grant to take advantage of that as well. So I'm aware of at least 3 that were actually leaking, and the rest were just, they were undersized, or they're just, it was galvanized in that.
Okay.
So yeah,
Thanks.
you're welcome.
So there's a couple slides on the water, wastewater, and storm budgets that we have in it, trying to sum up kind of the components of it just for council to take a look at. So we provide the graph, and when we update the water, wastewater budgets, we are working on a pamphlet that will go out with that. Now, just a reminder, if this budget gets approved and approves at council, the January budget is actually the December water usage. So not budget, the January bill is the December water usage, and then the February bill is the January one. So if you don't get an update to say this is the budget right away, because depending on how communication gets it all out, if it doesn't go out, it'll go out in the next bill, acknowledging that your monthly bill went up by $2 or roughly whatever that exactly works out to. So, sorry, 46 divided by 12 months, so it's about $4. So what we do is I have here is water. I don't have to go in great detail, but council obviously wants to know, given the significance of this, what the history of contributions were. And you can see back in 2018, there was almost nothing put into the reserve in the water budget. Now we are putting some dollars in, and we're investing significantly into capital. 2023, the 621,000 going into capital, 79 into reserves. And you can see it right on here how much is going to the Niagara region. So about $2.4 million of all of the funds. So collected is going to the Niagara region. That works out to about 46.3%. On the wastewater side, similar information for council to look at. But on the wastewater side, it's, I guess I had the one slide that said 70, it's 69.9. I guess once we updated the charts are going to the Niagara region. You can see the majority of this is fixed. We did go to a fixed model a while ago with respect to, I think that was in 2021, with respect to our wastewater. We did some analysis and we found out that the amount of water you use doesn't really impact the amount of wastewater that's going to the plant, and that's why we went to a fixed model. Since we went to that fixed model, we have not increased the wastewater rates. So this will be the third year that we've had the exact same wastewater rates. And then you can see there how much is going from capital, and we're contributing $840,000 to capital, and we're pulling a little bit out of the reserve to be able to fund that this year. Might be different next year. And then the last one to talk about is stormwater, the storm sewer. Sorry, stormwater, just mine are upside down here in my book. And when you look at that, you can see the breakdown of where those dollars go. If you do look at the forecast, I just want to point out to council that the forecast this year on this one is going to miss budget slightly. It misses budget by about $100,000. It seems that when the budget was put together and we've adjusted down the reserve contributions, we also had the issue where we redid the boundary for the storm sewer. So that revenue when we redid the boundary and we took certain houses out, didn't get pulled out of the budget, I guess, line. So it was adjusted for here, and that was happening at the same time and after the budget. Yeah. Sorry.
Brian, why is there still some variable cost on your wastewater for 2023?
Oh yeah, through the mayor to council, that's a great question. So for all the commercial and industrial properties, they're still on variable fixed. They still have a split. Okay. It's when we did the adjustment, it was only for residential, and we did that because in the absence of doing that, there was a number of scenarios that staff rode through that may work out detrimental, almost like gaming the system could occur, and this just avoided it by keeping the commercial industrial that way. And there is actually there's a report that comes out for the BMA, which is interesting, that actually shows that the way we do bill industrial and commercial is competitive to what other municipalities have to going forward. So risks to the budget, I identified those before to council. And then the looking forward slide, just a couple key areas that I think are very important and we've talked about tonight. The first is infrastructure needs. That's being done. Staff is going to be back to, I've said a number of times, April 2023 is the drop dead date. And then there'll be information sessions for council to start getting into where the red lines are, where most work needs to be done. We're working on a 5-year budget coming back for 2024's budget, as well as we're reviewing, and I think our goal is to looking forward to eventually look at our water, wastewater, and that bylaws. I think 1997 they were last looked at, or
1995.
See, I was wrong. 95 they were looked at. So I think that bylaw at some point in time is high on the list to take a relook at. Right now, it's on. So that's right there. So that's just a couple of things that we're looking at going forward. And I guess, thank you, and open to any questions on the rate budget.
Further questions? Seeing none, then 4.3, I'll have Councilors Elliott and Bagu move that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that Corporate Services Department Report 2022-246 be received, and that the 2023 rates budget as outlined in Appendix B to Corporate Services Department Report 2022-246 be approved. Questions on that motion? All in favor? That's carried. 4.4, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So through you to council, the last section, I'm just trying to pull out my binder here, refers to the actual rates. I apologize, I have to duck down because it's a different binder here.
That's fine.
So we don't actually do a separate presentation for this, but we do the rate setting in two different reports. So at the back of your rate binder, Appendix D, just for councilors that have it with you, there is a report called rate setting. So once the rate budget's approved, we have to make sure that we agree with what the new rate is going to be. And our manager of financial services, which you don't see tonight, but he's online, helped build out the new rate schedule. And you can see on page 2 of that report that the water rate is the 4607 that we discussed in the budget, and the blended rate would come to 2.92%. But in order to do that with the water rate, you have to recalculate what that means in rate per, meters cubed, and then you have to figure out for all the different meter types, because there's not one meter type in the city, because every size meter has a different rate. So this report, long and short, adjusts what you approve in the budget, and it takes it into a user fee and breaks it down how we bill it by meter size. So it's the companion report to the budget. I don't know I'm happy to take any questions on it. I know for prior councilors, you've seen this report before. It's not a lengthy report. It just basically calculates the exact amount that means per meter size.
So before I take questions, I'll put this on the floor. So it's item 4.4, moved by Bodnar and Aquilina, that the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that Corporate Services Department Report 2022-247 be received. That 2023 water and wastewater rates as outlined on page 3 of Corporate Services Department Report 2022-247 be approved, and that the 2023 stormwater rates as outlined on page 5 of Corporate Services Department Report 2022-247 be approved. That the draft bylaw attached as Appendix A of Corporate Services Report 2022-247 be brought forward to Council for consideration. Questions on this one? All in favor, please raise your hand. That's carried. Item 4.5, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 4.5, just for fun, for those of you that have the paper binders in front of you, that's our user fee charges report, and that is actually at the back of the levy presentation. So it's in the levy binder, and it's on tab user fee and charges at the very back of your levy binder. So this report is a fairly lengthy report because every user fee in the city is outlined, and our manager of financial services has highlighted here under the discussion some of the key areas, and we've talked about the key changes in the budget presentations already. We talked about the arena fees, we talked about the beach, There are some small changes around rental fees in here. We didn't necessarily, I guess, point them out in the presentation, but they are identified here. Financial Services is also introducing a new administrative fee for when there are tax registrations and sales, which other municipalities have done going forward. And then the cemetery fees are included in here. And when we move forward, I'll leave it to the clerk to explain the process if council wants to put a pause on the recommended cemetery fees, and we can make an adjustment for that. So pretty straightforward. Most of the fees have the inflationary component. The larger fees we addressed when we did the levy presentation.
Okay, so I'm going to put this on the floor, moved by Councilors Bodnar and Bagu. That the Committee of the Whole recommend to Council the Corporate Services Department Report 2022-244 be received. That the 2023 proposed user fees and charges schedules attached as Appendixes A to R, except Appendix O cemetery fees, they remain at the 2022 rate schedule of Corporate Services Report 2022-244 be approved. That the Committee of the Whole refers Appendix O dealing with cemetery fees to staff for more information and a fee comparison with other local municipalities. And that the draft bylaw is amended attached as Appendix S of Corporate Services Report 2022-244 be brought forward to Council for consideration. Questions? Everybody understands the cemetery section that we've done? Okay, Councillor Beggy?
I just had a question on one of the appendices. Is it proper to ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
On Appendix D, Schedule D, Valet Health and Wellness Center, under proposed fees, the adult 9 prime, or actually that's the wrong one here. The Appendix F, for the playing fields and sports courts, for the lining of the fields, you get the 2022 rate of $15.80. The 2023 proposed fee is $177. I don't know if that's an error in numbers, or that's just self-sustaining entities, as you like to call it, or
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, the CAO has helped me too. I think there is a typo in the decimal place, and thank you for that identified review. So we will have that adjusted. Thank you for that,
Councillor Wells would have found it 3 days ago.
Any further questions from any councillor? So just to, Councillor Bruno.
Yes, back to the marina, Schedule 1. I'm just wondering, I thought to dissuade people from storing their boat year-round and actually being marina users, that we were going to charge more for summer storage, which meant that theoretically somebody could just park their boat in storage at the marina year-round. And I thought it's the same, is it not, Brian? 500 and 500? And I thought you were going to do something or have them only be able to do it once a year. I'm just vaguely trying to remember how you were going to dissuade just derelict boats being stored there rather than using the marina. Do you want the page? Yeah. See the May to September? Or is it just you can't do it more than once?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, I think it's a good point to identify. I might have missed that in my communication. We are going to bring back a a report to talk about the arena, and I don't want to complicate that report, but maybe we'll take a look and we may come back with a recommendation to adjust that user fee at the same time. But for now, that user fee would be appropriate. You can see the year over year. I think staff did a good job of increasing it. I think the conversations that we've had with a number of others to try to maybe create some, as you said, incentive not to leave it in storage all year long might be appropriate. And for some reason, it doesn't look reflected there, and that's my fault for not catching that. So we'll adjust it, and we can come back with a future update to this bylaw to amend that.
Okay. Further questions? Not seeing any online. So just to confirm with regards to the cemetery fees, everybody's set with that? Everybody understands that? Okay. So no further questions? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Oh, you want this, sorry. That was the redo by the clerk, so everybody knows for that item after the discussion. Okay, so any further questions to staff on anything? Yes.
I forgot to ask this underwater. So water rates, did it have to have a statutory public meeting?
Brian?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not aware of that. However, we are doing a lot more planned for water publicity with respect to the rate change than we have in the past. We have an insert that's being built to go out that your water rate's changing, and those are things that the city has never done before. And I know council's given us that commentary before. So I know it doesn't sound with great definity that I'm giving you that, but we have never done that before. I have not seen that before.
I thought we did it in the past, didn't we, sometime? We had to have one, even though it seemed futile that we were doing a rate, and then we had to wait. I'm not sure. Do you guys remember? No?
I mean, this is a public
Maybe
meeting.
it could have been years ago, yep. All right, thank you.
I mean, this is a public meeting, and then when it comes to council, that's a public meeting. I mean.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
Some kind of waiting, cool time.
Yeah, I don't remember that. It was always, I mean, in years past, we've done this over 5 nights.
Oh, yeah.
Where tonight we've gone through our whole budgeting system in one evening, one day. I won't say evening, we'll say one day. We've been here since 3 o'clock. So, yeah, the clerk will double check, but I don't believe, we didn't do it last year.
No, I don't remember now that it's mentioned.
Yeah, so, okay, seeing nothing further, there's nothing else under the agenda. At this time, I will adjourn this meeting. We thank everybody for watching us online. Nobody was here live tonight, but everybody that was watching us was online. So we thank those that came. And if you have any questions, please send them through to your counselor, the mayor's office, or to Mr. Bowles directly. Thank you. We are adjourned.